Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The blade was lowered. The boy stretched out his hand and said that it was not bad. He never thought that someone could resist his dragon bloodline. The blonde boy swung his sword. It was Karl's, the Knight of Light. The hero smiled, saying that it was too late. Even if he killed him, the demons from the demon continent were heading here. With a wild look, he curled his fingers, saying that this world would soon drown in blood. The enemy attacked, interrupting the words that in the end everything would go as he, Exceltrion, planned. Karl's looked down, saying that he would not retreat no matter what came his way. Blood flowed from Exceltrion's mouth. Words were heard that he would save this world. He stood, raising his sword after defeating the evil Emperor Exceltrion. Karl's faced the demons, the last enemy that was supposed to destroy the world. In front of their power, the flame of hope began to fade. The demon grabbed his head, but under the control of the Knight of Light Karl's, a long bloody war between demons and humans began. The knight extended his hand with a sword. The brunette held the phone, saying that the name of this story is The Great War of Humans with Demons. His cheeks blushed with admiration. Swiping his finger across the screen, the hero said that he had already read everything, but the prologue was very interesting, especially the scene in which Karl kills Emperor Exceltrion. The Great War of Humans with Demons is a rare work, because the main character Karl appears quite rarely. The hero imagined a guy surrounded by symbols and scrolls, despite the fact that there are more than 500 characters and the plot is based more on the structure of the world than on the actions of Karl's. The guy held the phone and typed a message to the dear author that he had already read the last chapter. When do they plan to release the next one? There was this message on the screen. The hero thought that he really liked such novels. Putting the phone aside, he asked to upload the next chapter without delay and even donated $10. There was a list of donations on the screen, where the donation code 0 was the largest. He said that he thought that chapters were released infrequently due to low income. Holding the computer mouse, he said, "Okay, I need to finish work and go home." The screen was reflected in the guy's eyes, who chuckled questioningly. It was written on the screen. The Great War of Humans with Demons sent him a message. Let him check his mail. Holding the phone, the guy thought in surprise, was he touched by his comments and donation? His look became enthusiastic when he thought, maybe he will share news about the official release. On the screen there was a message with a subject for a reader who likes The Great War of Humans with Demons. The author greeted his dear Code 0. Then there were words that this message is for Gwangsuk, the person who reads The Great War of Humans with Demons the most. Frightened, holding the phone, the guy asked how the author knows his name? A flash in the darkness. Gwangsuk turned around, saying that the lights were out. A voice was heard saying that he had little strength left, so he would do it quickly. This was the end of this story. The phone in his hands was shining blindingly. The voice continued that in this world he can no longer use magic. He can barely even write, so he found another way. Purple smoke spread in the darkness. The guy did not understand what was happening. He heard that he probably knows the world of the Great Demon War better than anyone else, so he wants to put the fate of their world in his hands. Documents were scattered around the office. The voice said that he would use all his remaining strength to create a magic spell of reincarnation in the last sentence of this message, a spell that will reborn him. The guy looked at the screen in confusion, hearing a request to save the world from destruction with his own strength. The boy stood in the center of the shining magic seal, hearing that he does not know who to reincarnate, but if he saves his world, he will return to himself. The phone stopped glowing and did not respond. The boy asked why his phone was not working, and heard a request to bless his god of light. With a puzzled look, Gwangsuk said that this is the author's doing. What is he trying to do? Okay, he will donate more, let him just stop this. Among the shining rays, his voice became quieter. The emperor sat on the throne. Words were heard that praised him. Beads of sweat flowed down his cheeks. The boy heard the people present leading the emperor. Exceltrion's eyes widened in shock when he heard his name being called. The boy stared forward in shock when he heard them thank him for his peaceful reign, and thought that he really was reincarnated into the body of the emperor from the Great War of Humans with Demons. The hero imagined the smiling blonde man and thought that the Rune Empire was the strongest state on the Iroth continent, and Exceltrion ruled it. Blood was streaming down the emperor's face, while he was a villain who was facing the protagonist Karl's. The emperor was sticking out his tongue and fighting with swords. The brunette remembered that a small number of people on the continent were born with dragon blood. This is also called the dragon bloodline, and the strongest dragon bloodline was Exceltrion. There were empty bottles on the floor. He was also affected by bloodlust as a side effect of dragon blood. He tried his best to wash it down with alcohol, but the voices in his head were getting louder. The trembling guy sat on the floor, hearing voices that told him to kill, bathe in blood. In the end he succumbed to bloodlust and destroyed the human world. The guy sitting on the throne exclaimed in shock, "Is this him?" The man touched his chest, telling the emperor that today would be the ceremony to send the secondary squad to the demon continent. The emperor opened his mouth when he heard that after it was over, the Black Dragon Knights and the Supply Union would go there, and asked again. The brunette with glowing eyes extended his hand, saying that the previous squad reported that they had already crossed the screen wall. They would encounter demons soon enough. The hero thought that the evil emperor of the Rune Empire was sending his army to the demon continent. He imagined the guy in the robe, and thought that he clearly remembered this moment. Gwangsuk stared ahead in shock, thinking that this was in the 12th chapter of the Great War between humans and demons. He imagined the Emperor's battle with the monsters, thinking that he had undoubtedly invaded the demon lands, and they in turn attacked the Empire because of this. Touching his finger to his face in shock, Gwangsuk thought that this meant that he was at the very beginning of the story. Exceltrion looked ahead, struck by a guess, and thought that if he thought about it. He remembered the message from the author, and thought that he asked him to save the world and said that he would return to his world after that. Gwangsuk in the body of the Emperor Exceltrion stood in front of the army, thinking that the collapse of humanity began with this expedition. It was this that would lead to the attack of the demons and the clash with Karls. The hero clenched his fist, thinking that in order to survive, he must stop this expedition. The Emperor looked ahead grimly, thinking that there was also another reason, this man who was next to him, Enpika. Next to the brunette, he imagined the image of a demon. Exceltrion raised his hand, saying that it was necessary to stop the expedition now, send a letter asking for the return to the previous detachment, which surprised the official. Grinning, he asked what was the matter, is there a reason not to stop it? Enpika tried to object that he put a lot of effort into its planning. He opened his mouth in shock, hearing that no, he was the one who proposed and planned it. All he did was put a seal of approval on a document that he had quietly slipped to him while he was drunk, right? Drawing his sword, he ordered that the expedition be stopped immediately, and that he be sent back to his people. The brunette asked in fear, what was he talking about? Why would demons be his people? Exceltrion quickly swung his sword, saying that he had never said a word about demons. The soldiers opened their mouths in shock. The man's body fell to his knees. The blonde looked at him with wild eyes. Inside him was a shocked Gwangsuk, realizing that he had struck him with the sword. Blood flowed across the floor. The hero thought that he had only wanted to intimidate. The blonde looked at the sword in his hands and thought that it was strange. His body was not obeying. He frowned, thinking that he seemed to be thinking, but acting as if Exceltrion himself. He imagined the characters, one of which he wanted to intimidate and the other to kill, and thought that it was like dissolving the personality. Red streaks of blood, the hero wondered, was Exceltrion's mind still in his body? Black vortices were spreading around the demon. He angrily asked, how did he know that he was a demon? Gwangsuk mentally held out the phone, thinking that at this stage there was nothing he didn't know about this story, and answered out loud that he was the ruler of the empire. There was nothing he didn't know. The demon gritted his teeth and promised to kill him. Clune flew forward, putting out his hands. A bright sword strike cut his body. The soldiers blocked the emperor and asked if he was okay. Now let them act. The second one was surprised that the prime minister was a demon. Exceltrion walked forward, calling for silence. Turning around angrily, he said that he would kill anyone who would get in his way, and Gwangsuk thought inwardly that he wanted to ask them to move away again, but this happened. The warriors looked shocked. The blonde looked down. The demon tried to stand up, talking about his strength. The warrior standing behind heard the order to interrogate him and find out if he had other demons here under his command. If he refused to talk, let him kill. Turning around, Exceltrion said to take all his personal belongings, find his house and search for anything suspicious, and in order not to leave any leads, we need to find and kill his family, children and parents too. The warrior touched his chest, sadly agreeing with the order. The guy pursed his lips, thinking that if he did not figure this out and continued to talk like an evil emperor, since Exceltrion's mind was so strong, he needed to control it well. Looking away, he said that the real prime minister was probably already dead, and wondered if he had been too cautious. The boy turned to the side, listening to his subordinates say that they also suspected it. The prime minister had had little contact with his family lately, and ordered to postpone their execution and just watch. He touched his head in dismay, saying how tiring it was. The boy sat on the bed, thinking that if he didn't relocate Exceltrion, the events of the Great War between humans and demons would just repeat themselves. He imagined the photos with the captions worst nation on the continent, Bloody Rune Empire, main villain, and thought in shock that this was a triple combo, the worst possible ending. The boy grabbed his head, screaming, why this evil emperor? He could have been the main character, the Knight of Light Karls. He sat with his head down sadly, and said that he needed to calm down and think it over. Fortunately, he did not feel the bloodlust of the dragon bloodline yet. The reincarnated hero said that Exceltrion and the demon Enpika, he was really inside the novel. He imagined the magician in the hat, thinking that he was brought here by the author on this continent. He remembered standing with the phone in his hand, and thought about what it meant to save the world. He did not even know the ending of the novel. Exceltrion grinned ominously, saying that he remembered there was something in the stupid old imperial library about reincarnation, travel between dimensions. But then he exclaimed in fear that he had never read anything like that. As if talking to himself, the hero crossed his arms and said that he read it. I wonder if the author of the book had successors. He sat down with his head down, exhausted, thinking that this was a huge problem. The hero looked ahead with a discouraged expression, thinking that he had both his mind and Exceltrion's mind in his head. Tears were streaming down his cheeks. He thought that it seemed like his was stronger. The hero grabbed his head and ordered himself to think. he needed to keep thinking to get out of here. He had already stopped the expedition to the continent, the main event, but what next? Frowning, Gwang-suk said that there was too much information, it was tiring, but his main goal was to save the world. Raising his hands, he repeated, "Save the world." Growling sullenly, Gwang-suk and Exceltrian's body continued, save the world in the novel where he was a pathetic character who didn't even know the ending. He looked to the side, hearing the words that Sir Blumhartz was asking for an audience with him, and thought that it was Blumhartz from the White Dragon Knights. As he pictured the man in the cloak, he remembered the explanation that the White Dragon Knights served the Emperor closest, and Blumhartz was the commander of this unit. He pictured the fight with the demon, thinking that even when everyone betrayed the evil Emperor, Blumhartz remained loyal to him and met his death in battle. But to Exceltrian, even such a person was insignificant. The Emperor grimaced in displeasure, and said that he meant that he was incapable of anything there. Grinning like a madman, he said that this guy thought he could boss him around just because he taught him how to use a sword. If he spoke up again today, they would hold a funeral for him. The man in military uniform looked forward, and an order was given to enter. Blumhartz knelt down on one knee, greeting His Majesty. Exceltrian said that this was an amazing attempt to kill. Was he watching him because he was starting to get angry? The man raised his head and apologized deeply, saying that he came because of a dispute with the Prime Minister. The hero replied that he personally killed him. The Empire still had strong people, the Black and White Dragon squads. Blumhartz lowered his head, saying that as the commander of the White Dragon squad, he did not dare to object. Inside himself, Gwang-suk thought sadly that it was not his fault. He was already up to his ears in battles and protecting the northern lands all year round and carried out his service without a single objection. Intentionally, he showed a thumbs up and thanked him for his work, but in reality, Exceltrian said discontentedly that at least he was protecting the borders. Apparently his decrepit body was still not completely useless, to which he heard gratitude for the compliment. Touching his chest, the commander said that he seemed a little different. Crossing his arms, Exceltrian replied that he was the same as always, he just decided not to let those voices in his head take control anymore. The man asked what he meant. He stared forward in shock when he heard the dragon bloodline. The commander remembered the enraged Exceltrian, who shouted that from now on he would kill anyone who mentioned the dragon bloodline in his palace. The soldiers' bodies were lying on the floor. He shouted that they better keep this in mind if they want to die like them. Blumhartz then looked at him in fear. The blood-stained emperor shouted that they were useless trash. Remembering this, Gwang-suk and Exceltrian covered his hand and mouth. The man standing in front of him said that to be honest, he spent the last 3 years searching for a cure for this. But there was no way he could bring it up because he couldn't go against his will. He stood on the white tiles and said that if he gave him a little more time. The hero looked forward, struck by the realization. He imagined the colored flasks, thinking that everyone in the Empire was working hard to somehow reduce the bloodlust of the Emperor's dragon bloodline. The masked man was working on a cure. The hero thought that all this work had yielded no results. Removing his hand from his face, the guy said that they just didn't know the future of this world. Maybe it was possible. The commander asked with a surprised look, "What is he talking about?" The Emperor clenched his fist, thinking that the person with the strongest dragon bloodline in the entire continent, who was able to confront Karls without armor and weapons. The guy smirked, thinking that it was clearly mentioned in the novel. Resolutely clenching his fists, Exceltrian said that he knew how to suppress the bloodlust, and thought that he could change the course of history of the Great War between humans and demons. Blumhartz, who was standing in front of him, asked in surprise where he was from, and heard that he came on time. Exceltrian waved his hand and ordered Durand from the Senate to be called here immediately. He had many things to entrust to him. The man agreed by touching his chest. The guy looked at his palm and thought that it was the year 427 of the Imperial Dragon calendar. In the original story, Exceltrian died in the year 433. The guy imagined the title, which said Chapter 74, this year's year 433 of the Imperial Dragon calendar. He had about 7 years left. Gwang-suk in the Emperor's body, hand on his side, thinking that during this time he needed to learn how to control Exceltrian's mind. He touched his head, thinking that to do this, he would need to suppress his bloodlust. He imagined the battle of the characters and thought that on top of everything else, he needed to try not to clash with Karls. In the original story, he would learn about Exceltrian's plans and side with the people and against him. The Mad Emperor smirked, saying that he was on the side of justice, killing demons, so why would someone like him stand in his way? Karls, with a sword in his hand, said that he was driving people to despair and calling it justice. He was just an enraged emperor driven mad by bloodlust. The veins on the enraged blonde's face bulged. With a wild smile, he promised that he would chop him into pieces. Gwang-suk tearfully imagined the diagram of the exploded castle and thought that he had touched Exceltrian's pride, and then there was a terrible ending. Taking a step, he said that he did not know how and when the madness would manifest if he met Karls, so for now he would not learn to deal with the dragon bloodline. The hero in Exceltrian's body held the blade, saying that he did not know how his reincarnation would affect the plot, but he would need to kill demons to prevent the destruction of this world. The white-haired man looked down and said that it was easy then. Exceltrian grabbed the blade by the blade, saying that he only needed to smash them all, while Gwang-suk mentally said that he needed to somehow withstand the onslaught of all the demons. Blood was flowing down his hand. The guy held his cut palm with a scream, saying that a man would grab a blade with his palm. That was exactly what the evil emperor was. The man walked down the corridor, thinking that his majesty had returned. Blumhardt beamed, thinking that he had become wise again like in the past. With a satisfied smile, he thought that the god of light had finally heard his prayers. Now he was the ray of hope of the Rune Empire. A man beaming with joy walked down the corridor. Words were heard, "Isn't this the commander of the Northern Border Defense Squad?" The man in uniform stood with his palm raised, heard his name being called. Blumhardt stood opposite and told Duran that he was just looking for him because of his majesty's errand. He asked if he personally called him. Worriedly touching his beard, he said that he himself was planning to come to him. But how did he manage to understand that something was wrong with the chancellor? The man with the scar on his face heard that he believed that he had become normal again. He hoped that today's conversation would go smoothly. They should hurry. Duran spread his hands and said that he thought that today he would be able to speak out about all the management matters and problems. Blumhardt said that he should still be careful. The man knelt down on one knee in front of the emperor, saying that he, Duran, a member of the Senate, greeted his majesty. Exceltrian waved his hand, telling him to stand up. He must have heard about what happened today. The leader of the Senate, and one of the most powerful mages in the empire, threw up his hands, saying that he never thought that his chancellor would be a demon. He winced when he heard that it was not just him who exposed the man, and said that he was still skillful with words. Duran laughed, saying that more importantly, he heard that his majesty was looking for him. What could an old man like him do for him? Looking at him carefully, Exceltrian said that he needed to go somewhere himself while he was gone. Let him hide the fact that the emperor was absent and replace him. Blumhardt, who was standing behind him, exclaimed in shock. He was going to travel undercover, and it was worth it. Everything in the empire was just starting to improve. Why did he want such a radical change? The blond man waved his hand, asking why being absent for the sake of suppressing bloodlust was a radical variable. The man looked at him in surprise and asked if he was sure he had found a way to suppress it, to which he was told he was. Duran touched his face with his fist, hearing the captain say that he should always be in the empire. It would be better for him to go, to which he heard the objection that it was simply ridiculous. Many people on this continent could replace him, couldn't they? Removing his hand from his face, the senator said that he could endure a month at most. Closing his eyes, he continued that it was impossible anymore. There were many events. Even if he tried to control the information, rumors would spread within the walls of the imperial palace. Exceltrian smirked, saying that this was more than enough. Blumhardt threw up his hands and asked him to wait. If he really did this, let him at least say how many soldiers went with him. Looking at him ominously, the emperor said that there were none. He raised his palm, saying that on this continent, the worthy ones can be counted on the fingers. Gwang-suk thought inside that since he is their emperor, people will be wary of him for no reason. The man fell to his knees. Hitting his forehead on the floor, he asked to let him send at least one bodyguard with him. This will be the only and last request of Blumhardt's for the rest of his life. The guy looked at him in bewilderment and remained silent. Exceltrian looked away and agreed, and Gwang-suk was touched inside, thinking that he was begging so much, he should be rewarded, because Blumhardt has always been such a morally strong character. Seeing it in person is very different from just reading it. The emperor turned to the man who said that the gates were ready, and replied that he was leaving soon. He looked at his subordinate ominously and asked if he was trying to rush him now. Gwang-suk apologized inside sweetly, thinking that he never liked being late. Duran handed the guy a bundle, saying that there would be no point in a secret journey if he went dressed like that. He had clothes in his hands. The man explained that the previous emperor used them in his secret campaigns, so his majesty would seem like an ordinary merchant. Exceltrian took off his coat. He began to unbutton his pants. He glanced sideways at the man standing behind him. Gwang-suk inside him thought that he should change here, right in front of all these looks, and Exceltrian objected that who would dare to look at the emperor's body. A spark flashed through the thoughts of a 21st century office worker versus the emperor of a powerful fantasy empire. The emperor wins and, throwing things aside, declares that he does not see any servants here. Let Duran dress him. Holding the clothes, he heard a question about where the bodyguard was, which Blumhardt insisted on so much. The bodyguard carried the shield. The Senate member replied that he said he would send it here, so he would arrive soon, but this night. They were interrupted by a smiling girl who apologized, saying that she heard that His Majesty was here. Exceltrian turned around. The girl looked at him confused. The man finished that it was Blumhardt's daughter. She looked at the naked emperor in front of her in shock. Her loud scream was heard above the castle. The girl covered her red cheeks with her hands, asking why. Gwang-suk looked around inside, scared, thinking why he was naked. Duran smiled. Clenching his fist, the guy cursed in his mind. Why did he only now clarify that it was his daughter? Exceltrian waved his hand, saying that it was logical, because he was changing clothes. The blushing girl apologized, saying how she could only look at his body. The hero touched his face with his finger, saying that it doesn't matter. He thinks her skills are really worthy since she is the daughter of the Blumharts. With the teacher you are there, the girl stated that she can confidently say that she is equal to the junior members of the White Dragon Knights. Gwang-suk inside the guy was surprised. Exceltrian smirked contentedly, thinking, as expected of the Blumharts family. Gwang-suk touched his face, thinking, how strong are the junior members of the White Dragon Knights? The Emperor took out his sword and said that he is not satisfied with just words. He swung the weapon, saying that he will test her. Gwang-suk inside screamed in fear, saying that he has gone crazy. A bright beam rushed towards the girl, while the guy screamed that he could have just complimented her. The attack beam slammed into the girl's shield. She swung her sword and blocked the blade strike. Gwang-suk breathed out in relief, glad that she blocked. Exceltrian looked at the girl with a dark look, saying that it was great. It seemed that she had at least learned the basics. The warrior with a confident look thanked him. She held back the attack of the sword, hearing the words that her father did not waste time with her, what was her name, and answered that Renard. The guy lowered the sword, and then pointed it forward, saying that when they returned, let her join the ranks of the White Dragon Knights. Gwang-suk mentally added that she would become his partner. Renard knelt down on one knee and thanked for such an honor. Duran, who was standing behind, asked him not to mock her too much. Taking the armor piece, the guy told him not to exaggerate. He only swung his sword slightly. The man standing next to him wished him a good journey. He would take care of everything while he was gone. The Emperor asked why he was saying such obvious things. Duran laughed, saying that it was his mistake. It was really obvious to anyone. The servant in long clothes asked where he was going. Exceltrian replied that any place near the Bloody Forest would do. The glow of the portal appeared. Words were heard that his destination would be a small hut in the valley of the Bloody Forest. The subordinate bowed, saying that the Bloody Forest was the territory of another state. Let him be careful. Duran gave the guy a small bag, saying to use it if necessary. There was some money in it. Exceltrian replied that there was no need to prepare. He went forward and hurried Renard, saying that if she hesitated, he would leave her behind. The girl opened her mouth in surprise and quickly ran to the portal, asking him to wait for her. Evening Forest. Exceltrian threw the girl a bag of money, and she asked where it was. Turning, the Emperor asked if she had heard of the Bloody Forest. The girl replied that she had heard. It seemed to be the territory of the elves. Looking away, Exceltrian said that to be precise, this territory was taken over by the elves in a conflict with the barbarians. He presented a green vial, thinking that somewhere around here were the Emerald Ruins, which contained the elixir of the ancients. Waving his hand, the hero said that they should find the Emerald Ruins hidden here. The girl asked again. Frowning in displeasure, the guy confirmed, saying that he needed a relic from there to suppress the bloodlust of the dragon bloodline. Renard objected in surprise, saying that she heard that the ruins of the continent were full of monsters and traps. How would the two of them move around them? Exceltrian turned away, answering that he did not have time to tell everything in detail. Let them find a forest elf beforehand, who would help them find the ruins themselves. Renard added that they would be more lucky not to encounter barbarians than to meet an elf. Gwang-suk looked away inside, thinking that if he recalled Renard's blood ability, probably. He glanced at her, saying that it was noisy. He heard it from Blumharts. Why didn't she just use her blood ability? Gwang-suk imagined colored spots on the circumference, saying that it seemed like the orange one gave the ability to excellent detection. He imagined an orange drop. Renard looked surprised. She raised an eyebrow pitifully and said that she had never searched for elves before and it was difficult to search over long distances. Exceltrian's eyes widened angrily and said that they would find the elf then, even if they had to burn down the entire forest. The girl thought, mentally asking her father why he had sent her here. Then her eyes widened with the realization that something alive was quickly approaching them. She turned around, hearing a cry for help. A small elf was running from green monsters and asking for help. The monster bared its huge teeth. Renard exclaimed in fear that it was an orc barbarian. She froze with an alarmed look, saying that she knew that barbarians and elves had a conflict, but to pursue a child, to which she heard that it was wonderful. A red haze surrounded the boy's legs. The hero said that the elf had appeared at the right time. The fingers surrounded by a glow clenched the fabric. Exceltrian hunched over, surrounded by a red haze, saying that he could hardly contain the bloodlust of his dragon bloodline. He rushed forward with a predatory look, while the girl tried to stop him. Tears streamed down the boy's cheeks. Renard screamed that he could hurt the little elf. Leaping high, the Emperor told her to be quiet. Swift attacks cut off the heads of monsters. Exceltrian spread his arms wide, satisfied with this feeling, so much blood. The orcs surrounded him, while the hero promised to tear them to shreds, so that nothing would remain of them. An axe flew into the forest, and a second one from the other side. The Emperor, stained in blood, looked crazy. Sparks flew from the attacks. He smiled widely, saying that they must be joking. They could not even scratch him with this. Fingers grabbed the face of the monster. The other hand held the second. Blood splashed out, and Exceltrian said predatorily that he would personally have fun with them. His eyes were shining and he was laughing. The boy opened his mouth. Gwang-suk grabbed his head, mentally asking why he was fighting like this. The sun was shining on the castle walls, words were heard that it was necessary to repeat. Young Exceltrian swung his sword. The man standing next to him said that it was wonderful. At this rate he would soon reach the level of the White Dragon Knights. Blumhardt smiled, hearing the boy say that this is why he loves him. Exceltrian laughed happily, said that he really liked sword fighting. In the present, his smile was wild. He said that it was very fun, let everyone attack at once. Surrounded by a red haze, he laughed, and Gwangsuk thought inside what he was doing. Why was he fighting like this? The boy swung the sword from left to right. Blumhardt taught him horizontal slashes. He parried the attack and how to fight an opponent bigger than himself. The man touched his shoulder with his blade. He even knighted him. Shocked, Gwangsuk thought why he learned all this if he ended up acting like this. The guy chuckled and thought that this was not just blood. He touched his face, thinking that it was fresh thick blood from a mess. Gwangsuk thought that this guy had definitely gone crazy. The elven child cried and screamed. He trembled in fear, looking at the hero and called him a monster. The emperor's eyes glowed. He bent his fingers, saying that he stayed. He extended his hand, continuing that one more. A scream was heard. Renard blocked the boy, saying that he killed all the orcs. Let him come to his senses. Standing in front of him, the emperor called her name. The girl looked at him resolutely. Exceltrian, who was standing nearby, asked if she thought he wanted to come here and reveal who he was. She called him His Majesty. Renard covered her mouth with her hands and said that it somehow came by itself. Bowing, she apologized, to which she heard that more importantly, it was unclear whether he would be of any use to them at all. The little elf trembled with fear. Words were heard that a child like him knew. He looked as if he did not remember the way home. Rondo opened his eyes, hearing his name called. In the forest under the moon, cries were heard. Where is he? Let him answer if he hears. The second elf said that he senses him. He must be somewhere nearby. Renard turned around and said that they must be looking for this boy. Exceltrian noted that he was still useful. Among the trees, one of them said that he thought it was somewhere here. Exceltrian waved his hand, calling them. The elf looked at him in fear. They saw Rondo sitting behind the unknown warrior. The body was covered in blood. With an expression of horror on their faces, the elves exclaimed that he needed to be saved quickly. The little elf was sleeping in the arms of the elder. The heroes were sitting in the room. The elf said that he was in shock, did not think that they saved Rondo. Looking tensely ahead, he said that just think, he killed all those orcs with his bare hands. Exceltrian asked to give him something to wipe himself with. His face was stained with blood. He asked for some rag. The elf brought him a towel. The guy wiped his face. The elf stared at him in shock. Exceltrian wiped the blood from his face, hearing how he was called Magnus. The guy with blue eyes asked again. The elf touched his chin with his finger, saying, he is not Magnus. He looks very similar to him, but he looks a little younger. Looking at him, the blonde said that was his father's name. The elf's eyes widened and he said that he was his son, a dead ringer for him. Sitting across from him, Exceltrian asked if he knew him and the elf confirmed, saying that he had met him a few times. He missed those days. He pictured the boy with a book and said that he was looking for a cure for a certain dragon bloodline. He was very polite and kind for a human. In his mind, Gwangsuk beamed, thinking that Magnus was here for the same purpose. That would be great. If he surrounded himself with elves, he wouldn't have to keep secrets. The elf sitting on the floor said that Magnus also wore similar clothes when he came. Now he remembered. Was he his heir, like his father? Holding up the stained cloth, the boy replied that he had died. The man lowered his head, saying that he was a good man. Exceltrian frowned, asking why he always spoke so informally about the past emperor, and Gwangsuk thought that he must have been close to his father. The heroes looked at the boy in shock. Exceltrian stated with a gloomy expression that Magnus was still the emperor of Rune, the previous emperor. Touching his chest, he stated that he was the current ruler of Exceltrian. Gwangsuk grabbed his head inwardly, thinking that he had suddenly lost control again. Renard opened her mouth in surprise, hearing the boy's words to know his place, and stop acting friendly. Let them take him to Haspel. They needed to discuss something with the elf sage. The girl looked at the blonde man, asking, wasn't he planning on hiding his identity? Without turning around, he stated that there was no point anymore. Renard covered her mouth in fear, hearing that there was no point if these pathetic elves spoke like that about the previous emperor. They looked scared, hearing the order to bow their heads. Exceltrian waved his hands, screaming. They had become so wild that they didn't even know how to show respect to the emperor. Inner Gwangsuk trembled in fear, thinking, what is this? The elves fell to the floor in a bow. The guy thought, is this really power? Buildings with sharp roofs. The sage sat in the capital of the elf state Haspel and said that he is the ruler of the Rune Empire. Among the trees were semicircular buildings. He said that the history of Haspel includes thousands of years, but because of the barbarians of the Blood Forest, it is under threat. Moreover, the only people who entered Haspel in the past thousands of years were him and his father. Looking down, the man said that he would never have thought that Magnus was the emperor. Exceltrian frowned and ordered not to call him by name, to show respect and address him as the past emperor. He crossed his arms, continuing that if he does not want to go to hell. Renard saw in shock, so he corrected himself and still said to the grave. Gwangsuk covered his mouth with his hands, thinking, he almost said that he wanted to send him to hell. The guy was surrounded by a red haze, and the elf said that he was too strong. It was the first time he saw such a powerful blood aura. Sitting opposite, he said that he was not sure why he was so angry, but first he wanted to know the purpose of his visit. They were just cautious because of the barbarians. Smiling slightly, the emperor asked, "Is his head normally connected to his body?" The interlocutor touched his neck in fear, saying that it was fine. What's the matter? He imagined a red beam cutting through his neck, and heard that because if he was really angry, he would have cut it off already. 2 more elves ran up to the frightened elder. Gwangsuk mentally cried and asked for forgiveness. This is all the speech of an evil emperor. The elder looked ahead anxiously. With a determined look, the blonde said that he would say it as it is. He wants them to become vassals of the empire. The man opened his mouth in surprise. The emperor crossed his arms and asked if the orcs weren't attacking them. The elves would die out at this rate, and if they didn't want that, they could become their vassals. The elder waved his hand, asking what he was even talking about. He threw up his hands and continued that even with his status, there were things he couldn't say, and besides, Haspel was under a protective barrier. They didn't need the emperor's power. The boy opened his mouth and interrupted, saying if it wasn't destroyed from the outside? He imagined a green dome above the city, saying that if the elves outside Haspel were to die, the barrier would collapse in an instant. That was its specialty, wasn't it? The shocked elf opened his mouth, asking how he knew that. With a confident look, Exceltrion stated that he was the emperor. There was nothing he didn't know. Gwangsuk smiled, saying that it was natural. It was because he read about the great war between humans and demons. The blonde man frowned as he looked ahead, while the boy thought that the elves would really die out if they didn't do anything about this situation. The elder looked down in shock, while the boy thought that if they wanted to defeat the demons, they had to acquire their power. The man said that it couldn't be. How did the humans know so much? The emperor waved his hand, saying that was why he was asking them to become vassals of the Rune Empire. If they agreed, he would protect them. The elder clenched his fist, saying that their history lasted for tens of thousands of years. They cannot become vassals of an empire that has a history of only 500 years. Exceltrion asked with a gloomy look, 100 or 10,000, what difference does it make? He waved his hand, continuing that either could fall. The emperor crossed his arms, saying that if they were not going to surrender to the barbarians of the Blood Forest, then they should not delay their decision. Gwangsuk thought that this was what happened in the novel. The man touched his chin, saying that he could not make such a decision alone. He should discuss it with the other elders. Let him give it some time. Exceltrion smiled, saying that I understand, give it time? With the same smile, the elf replied that it was important. The guy continued to smile, while power was forming in his palm. The elf looked at this with fear. He put out his palms and shouted that he wanted friendly relations with the empire. This is unchangeable. A small flame was shining in his palm. The boy said that it was enough. A frightened man stood in front of him. The capture of the elves was successfully completed. The elder heard with a plaintive look that he should quickly inform the other elders. They did not have much time left, and said that he understood and would do it. Exceltrion looked at him gloomily and repeated his words. The elder beamed sweetly, saying that he asked for forgiveness. His order was obeyed. He would inform all the elders and residents, so let them rely on him and not worry. The man bowed deeply, hearing that he believed him. Let him immediately send knights here. From this day on the orcs will not touch the elves with a finger. Putting his hand on his hip, Exceltrion said that now he will tell why he really came. Renaud's mouth dropped open in surprise when she heard that he would enter the Free Ruins, and let him tell the other elders about it too, and asked him not to say that he was actually going there. The young elf exclaimed in anger, how dare he invade the ruins, the elves always protected them. Blue Eye looked angry. The boy asked, is there a problem? The tense elf remained silent, then asked, what would happen if they did not allow him to enter? With a smirk, Exceltrion replied that it was nothing. He angrily ran his finger down his neck and said that he would just be a little angry. A red cloth flew up. The elves leaned to the sides of the red carpet, saying that they would lead his majesty. Renard thought in amazement, that is, they would just do it like that, the elves would work with them? She looked at the boy when he called her. Exceltrion handed over the package, saying that since he had promised, he needed to send a letter to Duran. The elves had to be alive so that the ruins would not collapse. The girl standing next to him asked, was he sure he should enter the ruins alone? The entrance to the cave was dark in front of them. She warned him that he might not be able to do it by himself. She knew because she had heard a lot about them since childhood. Bowing, the bodyguard said that she swears on her life and asks him not to enter there alone. Standing opposite, Exceltrion replied that he accepted her words. Gwangsuk was moved inside by this moment, thinking that as expected of the Blumhardt's daughter, she was giving advice so sincerely. Exceltrion looked ahead. The hero inside was thinking that in order to stop the dragon bloodline, he needed to enter there. He just needed to politely refuse her. Renard raised her head in embarrassment, hearing him call her. Her gaze turned gloomy when she heard that if she wanted to die so much, then please. Exceltrion smiled, saying that those who resisted the will of the emperor must die. Renard froze with her mouth open and replied that she only wished the best for his majesty. The emperor frowned at her, saying what was best for him. What nonsense, he was the emperor of this land. There was nothing he did not know. She thought he would enter the ruins without realizing the risks. The confused girl gasped. Exceltrian, hand on hip, told her to listen carefully. He was giving her an opportunity. Renard raised her eyebrows in alarm. She held the letter, hearing the order to return to the Empire and unconditionally follow his orders. Only then would he forgive her. He raised his palm, saying that if he could not. He waved his hand as if chopping her neck, saying that he would be a little angry. Renard bowed sharply, saying, "Thank you for his kindness. She will immediately return to the Empire, and will follow any order the Emperor gives." The blonde man looked at her majestically. Standing in front of the bowed girl, he said that she finally understood him. Gwangsuk cried in his heart and apologized to Renard. The Emperor's eyes were shining. The hero thought that he must have sniffed the blood of orcs. But he felt even more arrogant than usual, so he was completely powerless. The entrance to the cave was visible. The guy asked the elder standing next to him if he knew that there was a treasure in these ruins, and was told that of course. He presented a green vessel, saying that based on the legends he had heard, the elixir of antiquity, the perfect medicine, was in the deepest part of these ruins. Gwangsuk thoughtfully lowered her gaze, thinking that, as he thought, everything was exactly like in the novel The Great War of Humans with Demons. If he obtained the elixir, he would be able to get rid of the bloodlust of the dragon bloodline. Glancing sideways at the man, Exceltrian ordered to notify the other elders before he entered and to continue his father's research. The elf looked at him worriedly, asking when to expect him. Gwangsuk covered his mouth with his fingers, thinking that in the novel, it took him about a week to explore the ruins. Turning around, Exceltrian replied that he would return in a week at most. The man asked how he would eat and drink during this time. Folding his hands in front of him, he heard that he should not worry, he would take care of everything himself. The man bowed, hearing that the Imperial Knights would arrive in a few days. He ordered them to protect the elven village only from outside the barrier, so let him relax. Turning away, he added that no one was to be allowed into the ruins. Haze swirled around the boy's feet. He approached the shining entrance, mentally saying that he should go ahead. The long passage in the emerald ruins glowed green. Green moss grew on the wall. The fingers wrapped around it. Exceltrian brought the moss to his mouth. He covered his mouth with his hand, saying how bad the taste was. It was a disgusting attack on the taste buds. Gwangsuk emptied his stomach, saying that he would never eat something like that, but for the sake of the plot of the novel. He remembered how the character covered his nose with his hand, asking what kind of stench it was. The girl exclaimed that it was poison. A green haze spread in the cave, words were heard, underground ruins and poisonous smoke filled the cave. The girl closed one eye, saying that the antidote was running out. What should I do? Carls looked to the side. He saw a trembling man in a cloak. On the ground, green moss. Squinting, the protagonist said how it was still growing when there was so much powerful poison around. Remembering this, a discouraged Gwangsuk said that this is why he was eating it, but it looked like he was going to throw up. Exceltrian covered his mouth, saying that he felt sick, but he couldn't stop because of the poison. He was in a hopeless situation. The guy looked ahead. There were several stone creatures. These were the emerald golems. Looking at them, the hero thought that they would recover no matter how many pieces they were broken into. An evil grin appeared on his lips. While he was smiling, Gwangsuk said that Carls had already cleared this place, but he wondered who was stronger. Exceltrian said that he would see how strong they were. He rushed forward to the monsters, and Gwangsuk mentally said that he asked them to slow down, because he was sick. The moon illuminated the building. A question was heard, Clune? The demon sat on the throne, clarifying that this was the Clune who infiltrated the Rune Empire as their prime minister. The subordinate bowed and confirmed that he was the general. They say that the Rune Emperor figured him out. The demon king frowned, asking how he was captured. He was a werewolf. His ability to disguise himself should be flawless. Bowing, the demon said that they did not know. There were rumors that the evil emperor killed the prime minister simply because he did not like him. The demon replied that he knew. He had heard rumors of his anger, but it was a pity. But there was nothing they could do about it. Let them send another werewolf. He presented a document and told them to focus on the chosen child of light from the prophecy. This person would become the strongest enemy of the demons. The bald demon heard the order to send all the werewolves they sent to the Rune Empire to the Temple of Light. Exceltrian looked at the bright rays. Their light illuminated his face. Words were heard that it was necessary to take the chosen one alive. The demon king grinned, deciding that he would personally meet him. Exceltrian smashed the golems into stones, laughing, saying that these insects scared Carls. The monsters surrounded him, and he called them to attack. He will destroy them all. The eye glowed slightly. Several demons gathered together. A glow appeared in the center of their bodies, and an explosion was heard. Green stones flew everywhere. On one of the stones there was a round eye. Exceltrian scratched his head, saying that the orcs were not so satisfying because they died from one blow. He smiled widely, saying that they do not die, and even if you crumble them, it is cool. Gwangsuk was amazed. He watched the stones gather together, thinking it was a little scary. Exceltrian held a haze in his hand, ominously calling for an attack, because he was still not satisfied. The guy gritted his teeth and mentally asked to gather himself. He was like in a toothy mouth, thinking that if they were to waste time here, he would be consumed by anger, and he thought why it was becoming increasingly difficult to control him. The guy's hand was blurry. He thought that it was probably because he was used to its strength. The boy needed to pull himself together to defeat the golems. He remembered the worried girl who said that in order to defeat them, you need to destroy the mana cores. Carls then turned around and repeated. There was a glow in the center of the monster's body. Exceltrion jumped, saying that if you break them, they will fall apart. Later, he stood with his eyes closed. Haze swirled around him. A squad of emerald golems was defeated. Exceltrion chuckled, saying that he had to be careful not to give in to the blood aura again. He took a step. In front of him was a poisonous lake, from which a monster was peeking out. The Emperor was riding on it, because the survival tip said that in order to cross the poisonous lake safely, one must hold on to the spikes on the eel's back. The determined boy beamed after doing this. Later, he stood in front of a swamp of mud slugs. He jumped over them like in a game, because he already knew which slugs would not drown. The hero stood by the tiled wall in the great room. In front of him was a staircase going down. Exceltrion said that he could finally go to the lower floors. It was quite easy to get here, but now he had to be careful. There was darkness near the stairs. There were many monsters there, which even Carls had problems with. A robot was climbing the stairs. Exceltrion swung his sword, surprised, thinking that it was a monster from the lower floor. The metal leg took a step. A silver robot walked up the stairs. Gwangsuk was surprised because he had never seen anything like it. There was a round eye in the center of the head, and the words that the sample analysis was complete. The target was determined. The bloodlust level of the dragon bloodline was 25.8%, and the blood aura user was rank S. Exceltrion frowned and asked what he said. The robot standing in front of him greeted the man of the future and introduced himself as the guard of Zeta 07-29, the guard of this place. The robot touched his chest. While the guy was thinking that this was never said in the novel, the guard said that he, Zeta 07, would lose all functionality and stop working in 714 days, or about 2 years. Looking ahead tensely, Exceltrion heard that he recognized the movement and came here. He was glad that he would complete his mission before then. The guy remembered the robot sitting by the wall and thought, is it him? The hero remembered a story from a novel where a girl looked at a robot, saying that it was not moving. The man said that it looked broken and called to leave. Carls raised his hand, saying that it was good, they should leave quickly, before anything happened. Looking at the robot next to him, the hero thought that it was him. When Carls's people arrived here, he had already activated, because 2 years had passed. The robot with a round eye told the man of the future that he sees, he has immunity to the poison on the lower floor. He could not figure out the reason, but now he can fulfill his duty as a guard. Looking at him carefully, the hero asked again. The eye began to glow red. Zeta said about the activation of the soldier's feature. His round eye shone. He said that he is the guard of these ruins. He will not pass until he wins. Gwangsuk slapped himself on the forehead, realizing that, of course, everything could not be so easy. Surrounded by the glow, Zeta said that this is his real mission. Those who do not have the strength to defeat him are not allowed to pass. Exceltrion chuckled, saying that he already understood. A blue beam appeared from the robot's hand. The guy holding the weapon thought it was a lightsaber. Words were heard that addressed the man of the future. Jumping up, the robot called for a fight with him with all his strength. A bright beam flashed past. Exceltrion frowned, thinking that how is he so strong, it can be dangerous. The round eye of the guard was glowing. The guy jumped back. The robot with the round eye said that the strength assessment, damage 1%, combat ability is satisfactory. The level of bloodlust of the dragon bloodline of the target is rapidly increasing. Warning, danger. The blade began to glow red. Surrounded by an aura of blood, the hero thought that he would never have imagined that they would use something that he had only seen in novels before. A red haze surrounded the guy. He said that it would become dangerous if this drags on, so he has no choice. He swung his sword, sending out a red beam from using the lightning blade. Sparks reflected on the stone tiles. Zeta held the bright beam. Debris flew in all directions. The metal leg cracked. Exceltrion held the sword, thinking that half of his blood aura was spent on it. The robot was smoking. The guy thought that it was incredibly strong. Only energy was needed. The robot transmitted data defense 97%. Combat ability deactivated. Operations will cease in 90 seconds. He touched his head, and the guy asked if he had any last words. The robot held out the orb that was his eye and fell to the floor. The orb rolled forward. Zeta said that there was a secret place in the ruins. His eye would be the key that would lead him there. Exceltrion picked it up, hearing the continuation of the deepest part of the ruins. There is a hidden entrance, a place where one of the elders hid the elixir. The robot tilted its head, speaking in a quieter voice, hoping it could find what they had left behind. Let it finish what they had failed to do. Gwangsuk looked at it in surprise, thinking that the novel had never mentioned any hidden entrance. What was going on here? The hero walked down the stairs. There was a dark entrance in front of him. The boy covered his face with his hand. There was a brown creature, a giant worm living in a dust cloud. It was incredibly large and very strong. The boy stood at the entrance to the room with the brown something. it was hiding in the ground, but suddenly rose to the surface to attack Carl's squad. The boy stood in front of a round sandy area. The exit was about 3 kilometers away. The boy clutched a sword and said that he thought it would be easy. The blade was surrounded by the glow of the blade of blood aura. A red explosion appeared in front. Dust rose. A huge sandworm rushed up. Holding the sword, Exceltrion thought that there was no point in wasting time killing it. He attacked with a red blast, thinking that unlike other monsters, he could not go beyond this room. Turning back, the boy thought that he only needed to get to the exit. The giant worm was defeated. Exceltrion jumped out into the corridor and leaned against the door. Looking at it, he said that this was the last room. The hero opened the doors. In front of him was a pedestal. On the pedestal was a green bottle. Exceltrion took it in his hands and asked if this was the elixir. A voice greeted him, saying that if he could hear it, he should raise one hand. The boy looked away, thinking that this was not in the novel. Gwangsuk and Exceltrion chuckled the same way when they heard that she was the main system controlling these ruins. He was probably surprised by its existence. The concept was difficult to understand. Holding the vial, Exceltrion asked if he wanted to die. He was the emperor and knew everything. She was just a control system for this place, right? The voice confirmed, saying that he didn't expect that, didn't think it was primitive. Exceltrion looked ahead, hearing him correct himself, that a future man would be able to understand this system. He asked what these ruins were anyway. The symbol surrounded the black passage. The system answered that the ruins on this continent were made by man. Besides, the ruin system would have been in effect for another 2 years. If he had come a little later, it wouldn't have existed. And this conversation too. Introducing the robot, the guy asked, would he die in 2 years, like Zeta-07? The system answered that yes, because of the mission, it would disappear even earlier. Its last task was to inform the future man who would come here. In the guy's hands was a large vial. The voice said that, firstly, what he was holding in his hands was an elixir. The figures were reflected in the liquid of the elixir. The voice said that this potion is the essence of their production. It will give him the ability to permanently cure or neutralize any disease, poisoning, or injury. Looking at the bottle, Exceltrion asked, then he would gain immunity to any poison, including the dragon bloodline. He imagined a regenerating arm, hearing that it was true that if he received a critical injury, such as the loss of a limb, it would immediately recover. If he drank the elixir, the amputated arm would recover in 60 days. The hero looked at the bottle in his hands, thinking that if he thought about it, in a novel. He imagined a girl holding a bottle, thinking that the Princess Scripps had received an incredible healing ability after being reborn as a soldier. He imagined her fighting monsters. They called her the goddess of battle, Scripps, so that was the power of the elixir. The face was reflected in the surface of the bottle. He thought that he had his own problems. He would think of a way to deal with her bloodlust later. The guy drank the liquid from the bottle. The elixir was obtained. When the bottle was empty, the guy said that he wanted to ask her something, how the ancients were destroyed, if they even reached such technology. The system said that it could not answer. He introduced the golems, hearing that more importantly, he needed to pay attention to the unique inhabitants of these ruins. He remembered the mud monsters and the worm, hearing that the monsters in this place would regenerate every 2 months. Exceltrion frowned, hearing that their bodies were made up of many materials. If he used them wisely, he could greatly help in the war against the demons. The hero said that she spoke as if she already knew that they were going to have a war with the demons, to which he heard that yes, because it was destined to happen. Putting the empty vial on the pedestal, he asked why, and heard that she could not answer. But something wondered if the ancients were wiped off the face of the earth by the demons, but the system could not answer again. Imagining moss growing on the walls, she said that if he went to other ruins and reached the final room, he would find the answers to his questions. But he should remember that there were only 2 years left. All ruin systems would stop working after that time. Small sparks were floating around. The guy said that it had become quiet. Her mission was complete. Suddenly, something struck him. He imagined a haze, thinking that his blood aura had been restored. Impossible. After such a waste, it would take at least 2 days to restore it. This was the effect of the elixir. Exceltrion reached out his hand to the bottle, thinking that it seemed like there should be a hidden passage in this room. There was a round hole under the bottle. The guy thought it was him. He inserted the red eye. The guy stood in front of a staircase leading down, and thought that this was a hidden tunnel. Blue lights were burning ahead. The system said that it welcomed him to a secret room. This place was only accessible to those who defeated the Zeta-07-29 guard. A robot figure materialized in the room and said that if he wished, he could receive a special ability here. Exceltrion put his hands on his hips and asked what the ability was and heard that it was a scan. He would be able to see what abilities other beings with energy had. The boy remembered how the robot said that the sample analysis was complete and reported its features. Exceltrion grinned and said that he liked it and should give it here. The robot said that the confirmation was complete. A metal hand reached for the Emperor's head and words were heard that when the transfer of abilities was complete, he would be immediately transferred to the surface. Lightning swirled around his wide-open eye. Exceltrion grabbed his head and asked what it was. And then it was as if he was falling down. The word system loading complete, system activation complete, activation check, Check complete, skin received appeared in the darkness. The sky was painted with the colors of the sunset. Someone was calling His Majesty. The cloud was illuminated by the setting sun. The elder exclaimed in alarm that he had come to his senses. Exceltrion sat at the entrance to the cave, recognizing the sage. He winced, covering his face, and wondered what the hellish pain was. It was because of the scanning. The sage opened his mouth in surprise, asking what was wrong with his eyes. The boy asked, was he criticizing his eyes? The man led him to the river, saying no, that was not what he meant, could he come over? The hero was reflected in the water. His eyes glowed blue, which surprised him. A voice was heard that the addition was complete, the scanning system was connected. Exceltrion turned to the man, asking what he said, but he replied that he said nothing. A system window appeared above the man, informing him that his name was Tuntazil, a descendant of an ancient forest spirit, an elf. He could barely protect himself, and had a very low-level blood aura, no dragon blood. He was quite strong magically, and had almost reached the peak of his rank. The boy thought this was the scan. The system reported that the test was complete. He could now freely use the scan. Exceltrion turned around, hearing that the glow had disappeared. He was fine, and replied that he shouldn't pay attention, he was normal. The blonde looked at his reflection in the water and the system information about himself. A descendant of dragon blood erosion, a human, well-built, greatly exceeds the standards of blood aura. Dragon blood is so high that it can be deadly. Magical ability is at the level of an average mage. He thought that the dragon bloodline was still so high. It was not cured by the elixir. Although his head was slightly clearer than usual. Exceltrion stood by the river, thinking, it doesn't feel like he's going crazy from bloodlust. He doesn't really understand what's going on. But it seems like he's prevented the Emperor from going crazy. The Emerald Ruins have been cleared. The boy smiled, saying that the first goal to suppress the dragon bloodline has been achieved. Several elves ran up to them, telling the sage what happened. Trouble. He turned to them, asking what happened. The man replied that the barbarians started attacking them again. Tuntazil presented the symbols of the cities, asking from which direction, Maple Leaf City or Mudfly Trap City. The frightened elf exclaimed that from both. At this rate, the elves outside the barrier will be attacked by hundreds of barbarians, and they are not like usual. The palm rose up. Exceltrion waved his hand and shouted for him to stop exaggerating. The Rune Empire is facing thousands of barbarians. Let the sage request reinforcements from the Empire right now. Gwangsuk looked worried, recalling that the Blood Forest elves were wiped off the face of the earth in 413 due to the demon-controlled barbarians, under the guise of promising unheard of power. The elf kneeling on one knee was surprised to hear this. The hero thought that the infected barbarians appeared much earlier than he expected. What should have happened in 4 years is already happening now. History is definitely changing. It is because of him. Then he should sit quietly and do nothing. Exceltrion, standing in front of him, said that this is a problem, but there is no choice now. What is his name? The elf replied that it is Grisha. Frowning, the emperor ordered to immediately escort him to the city where the enemy has gotten closer. The heroes ran through the forest. The guy thought that if the barbarians of the Blood Forest attacked them from the south, they would not be able to fight off attacks from different directions, no matter how strong the Rune Empire was. The guy imagined a map, remembering the homeland of Carls and Scripps. We need to use their powers. The elf hero exclaimed that this was the city of Mudfly Trap. The city was engulfed in flames. Turning to the elf, Exceltrion ordered all the children to gather in the center. The magicians were creating a green dome. When the emperor ordered to create magical barriers, they needed to buy time no matter what. He jumped, leaving a trace, saying that if they lose, the barrier around Haspel will weaken. They must stand firm. Landing in front of the barrier, Exceltrion ordered everyone to retreat. The elf looked at him in fear and asked who he was. Sharply cutting off the monster's head, Exceltrion repeated who he was. He was their emperor. The elves were frightened when they heard the order to return to Haspel immediately and objected that they couldn't do it that easily. The hero turned around and said ominously that otherwise they would die at his hands. The elves bowed deeply in agreement and said that they were leaving. They ran away. The monsters swung their clubs and the boy said that they should deal with them now. The attack left a bright mark. Exceltrion plunged his sword into his head. Spinning around, he attacked a new enemy. One of the orcs extended his hand. The swift attack cut off the monster's head. Exceltrion landed behind. He looked at the bodies lying there and asked if that was all. He kicked the monster's head with his foot. Gwangsuk, terrified, covered his mouth with his hands. Blood was dripping from his boot, and the boy thought about what he had just done. It was creepy. Exceltrion turned around, asking what that sound was. He barely managed to dodge the attack of the new monster. A monster with a club was running towards him. The guy realized that these were infected trolls. He barely dodged. A flash of a blow. The guy flew back. Blood burst from his mouth. He cursed. His eye glowed blue. Exceltrion ominously asked how the pathetic troll dared. Veins bulged on the hero's face. He mentally ordered to hold back in fights, to take hits normally, and why he was so worked up. He remembered the green bottle. A green glow appeared in his chest. He asked what was happening. The elixir suppresses the bloodlust of the dragon bloodline. Exceltrion touched his chest, thinking that he was still not fully healed. He grimaced in displeasure, realizing that he had to deal with a lot. There were many monsters in front of him. The system reported their characteristics. The guy's legs were shaking. He thought that he needed to run. Why couldn't he move? Exceltrian resolutely looked forward, saying that the Emperor of the Rune Empire would never show his back to the enemy. A crowd of monsters rushed at him, while Gwangsuk mentally screamed. The spear cut the air, and then pierced the body of the monster, and he began to fall to the ground. Looking at the spear sticking out of the body, someone asked, "A spiral blood spear." 3 flashes landed on the ground. The guy covered his mouth and said that the Knights of the White Dragon have arrived at the call of His Majesty. They are ready and awaiting His Majesty's instructions. His Majesty nodded his head towards the opponents and ordered Ingress to deal with those over there and asked if he could do it himself. He answered, "Of course." The man then waved his sword and ordered Renart and Sis to immediately go to Maple Leaf City and protect the elves there. The girls rose into the air with a cry and chased. The young man opened his mouth in surprise. He remembered the boy's words that the Emperor would never show his back to the enemy, and he thought that the Emperor was just like before. At that moment, the bat broke from the blow. The blonde jumped up and told Ingress to pull himself together, and asked what the owner of the spiral blood spear should do. The young man squeezed the spear in his hand and replied that he understood. Smiling, he said that he would eradicate the enemy. All the elves were at a loss. The man glanced at the kneeling boys and asked why they came so late. The boy bowed his head and apologized to His Majesty, and then added that they had worked hard to earn permission to use the teleport in the castle. The blonde grimaced and asked who issues permits besides him. In response, he heard that in case of his absence, confirmation from the Prime Minister is required. The Emperor frowned and asked, "That demon he killed, now, it turns out Duran takes this position." The brunette put his hand on his chest and said, "No, at the moment Beos was elected Prime Minister, and it took a little time." The man looked menacingly ahead. He drank from a glass. Beos adjusted his glasses. The man was broadcasting something at the conference. The protagonist grinned and thought that Beos, a man with good connections, excellent education, and an excellent leader, he is the president of the best institute in the Empire. In the original novel, his title fell along with the Empire and left the crazy Emperor behind. This time, no matter what, you need to make him your man. And out loud he said that nothing can be done. The guy bowed his head and thanked His Majesty. The protagonist looked at the characteristics of the two guys and realized that they barely reached the limits of a human, and thought that these were quite satisfactory characteristics. He did not expect anything else from the Knights of the White Dragon. The guy raised his head and asked His Majesty how his campaign to the Emerald Ruins went. He grinned in response and said great. He found and drank the elixir. He was congratulated on this. The blonde looked at the guys and added that the elves of the Bloody Forest will now become residents of the Rune Empire, and the 3 of them will stay here and protect the elves. They answered that they understood. Notice the protagonist turned around and said that then he will immediately return to the castle. After that, a portal opened. The 2 were sitting at the table. The Emperor turned his head and said that Beos can start eating. He thanked His Majesty. The man brought his fork to his mouth, and the protagonist thought that this is the new Prime Minister. It is necessary to make him his subordinate no matter what. The man turned his head and said that he was honored by his invitation, but he could definitely take the post of Prime Minister. The blonde looked back and asked what that job entailed. Beos frowned and replied, "Monitoring and controlling all actions within the Empire." The Emperor replied, "Then do it." At first the minister froze in confusion. But then he opened his mouth and asked if actions didn't have a specific purpose. Should he look for ways to make the Empire as strong as possible? Or should he prioritize improving the citizens' standard of living? Could he also promote trade to grow it? And if not that, should he focus on the nobility and create a system of centers around them to invest in the economy, or in the current state of the world? Should he put all his strength and focus on? But the protagonist interrupted him, saying that was enough. Exceltrian put his head on his hand and said that he was asking 2 stupid questions, because if he knew, he would have decided on his own a long time ago why, in his opinion, he appointed him Prime Minister and entrusted him with the Empire. Beos closed his eyes and apologized for his inattention, and said that he obeyed his order. The protagonist waved his hand and said that all the elves of the Bloody Forest were now citizens of the Rune Empire. Moreover, the Emerald Ruins were now their territory too. And then he added that they should use the monsters from there to prepare for the war with the demons. It would begin in exactly 1 year. The gray-haired man opened his mouth in surprise and asked why he was so sure of that. The guy grinned and said that he was the Emperor, and there was nothing he didn't know. He thought to himself that he had reread the Great War between humans and demons more than once. Beos asked if he had sent spies to the demon continent. The Emperor waved his hand and replied that everything was possible. He was free to think as he wanted, to which he heard that he was a frightening person and very different from what he expected to see. The young man got up from the table and asked if he also thought he was crazy. The man straightened up and said that he was thinking of 2 things, either he was crazy or dead. The protagonist wondered if he was being too honest. The gray-haired man knelt down on one knee and said that now, as a loyal servant of His Majesty, he would do everything in his power to improve the Empire, The blonde thought to himself that he would forgive him once, as one of his own. The man raised his head and asked if he should also control foreign policy with other countries. The Safagold Empire would soon send a messenger to them, since the bloody forest where they sent their troops was officially their territory. The guy replied that he would take care of it. In response, Beos frowned and replied that he understood, but was still afraid that they could start a war too. The young man frowned and said not to worry, because there would be none. Gwangsuk smiled and said, "Right, war is not good." The guards were standing at the entrance. An announcement was made that a messenger from the Safagold Empire had arrived. The young man lowered his head and asked to be allowed to enter. He thought to himself that the time had come. He had to try hard, since he had promised Beos. He could not allow a war with another empire to ensue under any circumstances. The man ran across the carpet. The man spread his arms and began to shout that the great Safagold Empire could not leave this unnoticed. They had only heard rumors of his malice. But did they really want war? Barza. He was blaming him, even if it cost him his life. The emperor looked at him with disdain, thinking that he wanted to die so much, and then it dawned on him, wait a second, Barza. The boy froze and thought, this is the 5th demon general Barza. He is a traitor. This son of a bitch will betray humanity and go over to the demons. The man continued to shout something. The protagonist grabbed the sword handle and thought that he needed to be killed. Then he struck. The man froze with horror on his face and thought that he had said that there would be no war. Blood splashed in all directions. The guy covered his mouth with his hand and thought that they were finished. The servants approached the body and said that he dared to condemn His Majesty right to his face. They supported his decision. The gray-haired man bowed and said that now they were guaranteed a war with Safagold. They should at least explain to them the reason for killing the messenger. The brunette opened his mouth and said no, even if they had to use force, they needed to make Safagold take responsibility for such a messenger. The blonde raised his hand and told them to forget, he would take care of it himself. And then he gestured for Bawa to come to him. When the man approached him, the order was given to first send a letter to Safagold. The gray-haired man bowed and said that he understood, listened and obeyed. The two walked down the hallway. The man looked at the piece of paper in his hand and thought that no matter how disorganized it was, killing a messenger from another country was a big mistake. But instead of starting a war, they sent a single letter and the person accompanying it to the emperor. The girl, chained in chains, slowly trudged down the hallway. Beos knocked on the door and told His Majesty that he had brought the person accompanying the letter, and heard that they were allowed to enter. The protagonist frowned and asked if she was Princess Scripps. The brunette lowered her head and answered in the affirmative. The girl was very sad. She was an ally of the Knight of Light Carls. The side effects of her dragon bloodline appeared in her at an early age. She could not fight madness, she killed innocent people. She grew up apart from other people. But she could not control herself and eventually chained herself up so she could not hurt anyone around her anymore. The protagonist stood in front of the girl. He stared at her and thought that in the original story she drank the elixir and recovered. He looked down and said that he felt sorry for her. At that moment, the girl fell. The young man ran up to her and ordered her to bring water. He accepted the glass from someone else's hands. The girl thanked him. The emperor looked at her with fear and asked if she was so thirsty that she could not talk, she could just take off these chains. The brunette opened her mouth and said with her lips that she could not do this. The protagonist tensed up and asked why. The heroine lowered her head and answered that if she drank too much water, she would regain her strength and would not be able to control the dragon bloodline, so she needed to drink as little water as possible, literally to survive. The boy approached the girl and told her not to worry about it, she would not kill him, and then ordered water and food to be brought. The maids bowed. The man cleared his throat and said that the Safagold Empire told them to get rid of the princess, and then asked what they should do. The protagonist replied that he would make her his concubine first. He turned his head when they told him that it was impossible, then he asked why. The gray-haired man frowned and said that rumors about the chained princess were spreading throughout the continent. She had become a problem for the Safagold Empire due to her senseless killings in a fit of bloodlust, so no one would marry her. The protagonist smiled and said, "What a familiar story, doesn't every empire have one like this?" The man scratched his head and asked, "So what is he going to do?" Looking at the letter, he added, "Did he read the letter from King Magus? They say that if they don't remove the princess, a war will break out, and in order not to come to that, they should do as they say, and in general, they can't decide the issue of His Majesty's marriage so hastily." The blonde asked how else he could deal with this without marrying her, to which the man raised his finger and said that he had another option. The protagonist looked at the girl sitting in the garden and thought that her face had finally returned to normal. He opened his mouth and said that at least she looked like a normal person. Gwangsuk grimaced and thought what kind of tone. In fact, she was his favorite character. The girl bowed and replied that it was all thanks to His Majesty's kindness. He sleepy asked why she still hadn't taken off the chains. The girl touched her hand. The protagonist raised his hand and said that she could do whatever she wanted. He didn't care as long as they didn't let go of her body completely. The brunette looked down and asked what would happen to her now. In response, she heard that the Prime Minister had come up with a plan, for now she would become a representative of the nobility in the Rune Empire. The girl asked, That is, she would become a citizen of the Rune Empire. The blonde closed his eyes and replied that it was not very right to do this with a foreign princess. But she should not worry, because in 2 years she would become his wife. The heroine folded her arms across her chest and asked if someone like her could really become his wife, after which she was asked to listen carefully. The young man approached her and said that the reason he accepted her was because of her strength. And then he continued that the Rune Empire is the only state directly adjacent to the demon continent. Demons are only getting stronger, so they also need to look for stronger fighters than ever. The brunette opened her mouth and asked if the empire currently does not have strong enough knights. The white dragon knights are famous everywhere for. But the protagonist frowned and interrupted her, saying that it was not enough. After analyzing the girl's condition, he said that her body was still weak, but she had incredible strength. The girl froze in bewilderment and said that she had never been able to control her, but she was told to take care of it. The protagonist put his hand on the stranger's shoulder and said that she should just stay with him until the approaching war with demons began. Afterwards he smiled and said that, to be honest, she was beautiful enough to be the emperor's wife. She needed to be more confident in herself, because Exceltrion, the ruler of the Rune Empire, had chosen her. Gwangsuk inside him screamed for her to marry him. The heroine adjusted her hair and said that she was flattered. The young man looked away. Gwangsuk laughed until he cried, asking if he had caught the cringe from these words. The protagonist turned around and said as he was leaving that they needed to be somewhere, and called the girl to go with him. She asked where, to which she heard that they were going to the Imperial Laboratory. The young man darkened and replied that the great elven sage would be waiting for her there to break the curse of the dragon bloodline. But the end would be able to free herself from the side effect. Scripps had tears in her eyes, and she thanked his majesty. Then she followed him. Steam rose to the ceiling. The elf opened his mouth in surprise, and then he added 1 drop from a pipette to one of the flasks. The heroes are standing behind the elven elder. Looking at the test tube, the guy tells his majesty that the percentage has decreased by 17. The servant happily reports that the percentage of the girl's dragon bloodline has decreased from 19% to 2% in just 4 days. Regesta, one of the white dragon knights who graduated with a degree in academia for his research on the dragon lineage, smiles. The hero leans over and offers his congratulations to his majesty and the princess. The girl responds with confusion that she is a princess, as she is just an exile of Safegold. Exceltrion, with his hands on his hips, asks his subordinate if the elves shared their research materials with him, as well as how much antidote he can give them right now, and the boy replies that based on the dose for the princess, he can currently extend the effect for 30 days, but the ruler is not satisfied with this. Tuntazel scratches his head and tells his majesty that the main ingredients for the antidote are medicinal herbs that grow in Haspel, but they do not have that many. Presenting the plants, the king specifies which medicinal herbs he needs, and the man replies that it would be nice if they could get all of the Haspel medicinal herbs, but since each type contains a very small amount of the neutralizing substance, mass production of the antidote is currently impossible. Exceltrion also asks if these herbs grow in the Emerald Ruins, and Regesta assumes that they do. The ruler points his hand, ordering the boy to immediately go there with the other knights and collect all the medicinal plants, including the moss. Regesta bends down and obeys his majesty. The hall is illuminated by light. The girl is sitting on a bright symbol. The hooded men are watching this. The boy runs to the girl in a panic, calling her a saint, asking what she saw. With her back to him, the heroine says that she received a divine message. The bearded man wants to know if the god has spoken to her, and what he said. Pointing at the weapon, the saint shares that the sword's owner will soon enter the temple. Looking at the sword, she quotes the god's words that a knight of light will appear. The man approaches her, saying that the sword of light did not awaken even during the war with the dragons, but now it is impossible. Looking intently at the heroine, he adds that this is a sign that their world will face an even greater war than the war with the dragons that plunged the world into chaos 500 years ago, and she agrees with the priest about the war with the demons. The man's face is darkened and the priest declares that the sword of light is their only hope. A set shines outside the house. At the same time, the evil emperor walks down the street. Looking at the map, the man believes that the Temple of Light is somewhere near Lanheim, a city in the south of the Safegold Empire. Holding the blade in his hand, the king explains that the reason he is heading towards it is to meet Carls, the protagonist, as this is how he will create his sword of the set. Imagining Carls with the sword, Exceltrion realizes that this man will become its owner, as well as a peerless knight who destroys demons. The card burns as MC decides that he must make him his ally no matter what, and the sword of light itself resists demons, as Carls is the only one who can use it. But he believes that in the great war between humans and demons, even Carls could not protect humanity from the demons, and all the strong nations were destroyed, including the Rune and Safegold empires. The paper in Gwangsuk's hand burns as he realizes that everything is different now and they, the humans, including the people of the Rune Empire, will survive. Reaching out for the book, the boy also thinks about how much stronger Carls can become in a peaceful environment. As the protagonist flips through the pages, he believes that this is the perfect plan, and what's more, based on the plot of the novel, Carls will receive a divine message somewhere around the year 430 of the Imperial Dragon calendar, which is 3 years from now. A dark silhouette of a man hovers among the sheets when Gwangsuk remembers that it is the year 427. Carls is a young guy. So if you start looking after him and training his blood aura now, then perhaps he will become many times stronger. The man's eyes sparkle with a yellow light. MC holds his head in concern, realizing that he cannot cope with this on his own. The Emperor raises his head up, and the hero decides to just find the character in the temple for now. The man turns around, seeing that there is panic in the city. Smoke rises behind the houses, and Gwangsuk thinks that there is a temple there. The peasants run away from the burning house and call for help. The king walks towards the fire. There are traces of blood on the tiles. The fire engulfs the houses. Exceltrion walks bent over. Purple smoke appears in front of the ruler. MC is shocked and does not understand what is happening, experiencing a strange feeling. A winged demon grabbed the man by the throat. The king sees a man screaming in the air. The monster smiles maliciously. Exceltrion looks on sullenly in front of the fire. Gwangsuk is very tense when the emperor decides to kill every single demon, and the protagonist does not understand why he is going to do this and for what reason. Remembering pictures from different stories, the protagonist believes that Excel should kill them simply because he is the emperor, and he hates demons after reading the novel, but he did not kill so many even in the bloody forest. Putting his hand towards Exceltrion, MC does not understand why his body immediately reacted and asks the hero to wait, acting more slowly. Magic swirls in the ruler's hand. Gwangsuk is struck by his blood aura. Imagining circles of different colors, the protagonist remembers how every time something like this happens, Excel's silver blood aura absorbs his entire body, and it makes him feel demons and hate them incredibly. MC looks up worriedly. The knights stand in front of the flying demons and the leader shouts that they need to stop them, as they can't let any of them get into the temple, and they need to hold out a little longer until Loneheim arrives. Exceltrion holds the dead monsters in his hands and says that he can't hold back any longer. The man quickly falls to the ground. The king presses the demon to the ground with a strong blow. The warrior, standing in front of the demons, asks Exceltrion who he is. MC checks the man, finding that all of their blood auras are around rank A, and apparently they are all melee fighters, and the system shows his name as Actus, his race as a werewolf, and other abilities and blood aura. Remembering the king's fight with the monster, Gwangsuk realizes that it is another werewolf. There is a monster behind Enpika, as the protagonist remembers that they are constantly chasing people. The emperor cuts down the antagonist with his sword, stating that they are annoying him. The demons in the sky discuss this man who has a silver blood aura, calling it very powerful, and one of them tells his friend that he said that they found all the people with silver blood aura, but he replies that there was not a single knight within a 10-kilometer radius. Exceltrion runs up to the enemy with a sword and asks who of all the people he checked has the strongest silver blood aura. With a grin, Actus refuses to answer, and the demon calls out to him anxiously. With a tremor, the monster says that in all of Iroth there is only one such person, and after asking who it is, he replies that it is the Emperor of the Rune Empire. The man cuts the demon in half after saying Exceltrion's name. With his red eyes flashing, Exceltrion says that it is true. The Emperor stands before Actus with a sword and declares that as a reward for his opponent guessing who he is, he will kill him painlessly, but the rival orders his henchmen to kill him. The demons angrily go to attack. They pounce on the hero, but he repels their attacks. Exceltrion swings his sword. The Emperor with a slight smile declares that this is true. So they managed to dodge the spear that struck the demon. Blood started coming out of his mouth. Exceltrion stood in front of Actus, wondering why he was trying to take over the Temple of Light with this. The dark-haired man looked confused, not believing that all his brothers were killed in an instant. He noticed the demons in the sky, not understanding what they were doing, and demanded to go down and fight. The monsters headed down. There were many spears in flight. He realized that he could clearly see the trajectory of each attack. Gwangsuk smiled, calling the aura of blood incredible. The fair-haired man calmly dodged all the attacks, as if looking into the future. Then he stretched his hand to the ground. So he grabbed the spear. Confusion appeared on the faces of the monsters. Actus was shocked. He opened his mouth, saying that he foresaw everything. Exceltrion moved the weapon to the side. Noticeable currents of air appeared around it. A moment later, the guy threw it into the air. Gwangsuk was completely shocked by this. Actus, smiling awkwardly, asked where he threw it. The spear flew past the demons. A powerful explosion sounded. Gwangsuk and Actus froze in amazement. The blonde spread his arms, calling it a beautiful sight. Jirui joyfully put his hand forward, rejoicing at the success of the evil emperor. But Actus gritted his teeth, indignant at this. He lowered his head, saying that he had to summon someone, and gave the order to begin. The demons pierced themselves with spears. The guy did the same. He fell to the ground, but there was a smile on his face. The blood of the monsters gathered together. A whirlwind formed from the blood. Exceltrion became a little nervous, thinking that although he did not know what it was, he looked dangerous. Someone's footsteps were heard. Several soldiers ran up to him, saying that the guy killed all those strong demons alone and saved them. But the blonde gritted his teeth and cursed. The warriors looked at him angrily when they heard that they were pathetic insects and should leave, replying that it was rude and that they were knights of the great temple of light. A wave of blood rose up, and the boy noted that he had warned them. The blood knocked them down. They looked at each other, not understanding. Exceltrion watched what was happening. The river of blood carried them away, gathering in one place. A dark hole appeared in the center. Gwangsuk shuddered, thinking about all the knights being dragged there. A dark aura spread from the hole. A loud sound was heard throughout the area. So a huge hand appeared, screaming that this was not enough. The monster leaned on the ground. Huge fangs protruded from its mouth. It opened its mouth wide, screaming that this blood would not be enough, indignant that they dared to summon it with such a pitiful offering. The hero opened his mouth in shock, not understanding why the monster was here. A long staircase led up. There were many steps on it. At the end was a high door. Several people were praying at the altar. Laina, with her hands folded, was addressing the god of light. A light appeared from the blade on the altar. Opening her mouth, the girl felt something. It was as if lightning had struck her. One of the servants extended his hand to her, asking what had happened. She, reaching for the sword, said that she had received a divine message, but they had asked her not to touch it. The girl touched the hilt of the blade when they said that if anyone other than the chosen one did this, they would die, and replied that everything was fine. Its blade trembled slightly. A bright light spread everywhere. One of the servants extended his hand in front of him. Holding the sword in her hand, Laina said that she had been chosen as a messenger and must deliver it to its owner. She headed for the exit and, hearing the question that the chosen one was currently in the temple, answered that he was outside. The shocked servants tried to tell her that the temple was surrounded by demons outside and that it was dangerous. But the girl ran out into the street. Walking up the steps, she thought that if she didn't go now, even more people would be in danger. The city was engulfed in flames. The monster stood in front of Exceltrion, calling him an insect. He raised his hand, offering to try to dodge. Then he clenched it into a fist. The demon struck the ground. The guy, covering his face with his hand, understood that he needed to block it. The silhouette of a hand appeared above his head. Exceltrion protected himself with his sword, but the bone of his hand cracked. He slipped back, thinking that if he missed another blow, he would be in serious trouble. A green aura appeared around him. He also noted that the elixir was somehow protecting him. Blood spilled from the demon's mouth with a cry that he was very hungry. The wave was heading towards Exceltrion, and he knew that it would be over if he was hit even once. Jumping above the wave, he decided to dodge. But landing on the ground, he noticed that he could only move up. Something caught his attention. The monster crossed its arms and struck. He fell to the ground with force. Lying motionless, the guy was amazed by such a strong blow with his hands. The enemy was walking towards him. His description appeared above the demon's head. Looking at it with one eye, Exceltrion thought that he needed to be calm, because he still had a chance. Noticing the glow in the mouth, he thought about breaking this core. The soldiers went forward, indignant that demons attacked the Temple of Light. They saw the monster and called it a huge piece of meat from behind. It turned towards them. A moment later, they found themselves in a bloody river, indignant that they called it that. Then they were dragged into its mouth. Exceltrion stood up, then pushed off the ground. The guy rushed at the enemy, noticing that he had let his guard down. Laina threw him a sword, asking him to take it. He took it in his hand, although he did not understand who this girl was and what kind of sword it was. The blade began to glow brightly. It was as if Exceltrion had been struck by lightning. A bright light surrounded his entire body. From this, he fell to the ground again. The guy grabbed the hilt with both hands, not understanding why this did not end. He put his hand on his head. There were several system messages about the neural network synchronization error, and that the resistance of the dragon bloodline had increased abnormally. He opened his mouth wide when the system notified that the instant death chance was 37%, and screamed that there was something in his head. Suddenly, he imagined some images. Messages appeared saying that the death chance had decreased and that a connection with the neural network was in progress. The blonde man clenched his teeth tightly. More messages appeared saying that force synchronization was in progress, and then he gained the ability to use some functions of the anti-demon weapon. Laina sat down next to him, asking if he was okay. Exceltrion looked at her, asking about the Sword of Light. The girl looked happy, answering that it was. Gwangsuk opened his mouth in horror, not understanding why she gave it to him. After all, he almost died. The demon looked at them, saying that it was delicious. His belly was finally starting to fill up, but he needed to eat another one. Leaning on his sword, the boy regretted missing his best chance to kill him. The monster clenched his fist again. Exceltrion recalled the previous attack, thinking that he couldn't dodge its shockwave. Holding his blade in front of him, the boy knew that he had no choice but to use the Sword of Light. The enemy's hand was approaching him. The boy slashed it cleanly. A stream of blood gushed out. The demon was outraged at how dare a human do this. The swing of the sword left a bright mark. Exceltrion said that he would not fall for it again. Then the monster clenched his fist. Laina summoned a bright light, using all the divine power given to her. His eyes began to glow brightly, and he knew that this was his last chance, and he must destroy the core with one blow. Blood flew everywhere from the attack. The blonde rushed forward like a whirlwind. The monster fell to his knees. A hole was left in him. Gwangsuk breathed heavily, saying that they did it with difficulty. But he put his hand on his chest, not understanding what was happening to his body. New messages appeared that the elixir's effect coefficient had been reduced to 0, and the side effect had now loaded the neural connection configuration, and therefore changes were occurring in his body. The hero grabbed his head and screamed. Exceltrion also held his hand to his head. The claws had become noticeably longer. Spikes appeared on his hand. The same ones grew on his legs. Gwangsuk raised his head, thinking that he couldn't stop it. The demon began to fall right on him. A red aura surrounded the man. Fangs appeared in his mouth. With a movement of his hand, he tore off a part of the monster. Then he tore off another one, thinking that he would kill them all. He tore out another piece of flesh with his teeth. And then he tore it in half, deciding that no one would leave alive. After a while, he opened his eyes. In front of him, he saw pink clouds. Torn flesh lay around Exceltrion. Gwangsuk looked at his hand, remembering that his body had definitely changed, and thought that perhaps it was a vision. The blonde saw a part of a head in front of him, which said that he dared to kill the Prince of Hell, and was surprised that he was not dead yet. Frowning, the head said that he could not be killed. Exceltrion responded by crushing it with his foot. The army rushed through the streets of the city. They stopped at the temple. The knight raised his sword, asking where the demons were and where they went. Exceltrion, who stood in front of them, answered that he had killed them all. He noticed a shiny emblem. Looking at it intently, he asked if the princes were with them. Portro stepped forward, saying his name, and asked the boy what his name was. Exceltrion came closer to him, saying his own. Looking down, he also called himself the Emperor. Then, frowning, he said that he had a way to cure the dragon inheritance. The prince looked at him in confusion and replied that he did not understand what he was talking about. Exceltrion waved him off, saying that it was his business. Portro spread his arms, asking him to wait. Bowing down, he apologized for his rudeness and admitted his guilt before him. Lowering his head, he heard his comrades say not to do this. The knight was shocked, not understanding how one could trust an impostor. But the prince pointed to the blade on his belt. Then the warrior pulled his hand away, seeing that it was a sword of light, and he replied that it was so, which meant that he was the chosen one of the god of light, the emperor of the rune, and there was no reason not to trust him. Exceltrion folded his arms across his chest, saying that there was no need for formalities. The knight also bowed before the guy, and the prince said that he would listen to him, and the offer to be cured of the dragon heredity was very interesting to him. Exceltrion looked closely at the prince, clarifying that he believed him, and he replied that he did. Then the boy turned around, saying that he pleased with his efficiency, and therefore he could go with him, hearing the question of whether he wanted to return to the rune. Noticing a group of servants, he replied that they needed to finish their business here first. Laina pursed her lips. She remembered the spikes on Exceltrion's body when he ordered her to stop hiding behind the priests. The people in cloaks looked at each other, not understanding how this was possible, because she had become a saint only a couple of days ago, but rumors had already spread, although they tried to keep it a secret. The emperor raised his blade, saying that he knew everything, and demanded that they hand her over, so as not to incur his wrath. One of the servants put his hand on his chest, trying to say that the girl had already fulfilled her mission as an envoy, not understanding what else was needed from her. Looking intently at them, Exceltrion said that he intended to execute her. There was a glint in his eyes, and when she asked him what she was guilty of, he replied that it was the attempt on his life. The blade moved towards him as he said that was absurd. Exceltrion held the blade to his neck, warning the girl that the man would die. Her hands were shaking. Laina walked towards him, saying that she would obey, and asked him to sheathe the weapon. But the emperor opened his mouth wide, demanding that she be silent. He remembered himself lying on the ground, saying that when he thought about the pain that tore his body apart, he wanted to inflict the same and even more. Frowning, the boy added that from now on she would only speak with his permission. Gwangsuk thought that she had no idea how much pain he was in. The girl fell to her knees, and the attendant begged for mercy. Exceltrion removed the weapon from his neck, demanding that she do something for him in exchange. The man gave the map, hearing the question if he knew how to get to Pretio, and specified that it was a small mining village. The emperor raised his hand, saying that it was, and demanded to find a boy in this village, and then bring him to the temple so that he would become a minister, and the interlocutor asked why. Exceltrion showed his weapon again, saying that it was so that Laina would stay alive, and began to count to 5, waiting for a decision, heard that he agreed. Portro looked at the emperor, hearing that he would guard the holy maiden. She turned in his direction and wanted to say something about the battle. But she covered her mouth with her hands when he reminded her of the ban on talking, thinking that while he was fighting, she saw that one demon managed to hide. This demon flew across the sky. He flapped his wings with all his might. But they began to disappear. so the man landed somewhere in the middle of the street. Then he stood up, leaning against the wall. An army ran nearby, shouting that they would not let him go, calling him the last demon who dared to attack the temple, and also that he must not let his guard down and check anyone he came across, because the demon could have reincarnated. The demon hid behind the wall, thinking that he would see with his own eyes how he summoned the Prince of Gluttony. Then he remembered how he possessed one of the people, and only in this way was he able to leave alive. The escapee again turned his attention to the people on the streets, not understanding why they were still alive. Then he remembered Exceltrion, thinking that perhaps he was able to defeat the prince. But shaking his head, he decided that this was impossible, then perhaps there was a mistake in the summoning, and he returned to hell ahead of time, which means the sacrifice was too meager. Walking along the street, he thought that he urgently needed to find a new person to possess, because this one was on the verge of death, so he was so exhausted. Starting to run, the demon decided to hide in the miners' settlement, and then returned to his continent. A child ran out from the corner. He opened his mouth in surprise. Both fell to the ground. The man was surprised by the strength of this child. The guy grabbed his head, saying that this was his dieter. The demon stood up and, hearing the question of a local he, replied that it could be said that way. The boy raised his hands, saying that his name was Karls. He then pointed behind him, saying that he lived in a mountain village near the mines. The demon smiled at him, asking how old he was, and hearing that he was 13. Karls brought his hands together, explaining that the street was too narrow, asking him to move over so that everyone could go their own way. He came closer, and the boy asked what his name was. He was very surprised to hear the name Karls, thinking that they had the same name. The demon stuck out his tongue, adding that this was his name from now on. The priest lay down on the floor, saying that they were looking for a white-haired boy, but he was nowhere to be found. Exceltrion leaned his head on his hand, hearing that the village was talking about him being missing. Gwangsuk put his hand behind his neck, thinking that he should have looked for him earlier. The emperor looked at the priest intently, asking if they had looked in the abandoned mine, since this boy loved to play there. The minister kept his head on the floor, answering that they had looked there too, but in vain, asking for a little more time, and they would definitely find him, and then heard if they wanted him to spare the saint, to which he replied that he did. Exceltrion waved his hand, saying that he would postpone her execution, and so they could not worry. The interlocutor raised his head, clarifying that he would postpone it, and the boy then asked that perhaps this should not be done. The priest again buried his face in the floor, thanking for the mercy. Exceltrion looked at his finger, ordering them to find the blacksmith's son. The priest coughed into his fist, hearing that he did not know how many blacksmiths there were in the city, and asked why he needed this boy. The dragon developed on a blue flag, explained that he heard that he had good potential to become a knight, so he would train him for his order. The emperor pointed at him, reminding him of the order to move all the portals to the temple, and told him to prepare a place for them. Smiling confusedly, the priest also asked if he could talk to Laina before leaving, and heard that she was in the dungeon, so he could tell her what to say. Later, Exceltrion went down the stairs, thinking that it was night now, and it was as hot as a bathhouse. Gwangsuk tried to cool himself off, not understanding where he went. Laina was sitting on the floor, and suddenly she noticed something. Standing up, the girl asked him what brought him here, and he answered that he had a question. The emperor folded his arms, wondering why she gave him the sword of light. He also frowned and pointed out that he was not a knight of light, and she should have known that, so the punishment would depend on the answer. She closed her eyes and replied that she would not make excuses, and she could only sincerely ask for forgiveness, but she truly had no choice. Exceltrion looked at her sternly, hearing that she had a vision. The girl remembered herself in prayer, saying that a few days before they met, she saw the future Knight of Light, and it was a child, but in the future, he was to become a great knight. Then, imagining his silhouette, she also said that everything then plunged into darkness. The pen was writing in a book, and she said that she saw a different future, and his fate had changed, so the chosen Knight of Light no longer belonged to this world. Gwangsuk opened his mouth in surprise, thinking that Karls had died. Exceltrion grabbed the bars, asking what it meant, and she replied that she did not know, but the chosen one must be crystal clear in soul, and she only knew one thing, that he had lost her purity. The man, with his mouth wide open, asked that perhaps someone had led him astray. Laina imagined the traces left behind the child, explaining that his future was not in the world of people, but in the world of absolute darkness. The hero was noticeably nervous, not understanding what could have happened to him. Exceltrion, lowering his hands, noticed that she had judged that he was the next candidate for the sword. Laina replied that in a new vision she had seen him fighting demons. Presenting the blade of light, she said that she felt that their compatibility was very weak compared to the chosen one, but it was still there, so she had no other choice. The emperor put his hand on his head, saying that she almost killed him because of what she thought. She again asked not to execute her. Taking his sword from its sheath, Exceltrion told her that she was liable to death by the laws of the empire. Laina fell to her knees, saying that the god of light was a witness, and she had no intention of killing him. A swing cut the lock. The girl looked at him, hearing that he was giving her a chance. Exceltrion put the blade back in its sheath, saying that the Empire was on the brink of war with the demons, and they had become so brazen that they were already attacking the Temple of Light, which meant that in the current circumstances he could not waste talents on trifles. Following him, the girl clarified whether he was talking about her, and he replied that from now on her abilities would be put to his service, his knight. Laina was going up the stairs, saying that she was not at all experienced in magic, but was ready to serve faithfully and do everything for the victory of the Empire. She enthusiastically followed him. Exceltrion said that when they left here, he would discuss with the knights how she could be useful. Laina said that she would make every effort, although she seemed harmless. In fact, she knew something in magic. The Emperor took a step. He introduced Carls, deciding that he should find out where he had disappeared to as soon as possible. The three sat in silence. The blonde turned his head and asked Laina why she did not get up from her knees. Was it more comfortable for her to sit like that? To which the girl replied that she was a sinner and did not dare to sit next to him. To which the guy objected that this was nonsense, and she should not disgrace herself and sit on the sofa. If she did not want to, then she could take a chair and sit there. The girl turned her head and seeing a chair there said, "Yes, your majesty." She walked up to the chair on shaky legs. The young man chuckled and said that this girl was a saint from the Temple of Light, and recently also a citizen of the Empire. The older brothers mentioned her when they wrote him letters. The brunette listened attentively, and then replied that she did not know that she had become a saint, but her great talent in white magic was widely known. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that her white magic was undoubtedly very strong. Scripps lowered her head and said that she would truly be much more useful in the affairs of His Majesty than she. Woe to her, for she was of little use. The young man frowned and told her not to rush to please him, but to concentrate on her studies, and then asked how her training with Ingress was going. The girl adjusted her hair and replied that Sir Ingress was very kind and always complimented her. They asked her what kind of compliments. She replied that he was sure that she would not be confused during a real battle. Exceltrion frowned and asked, probably delighted by his compliments. In response he heard that for the first time someone spoke to her with kindness. Guangsuk clenched his fist and said, "Ah, this bastard Ingress, he ordered her to be trained, and what is he doing?" The brunette opened her mouth, and exclaimed that she was training with all her might and boiled all of herself, and these trainings. The guy scratched the back of his head and thought that she was telling the truth. The brunette smiled and said that the princess was simply a master at controlling the aura of blood. It was hard to even believe that she had not been trained. He said that although it was a training fight, he had a feeling that this was a real battle and the princess also had the ability to use this power. The young man extended his hand and said that she uses the power of dragon blood, just like His Majesty. The blonde lowered his hands and asked Scripps if she uses the power of the dragon in training. She answered, of course. She put her hand on her chest and said that Sir Ingress is a knight of the White Dragon. Even with dragon blood she is still far from him. Then the Emperor asked if she can use the power of dragon blood without losing control. She answered that yes, she learned the method to partially awaken and take control of it. The protagonist put the sword next to him and thought that even he had difficulty maintaining control so as not to go crazy from the manifestation of dragon heredity, and this is thanks to the elixir. She impressed him. It was not for nothing that he chose her. The sword began to fall. A scream was heard. The sword is a candle. The girl rushed to catch the sword. She handed the sword to the Emperor. He said that she was always on guard of the sword, as he saw it, to which Laina replied that protecting it was not the meaning of life. The guy asked not to throw it, like last time. A reflection of a face appeared in the sword and status windows appeared. Guangsuk raised his hand and froze. He thought, transcendence, an incomprehensible stat that he had only seen in the Prince of Gluttony. He reached out to the screen and pressing it asked what kind of hyphen was here. New status windows appeared. The guy read them all carefully. Standing with his mouth open, he thought what kind of abilities these were. He read that transcendence was a unique skill that violated all the laws of the universe. The blonde opened his mouth and asked what. They asked him what happened, and he replied that someone spoke to him without permission. The pink-haired girl sat down in a chair and said that the legend says that the Sword of Light can talk to its owner and other people can't hear it. The protagonist closed his eyes and said, that's how it is, then everyone should remain silent. The brunette lowered his head and asked if he could hear him. He was told that he was connected to his consciousness. The guy raised his head and asked if that meant that he could hear his thoughts. The answer was affirmative. After that, the young man saw many pictures in front of him and asked what they were. He was told that he could see his past this way. The young man froze in amazement and asked if he could show him everything. The answer was again affirmative. A picture of a falling sword appeared before his eyes, and a reproach followed. That's how he dropped it. The brunette scratched the back of his head and apologized, saying that he did it by accident. He raised his head and asked why he had the transcendent stat. A ring of images appeared around the young man. Having brought one of them closer, the sword replied that according to the data, it was because he managed to defeat a creature with such an ability. The protagonist asked what it gave. In response he heard that the effectiveness of using transcendental abilities would depend on the level of transcendence. The abilities themselves are called space distortion and gluttony. The guy listened carefully and then asked what their effects were. The sword replied that space distortion moves an object in space, and can also be used as a shock wave during combat. Combat use of space distortion becomes possible only after reaching a certain level. At the moment, he cannot use it. The young man approached the screen and said, "So that's what they are, and how can he learn to use this skill?" He raised his head when he heard that he could try it right now. For this you need to stretch out your hand and imagine that he is distorting space. Then the young man stretched out his hand and a whirlwind appeared there. The space in the hall began to float. The brunette opened her mouth and exclaimed in amazement that space is distorted. The pink-haired girl froze in bewilderment. The guy pulled his hand back and frowned and told them not to be scared, because nothing special happened. Rubbing his hand, he read the messages from the sword, and he wondered if Carls had also seen all this when he acquired the sword. The protagonist looked down and wondered if he was the reason for Carl's abilities growing so rapidly. The sword replied that it didn't understand the question. The blonde scratched his head and thought, well, he didn't know Carl's, how could he know? After that, the sword said that it was an integrated system for anti-demon weapons, a demon hunter, 80% of its functionality was blocked. And added that the protagonist used the elixir and scanning to open its basic functions. If he went through one more ruin, he would be able to access 100% of its functionality. Excelsior remembered kneeling in pain and asked if he wanted to say that it wanted him to go through that lucky pain again when it scanned him for the first time. The sword replied that it was true. The young man closed his eyes and began to count in his head, asking if since the first ruin had opened 20%, it meant he needed to go through 4 more. It turned out to be true. The blonde sat tensely, his head down. The girls looked at him worriedly. The protagonist raised his head and looked back at them. He scratched his head and said that he hoped that he would not look crazy from the outside. Gwangsuk said that if it were not for him, then everyone would have realized long ago that he was crazy. The girl smiled and asked His Majesty if he would go to the ruins alone. He answered that it was debatable. Yes, he would go to the ruins of the White Heliotrope, and asked why she was asking. She answered that she could help with her knowledge of these ruins. She was closely acquainted with the priest who often went there. The emperor rubbed his chin and said that then she would go with him. The brunette opened her mouth and said that she heard that the wait for the restoration of these ruins is more than 3 years. But the guy began to say that he knows and therefore ordered. But at that moment there was a knock on the door, and the servant said that he had an urgent report. The emperor allowed to enter. A dark silhouette was visible in the opening doors. The man entered and bowed and apologized for the suddenness, saying that he had an urgent report. He turned his head and saw the princess, and said that she looked much better. She thanked him for caring for her health. Laina looked at him, and said that she was. But the man only smiled and assumed that she was a famous saint of the Temple of Light. It was an honor for him to meet her, and then introduced himself as the Prime Minister of the Rune Empire, Sir Beos. The girl bowed to him. The protagonist waved his hand and said to leave the pleasantries and exhaust the report. The man said that he was reported on the state of the ruins, which he ordered to check. And he said that in 4 days the ruins of the White Heliotrope would become accessible, where invisible golems live. The crystal ruins, where light and darkness alternate, had already been plundered by hunters, so they would have to wait a month before being restored. The girl opened her mouth in amazement, and said that the Hunters Guild rarely changed plans. They really had received permission to visit both ruins. Beos cleared his throat, and said that even the Hunters Guild could not refuse the Rune Empire, whose influence extends across the entire continent of Iroth. Then he closed his eyes and said that he had personally met with each of the 5 leaders and told each of them that they would bear personal responsibility for refusing and would experience the Emperor's wrath. The heroine smiled and thought that she knew that His Majesty's threats work wonders. The man smiled and said that he also borrowed the influence of the temple and told them that the priests would deny them religious services if they did not do as the Emperor ordered. The blonde turned his head and said that the Prime Minister did an excellent job, and since it was not part of his duties, he expressed special gratitude to him. The gray-haired man bowed and said that he was flattered, and did not like conspiracies and intrigues, but he did it for the sake of the Emperor's goal. He asked again in surprise goals. In response he heard that all this was part of his grand plan, after which he would go incognito to the Temple of Light. He began to understand. Beiwa opened his mouth, and said that his every action was of great importance for the future. He dealt a heavy blow to the demons, and sent a signal to the whole world that the Rune Empire was a stronghold in the fight against the forces of the underworld. The protagonist smiled and said that the Prime Minister was wise, everyone should learn from him, he was truly one of his loyal people. Scripps closed her eyes and said that she couldn't help but appreciate His Majesty's ability to appoint the right people. The man smiled and said that he had simply carried out his Emperor's orders. The girl froze and said that this man frightened her, he could even threaten the guild leaders, and was talking to His Majesty as if nothing had happened. The blonde stood up from the couch and said that Laina would go with him to the ruins of the White Heliotrope. She screamed, really right now, just the 2 of them. The guy replied that one of the White Dragon Knights would accompany them. Someone had to carry the luggage. The brunette asked if she could go with them too. She was told that she had something to do. The girl furrowed her brows and asked if he meant training with Serengris. It was really important, however. But the blonde cut him off, saying that he was not talking about that. He was instructing her to resolve diplomatic disputes with the Sapphire Gold Empire before he returned. The heroine looked down at the floor and asked if he meant her father and brother. She was told to make sure that there were no more contentious issues. The protagonist smiled and said that Laina's time to prove herself had come and she should prepare. The girl opened her mouth in fear. Ashes were flying everywhere in the demon kingdom. It was once a kingdom inhabited by people, but after the war with the Dragons of Light, 6 demonic principalities were formed on this large territory. Everything that was created by human civilization was destroyed. Since then, demons have been coming to Earth from hell and seizing territories. Their goal is world domination, but the Rune Empire has always thwarted their plans to go to war with people. The demons did not give up. They called for reinforcements and a general from hell. The demon general turned the demonic kingdom on Earth into his battle stronghold and began to wage a war of conquest against people. The general, sitting on the throne, said, "So he returned alone?" The man was shaking, and he answered, "Yes, Sir Daiklu, that is, the general." He said that the werewolves, the winged demons, were all destroyed. They used the core of the Prince of Hell to summon him, and he does not even know what happened next. The guy was shaking, and he began to ask for forgiveness from my lord, but he only saw how the Prince of Gluttony was summoned, and then. But the general interrupted him and began to shout that the core was destroyed. He ran headlong, saving his skin, and the core, which they obtained with such difficulty, was destroyed. He jumped up from his seat and started screaming that he wasn't even getting a response anymore. Did he even know what it meant? The young man asked how that was possible. Was the avatar of the Prince of Hell really destroyed? Daiklu screamed that someone had broken the core inside his avatar. He started to go down the stairs saying that if the core was saved they would be able to summon him again. Not now, everyone. They tried to object that his real body was still in hell. He screamed, what difference did it make? Lightning flashed outside the window, and he continued to scream that he would not be able to incarnate on Earth now. How could he, being a demon, not know this? The demon opened his mouth and screamed that the Prince of Gluttony was one of the few who had good relations with earthly demons. What would he tell him now? Return to hell and ask if he would be so kind as to make another core for him. The purple-haired man was shaking and he replied that he would not dare. His eyes widened when he heard that it would take 100 years to make a new core. Daiklu approached him and said that the least he could do was collect the core and deliver its fragments. It was his duty. The young man froze with his mouth open. His eyes reflected a mouth with sharp teeth. Drops of blood flew to the sides. The demon bit into someone else's neck, and the guy began to say that it was unfair. He was not alone there. Blood flowed from under the fangs. The horned one threw the body away from himself and said that he adored fresh blood, an insignificant worm. He took the man's body to save his own skin, but there was no point in saving him. The young man was shaking, and he said that he was just in a hurry to tell him about the attack of the Mad Emperor. Daiklu opened his mouth and screamed, "Mad Emperor." Grabbing the man by the clothes, he screamed, "Was Exceltrian really there?" After that, he began to walk from side to side and say that this is a curse. He probably brought the Knights of the White Dragon with him. Why did Emperor Rune end up there next to the temple? Does he really know their plan? The demon lowered his head and said that there was no reason to worry. They could not be sure of that. But they had indeed lost a large number of werewolf scouts. They needed a new way to gather information. The leader folded his arms and said that he agreed. They had no choice. They would have to use the spy and sapphire gold. Standing on the carpet, he said that what was done was done. This time he had really rushed. After the failure in the bloody forest, he had lost his patience. And both failures were because of this psycho emperor. He would not leave it like that. Gritting his teeth, he added that next time he would go himself. He understood that he was risking the reputation of the earthly troops and vampires. But he had to. The second closed his eyes and said that he understood, and since he had decided so. But he was interrupted by someone's grunt. Both demons turned to the lying body. The man's fingers trembled. One of the demons said that the cub's body had come to life. The guy began to move slowly. Daiklu shook the body and began to scream for him to wake up, and immediately told him where Exceltrian was. The young man's mouth opened. He opened his eyes to Zeta. They flashed red. The demon froze and said, "What news?" He had become his blood relative. The young man began to come to his senses little by little. The second demon spread his arms and screamed that it was impossible for a werewolf to become a vampire. He was told that it was possible, but not in this case, and he had never seen anything like that in his life. He let go of the body and said, he moved into a human cub, and this cub regained control of his body, took his body from the werewolf and turned into a vampire from the bite. The werewolf demon was driven out of his body by the man, because his soul was crystal clear. The boy grabbed his throat and tried to catch his breath. He raised his head and asked where he was. The vampire smiled. And putting his hand on someone else's shoulder, he greeted his brother. Carls touched his head, saying that he felt very strange. Dukla looked at him in surprise, asking if he had lost his memory. Looking at his palms, the hero said that he remembered. He was in Loneheim. A dark palm fell on his eyes with an order to forget. A pink swirl spread around. The demon said that he did not remember anything. Now he was a vampire. The guy's eyes glowed red. He heard a question about his name, and answered that his name was Carls. The demon put his hands on the guy's shoulders and said that his name was Duklu. He was the lord of vampires and his master. and he was blood from his blood. Looking at him in surprise, Carls asked what he should do, and heard that he would fight and conquer with them. There was a red crescent moon in the sky. Words were heard that this was interesting. A crescent moon was shining in the sky. The heroes approached a stone building. In front of them was a semicircular building, white bloodstone ruins. It was a wide staircase. In the history of the continent, these are the very first ruins discovered by man. Many hunters have tried to explore them, but all in vain, because invisible golems live in these ruins. On the floor, a red crystal was shining. These ruins cannot be entered by a large group, and the ruins are so deep that closer to their end, provisions will inevitably run out. But hunters are still trying to this day, because the red crystal was shining brightly. Many minerals are hidden in these ruins. The heroes imagined, thinking that these stones are used to decorate weapons and armor, and also to make magic items. These are rare, valuable stones, and whoever finds a lot of them will become rich. Gwangsuk pompously touched his head, saying that in fact, the most valuable thing in these ruins is not the stones at all. He was displeased when Exceltrian asked if she was having a hard time, and indignantly exclaimed that he was telling why he was interrupting. The girl standing next to her said that not at all, she was doing great. The emperor said that she was very loyal, but wasn't she surprised that he used her white dragon knight as a porter? Aleem smiled widely, saying that not at all, strength was the only thing she had, this was the best job for her. Before she was recruited by the order, she was an ordinary miner. Exceltrian closed his eyes and said that she was playing poor. After all, it was not for nothing that she was called the bear of the Dimbel Canyon. The girl replied that people say all sorts of things. Laina was afraid of the bear. She heard words that they say. She single-handedly protected an entire village of miners from barbarians. His father told him about her. Closing her eyes, the girl clarified, Emperor Magnus, and heard that yes, he liked to talk about her exploits. Aleem smiled shyly when she heard that therefore he adopted his good attitude towards her, and said that it was a great honor. Touching the wall, the boy said that he wanted to ask her what she knew about these ruins. Opening her mouth, the girl repeated the question. And then with an awkward smile, she said that she knew that they were called White Bloodstone Ruins. Scratching her head, she continued that nothing more, they were dark people. Exceltrian thought, maybe he shouldn't have taken her. Coughing into his fist, he said that he would ask in a different way. She was a miner. Did she know the property of white heliotrope? The girl presented the crystal, saying that its most noticeable property is the ability to emit light without any magic. It glows in the dark, and there are many uses for such a stone. Gwangsuk nodded, saying that this is the key to these ruins. Laina bent over and asked to stop for a rest. Gwangsuk angrily clenched his fists, exclaiming that she was there too. Everyone was interrupting him. Exceltrian replied that they had rested 3 hours ago. The girl held her chest, breathing heavily, asking if most people wouldn't get tired after 3 hours of walking. She wasn't a warrior with a blood aura. Exceltrian looked at her darkly, asking if she would be more comfortable in the dungeon. Laina bowed deeply and apologized. She closed her eyes, thinking that at least it was just hot in the dungeon, and here she was dying of fatigue. It would be better if she went back. Turning away, the emperor said that they would rest when they reached the entrance to the lower floor. The girl replied that she understood. Standing in front, the guy told them to hold out somehow. She was a master of white magic, so she should strengthen her powers. Laina opened her mouth in surprise, asking if she could use white magic on herself, to which she heard that of course, that she was afraid of getting sick, and answered that no, it was wasteful. Standing behind, she said that the priest said that one should not waste white magic on oneself, only in the most extreme cases. Glancing sideways at Aleem, he said that it was true. White magic spells increase the target's physical strength proportionally to their initial physical strength. He imagined 2 girls with a level up, and thought that using white magic on Aleem in this way would be much more effective than on Laina. Waving his hand, he said that moral dilemmas should be left for later, now somehow take care of themselves. Laina was surrounded by a magical glow. She happily raised her hand, saying that she had now gained strength. The heroes stopped in the dungeon. The girl sat down next to the bag. A torch was burning on the wall. A door with an image of a face appeared ahead. Words were heard that it looked like this was the entrance to the lower floor. Aleem touched the wall, saying that many hunters were forced to turn back. Laina said that it was very scary here. As if the walls were falling in words that this was the last floor, he needed to pull himself together. He had done everything he could. The journey was over. Let only death know how to go on. It was better to give up. Invisible golems were invincible. He needed to go away. He had lost all his friends here. They had traveled together for 10 years and now they were gone. He hoped he would not make the same mistake. Exceltrian stood ahead, telling Laina that from now on she needed to stay close to them no matter what happened. Aleem should leave everything she was carrying and take only the white heliotrope powder. He opened the door and called them to follow him. In the darkness, words were heard that nothing was visible. The girl asked why they had not lit a torch, and heard the answer that it would attract all the invisible golems to them. The heroes walked through the dungeon, a request to scatter the powder. Aleem threw a glowing powder, saying that she could barely see them, to which she heard that it was great. They needed to kill them with minimal powder expenditure. Gwangsuk held a pointer like a teacher, saying that instead of lighting a torch or whining about how dark it was better to use the mineral itself to illuminate these ruins. The characters chased him away, saying that they knew it themselves. Something was visible on the stone slab. The outlines of a figure appeared in front of the characters. The girl exclaimed that someone was walking on the water there. Exceltrion held a powder with a mineral. He threw it, illuminating the space ahead. There was a figure visible there. The system reported that in front of him was an invisible object, which was camouflaged with light magic. Alim grabbed his leg, saying that this trickster was hovering in the air. The golem formed a shining ball in his hand. A cry for caution was heard. A bright beam rushed from the monster's hand. A bright flash arose from it. The invisible golem threw the girl off his foot. An attack beam was born in his hand. He shot forward. The heroes shouted, calling out for Alim. Dust rose. A question was heard. Is she okay? There was a dent in the ground next to her. She said that she barely dodged. The golem was loading his cannon again. Words were heard that it seemed like he was going to shoot again. They ran out of powder. Exceltrion looked ahead carefully. And then he jumped high. With a movement of his sword, he cut the crystal. Whirlwinds of power swirled around his palm from the use of distortion. The air around the crystal shimmered. The heroes saw the robot, exclaiming that here it is. Leaping from the wall, Exceltrion rushed towards it. It was rapidly approaching. The golem fired. Exceltrion attacked it with his sword. The monster's body was cut in half. The guy landed among the rubble. The girls ran to him. Alim asked if everything was okay. The guy bent his fingers and told them not to make a fuss. He was fine. There was a crescent moon in the sky. The hero stood by the mirror. He looked at his eye, thinking that he could go crazy. What happened to him? Carls grabbed his head, thinking that he still couldn't understand what was going on. Did that mean that monster hadn't eaten him? He remembered the toothy mouth, thinking that how could he remember? It gave him goosebumps. The guy touched his chest, thinking that he needed to calm down. Firstly, he didn't remember what happened next, and then he woke up and it turned out that he was a vampire. He imagined his heart, thinking that it wasn't beating. There was a red pupil in the eye. The hero thought that his eyes had turned red. His hand glowed red. It felt like all his strength was gone. Carls paced back and forth, thinking that he knew one thing for sure. It was all because of that Duklu. He just felt it that way. He remembered the demon approaching and thought that he could still feel its influence. Standing next to the torch, he thought that therefore he did not need to. The guy smiled enthusiastically, continuing the thought. Blindly obey him in everything. To be honest, his words did not affect him at all. He happily hugged himself by the shoulders, thinking that it seemed like he believed that he could control him. It was worth pretending that he obeyed, so he himself told everything. The demons bowed when they passed by. Carls thought that judging by the situation, he was the leader here. He looked at the bowed demon, thinking that they all obeyed him unconditionally. The guy sat down, thinking that it would be difficult to escape from here for now. He sadly held his head, thinking that after all, he should not have gone to explore the mine. Then he imagined the sword, amazed that he hadn't imagined that someone was calling him from there. The stone demon opened his mouth. The hero heard the words, "Why is he telling him this?" And the answer that there is no one else to turn to. There are demons all over the place who are watching him. Carls raised his hands, thinking what to do if it turns out that he is pretending. He will answer for it. The demon answered that he did not say anything. The guy stuck out a finger, thinking that this is why he is talking to himself. The stone demon thought if he could just leave, he was not particularly interested. He opened his mouth in amazement when he heard that he could not, and realized that he heard his thoughts. Carl stood nearby, thinking that, firstly, he did not know where he was. He imagined the ominous demon, thinking that even if he tried to escape, Dukla would immediately find him, because representatives of the same race can track each other's whereabouts. The hero lowered his head, thinking that he was also incredibly strong. He needed to be protected by someone stronger. He stood at a long corridor, thinking that he would find such a strong person. Red sparks flew across the ground. Vines grew near the vault. Alim scratched her head and said that this was why the hunters had such a hard time. She did not think that there would be a flying golem here. Exceltrion replied that he did not know that it would be a flying monster either. He held the stone, thinking that this one was not a guardian. Turning to the girls, he said that first they needed to leave here. While they had arrived, other golems, and they agreed. An invisible monster was flying above. The girls shouted that the emperor needed to duck. He told him to watch himself. They stood at a fork, thinking where to go. Exceltrion showed the direction. As a result, they stood in front of a round platform. The heroes went down a small staircase. Alim said that this seemed to be the end of the dungeon. The leg took a step. The heroes froze, feeling the dungeon shake. A blinding beam rose from the platform. The round element glowed brightly. A green shimmer appeared in the air. Alim blocked the guy and asked him to hide behind her. Laina asked what it was. Pushing the strong woman away, Exceltrion told her to move away. A large robot appeared in front of him. The emperor said that he could handle this himself and asked who he was. The creature with a round eye said that he welcomed the descendant. He is the guardian of this place, Zeta-0317. Laina extended her hand, touching the hologram. Alim said that he does not have a body. How is this possible? The girl replied that this is very unusual. Laina was surprised to hear that he did not stop moving and turning off to help them, his descendants. The heroes replied that he had already heard about this. Let him say only the main thing. The robot lowered his head and said that the fact is that he will soon stop moving. Exceltrion frowned and asked again. He looked ahead carefully, heard that initially his functions were supposed to stop after 2 years. He presented the golem circle, saying that because of them, an error occurred in the system, after which a connection with the main system occurred to block a complete shutdown. Exceltrion asked. He said that he would soon turn off. The flickering robot said that this was true, and the emperor interrupted him, ordering him to say only the essence. Will he turn off or not? Laina beamed with admiration, thinking that after all, His Majesty knows how to press properly. The blue hologram replied that if they go to the main place of the keeper, he will be able to act as a guide. The emperor crossed his arms, saying that this is not bad. Does this mean he will show them secret areas? Zeta was discouraged to hear the question. Where are the keys? Maybe again in the eyeball. He thought that everything is correct, but inside it is slightly unpleasant. The robot lowered his head. Exceltrion covered himself from the bright light. The robot said that the pattern is being analyzed. The subject is a human and a dragon. The level of dragon blood is 28.8%. They use S-rank blood. There is an elixir. Zeta touched his chest and said that he had already drunk the elixir, so he would explain briefly. He presented a triangular crystal, saying that in the deepest place of this dungeon there is a sleeping talisman that the ancients left. It is necessary to go past the anus and find it. The robot's hologram began to distort. The heroes heard a request to find what they left, and do what they could not. They destroyed the bomb. There was no one else on the round platform. The guy asked. He disappeared. A red eye rolled down the stairs and he thought that he had left the key after all. He reached for the stone, hearing Alim's question, who did not understand what had just happened, and replied that he himself did not know for sure. He raised the red ball, saying that it looked like there was some kind of system left by ancient people. Scratching his head, he said that it could be considered some kind of artifacts. Laina, who said that she knew everything about the dungeon, said with admiration that she had never heard of such a thing before. There was a red glow under the ceiling by the doors. In one, it came from a red crystal. Some elements on the tiles were glowing. Gwangsuk was shaking, thinking that there was no description of this place in the book, so he himself did not know. It felt like the dungeon was stained with blood. Exceltrion waved his palm and ordered everyone to pile on the door together. He pointed his finger at the girls, who thought that he had said everything together. The door opened slightly. The comrades covered their eyes from the glow. There was a large room with a stone face ahead. The heroes entered, looking around. Laina's gaze became surprised. Aline pointed her finger at the system window, which said that she was the main system that controlled this laboratory, and said that there was also an artifact here, which surprised the system. Exceltrion hit her from behind and ordered her to stand still. There was a round stone face in front of them. The system said that he was the owner of the elixir. The emerald artifact had already transmitted the data to her. Looking at her intently, the boy asked if they could exchange information with each other, and saw a confirmation. The stone head showed system windows that they would transfer the last duties to the main system, all the data. Exceltrion asked where the talisman was. The head opened its mouth. The system reported that it was here. There was a triangular red crystal. Exceltrion asked if it was also a medicine in the form of medicine. Imagining a person surrounded by symbols, the system said that everything was correct. The talisman is able to bestow high-level magic. This magic does not lead to a collision with the power of blood. Exceltrion was surprised to see the information that even if he controls the power of blood, he can still use magic. Gwangsuk was also surprised, thinking that the inability to use magic and the power of blood is the basic rule of this world. He imagined a crack, thinking that naturally, it is rare to meet a person who has both of them, but if they are activated at the same time, it can lead to a collision of forces and cause a strong side effect. The boy took the crystal, thinking that the only thing that allows you to use two powers at the same time is this talisman. Raising the stone in front of his eyes, Exceltrion asked if this means he can use magic without any side effects, and heard that it was true. He brought the crystal to his mouth when he was stopped. Aline waved her hand, asking if it was possible to use it internally, believing only the words of a strange artifact. The system corrected that it was not an artifact. Exceltrion threw the crystal into his mouth, saying that they were worrying in vain. He swallowed it. Touching his chest with his fist, he said that he ate it. When will he be able to use magic? The system replied that the effect will begin to manifest in about 3 hours. The stone had opened its mouth, saying that since he had finished his last mission, but the hero said that he had one question. Coming closer, the emperor asked, were the ancient people also destroyed by demons? Gwangsuk shook his head, saying why was he asking this if he still would not get an answer. However, the system replied that there were several reasons for the destruction of ancient humans. The inner hero was shocked, realizing what the system was about to tell. A message appeared that it was certain that one of the reasons was demons. Exceltrion touched the stone face with his hand, saying that it meant that even those with unrivaled skills were eventually destroyed by demons. The system replied that this was true, but there was no clear answer. Perhaps the system. Inside, the next artifact would answer him differently. Stones rained down. Gwangsuk pointed his finger, saying that he knew it, he still would not tell the whole truth. Exceltrian waved his hand and said that there should be a hole for a key in this room, they need to find it. The girls carefully examined the room. Laina pointed her finger upward, saying that she found a hole. Exceltrian threw the Alim item and told her to insert this punch. The girl jumped. She stretched her hand up with the ball and inserted it into the hole. The ball glowed red. The shining rays spread further and further. Stones were falling from above. Laina held the dome. Alim shouted that they needed to get away from here as soon as possible. A crevice appeared under their feet. Exceltrian was surprised to see this and shouted not to move and stand still. The floor under the hero's feet split. The frightened girls fell. Exceltrian crossed his arms in midair. He fell with a displeased look. Alim closed her eyes. Laina covered her face with her hands. Stones were flying near the walls. The heroes landed on the floor. The strong woman rubbed her head. Laina covered her face with her palms, and the guy said that they had already landed. The girl cried, saying that he had told her not to move, and then this happened. Exceltrian got up and said, "Stop crying, it's not that deep here, let him look for a secret place instead." Alim was holding a large backpack. She approached the arch with a red stone, saying that she would now take it and find a secret place. The stone glowed red. The girl touched it with her hand, asking what it was. The glow spread in all directions. A staircase appeared in front of them. She said that it seemed to be here. Exceltrian chuckled, saying that it was great, it was not for nothing that she was in the White Dragon Order. The heroes climbed the stairs. The girl stopped, telling the emperor that it was here. They stood in front of a stone face. A question was heard, "Isn't this the same place?" Laina clenched her fist, displeased, saying that these statues were just mocking them. She angrily hit the stone head, asking what it was up to. She almost died when she fell down. A haze flashed by the wall. Then the statue's eyes glowed red. The girl was scared and apologized. The stone mouth opened. The system welcomed them to the secret area. Surrounded by a dark aura, Exceltrian said that there was no need for pleasantries. "Let him tell you what kind of trap this is." The system said that it was a simple device to explain the blow. The stone face had dark eyes. Exceltrian looked at her, hearing that he fell from a decent height and probably received a blow. He pointed his finger at the frightened girl, saying that for someone who controls the power of blood, this is a trifling height, but it seems that she experienced a shock. The stone face smiled awkwardly. The system said that after all, the force of the blow could not be at zero. He can get an ability that reduces any blow to zero. The girl noticed that this statue was sweating heavily. Alim ominously stretched out her hands, saying that it seems that she is not telling the truth, maybe she should break it. Laina fainted, wondering what kind of monstrous bear. With the same furious eyes, the strong woman asked if she was okay. The girl held the unconscious sacred maiden, and the statue thought that she saved her. Exceltrian thoughtfully touched his chin, asking, "Maybe this time it is physical abilities." He stood in front of a stone face. The system said that the skill was called Psycho Barrier. Introduced a purple sphere, saying that it allows you to set up a force field that absorbs and softens the blow. Looking forward, the hero said that it does not look like blood or magic. How does it work? And heard that the Psycho Barrier has the same structure as scanning. The hero took a step closer and asked again. The statue confirmed, saying that the skill is imprinted in the brain and activates the ability to establish a connection with the system. The blonde thoughtfully touched his chin, thinking that his head hurt so much as if it was ready to explode. Gwangsuk said fearfully that he also had a headache. Maybe he will not decide everything alone. The guy stood in front of the statue, seeing the question of whether he wants to acquire this skill, and said that of course he does. The system confirmed. Gwangsuk looked at the statue in fear, asking why it suddenly became so serious. He knows it hurts a lot, right? The stone face smiled, saying that the skill transfer process will begin in 10 seconds. After this process is completed, they will be immediately transferred to the top. The hero pointed his finger at the girls and asked them to take care of them too. The eyes glowed red. The system reported that the process was starting, when a red beam flew at him. A blue barrier seemed to surround his brain. Exceltrian and Gwangsuk grabbed their heads and screamed. The red eyes stopped glowing. A scream was heard. What was going on? The hero thought that he should have listened carefully when he explained. The guy fell to the floor. There were inscriptions on the wall. The hero imagined hot lava, thinking that it felt like a volcano was erupting in his head. His brain melted and became liquid like lava. He thought what kind of sounds those were. Exceltrian opened his eyes, hearing his name being called. The bear opened its mouth, asking if he was okay. The emperor was scared and shouted that it was a bear, a monster, let it go away. Alim said worriedly that it was her, and Laina laughed, thinking that it seemed like he was afraid of her too. Exceltrian sat up and asked where they were. The girl said that they were at the entrance to the White Blood Dungeon. There was a crescent moon in the sky. The hero said that it meant they were back here again. Waving his hand, he said that they needed to quickly return to the Empire. Laina covered her mouth with her hand and hid her laughter. The emperor said that if she laughed again, he would send her to prison. The sword on the guy's hip glowed. Alim noticed that something was wrong with the Sword of Light. A system window appeared in front of Exceltrian, informing him that he had been unconscious for 57 minutes and 27 seconds. A large amount of elixir had been used to heal the effects of the skill transfer. The elixir was currently filling at 14%. Let him be careful. The elixir was restored by 25% daily. He touched his head in displeasure and asked her to speak more slowly. He was not going to fight anyone right now. The system agreed, saying that based on the assessment of the subsequent danger, it would provide services at high speed if the danger was high, and at low speed when the danger was low. Exceltrian looked ahead in dismay, hearing the system say one word at a time that he had a new skill, Psycho Barrier. He waved his fist in displeasure and shouted for her to speak faster. The girls thought that he seemed a little crazy. He imagined a man with a sword, learning that during the process of transferring a new skill, an additional part of the neural network appeared. If he wishes, it can synchronize the neural network of the Devil Hunter. The hero asked then he can use up to 40% of her abilities, and heard a confirmation. Opening his mouth, he ordered to begin. A blue neural connection appeared in the brain. The system reported that synchronization is in progress. It was possible to establish a connection of 30% of the neural network to 40%. Synchronization is complete. Now he can use part of the technique sealed in the sword. The hero imagined a silhouette with a brain surrounded by a glow. The system reported that synchronization is complete. Now he can use part of the technique sealed in the sword. Exceltrian touched his forehead. Gwangsuk looked at his palm, saying that it was barely over. Looking at his hands, he thought that something seemed to have changed. Exceltrian looked at his palm and, hearing the question, something hurts. The girl with the backpack stood opposite, hearing that it was not particularly, but seemed not to hurt. She threw up her hands, saying that his eyes were glowing. The guy's eyes were indeed glowing, like last time, and he said that it was nothing special, it would pass soon. Small figures were shining near his eyes. The system reported that the connection was complete. The psychological barrier system was complete. The skill was being activated for testing. Exceltrian raised his hand when he saw the request to raise his right hand. A blue barrier appeared on his palm. Looking at it, the hero said that it looked like pieces of a polygon. Laina asked what it was, and heard a request not to think about it. Looking at the sphere surrounding his palm, the guy asked if this was the psychological barrier, and heard that everything was correct. Now he could use it as he wished. The hero imagined a figure surrounded by radiance, and heard that this skill can be transferred to any part of the body. Let him be careful. The use of the skill can be limited in a closed space surrounded by metal or deep underground. The sword in the sheath trembled. The hero thought that it turns out that this skill can be used without it. The system reported that the transfer is possible. He looked at the sword, thinking that then there is no need to protect him with this barrier too. Exceltrian covered his ears with his hands, not listening to his indignation that with its help he can reduce blood consumption. Gwangsuk crossed his arms, saying that no is so no. His irritation looked suspicious. The emperor spread his hands, while the sword trembled indignantly. Perplexed, Laina thought that he was smiling like that again. Who is he intimidating this time? The guy turned to Aline, who said that Duran asked her to tell him something when he goes outside. It seems it is about the event that will take place. The woman remembered the Senate member standing in front of her, and said that he asked to be taken to the Empire as soon as he came out of the dungeon. The hero asked, "Has it really been that long?" Gwangsuk adjusted his glasses, realizing that this was the Great Dragon Ceremony. He stood by the diagram with a pointer, saying that it was the biggest holiday in the Empire. Naturally, it was held every year. The Emperor amazed him, answering that it was nothing special. He closed his eyes, saying that he only caused a fuss. Okay, he will go to the Empire now. Gwangsuk was indignant inside that he was telling with all seriousness. How can he say such a thing? A bright glow appeared in front of the heroes. Yellow light illuminated the stairs. The Emperor entered the room with the girls. Duran ran to him, asking why he came so late. The Great Dragon Ceremony was tomorrow. Exceltrian recoiled from the man, asking how long he had been waiting for him here. He asked if it mattered now. If he had arrived a day later, trouble would have been inevitable. Turning away from him, the Emperor said that he had come after all. He was tired. He would eat and go rest. The girls beamed, hearing that the two of them were also great, and let them eat and rest too. Indignant Duran looked at Aline, saying that he had ordered him to be brought as quickly as possible. She apologized and said that it was good that they were not late after all. Dark stairs. Duran loomed behind the hero, saying that the Great Dragon Ceremony was an important holiday that had been celebrated in the Empire for several hundred years in a row. Of course, he was very busy lately. However, how could he go so far? The ministers were very unhappy. He used to talk so much. Turning to him, Exceltrian asked what difference it made to them. All they had done for the last 3 years was drink anyway. It was better to go somewhere than sit here. Touching his chest, the senator said that it was before, but now the situation is different. Holding his palm to his chest, he asked him to think about his health, and also to pay attention to state affairs. The man looked shocked. Exceltrian had already climbed the stairs. Duran ran to catch up with him, shouting, "Did he hear what he said?" The Emperor turned around and addressed him. With a gloomy look, he said that he entrusted state affairs to the Chancellor. Did he really think that he could handle politics better than Beos? The man, looking gloomy, answered that of course not. Gwangsuk looked sad, thinking that it was like a knife to the heart. His mood was a little sour. Duran covered his mouth with his fist, saying that the new chancellor was doing a good job, even better than he thought. Exceltrian replied that this was good, let Beos handle politics. He heard that there were many ministers who were unhappy with this. He grinned and asked if he was suggesting that he adapt to the ministers. Exceltrian turned away and heard that it would be better if he treated his subordinates equally, without singling anyone out. He replied that he was not singling out anyone, he just felt superior. Duran walked behind him, saying that he knew his intentions were completely different, asking him to pay more attention to the events of the imperial palace. Exceltrian promised that he would come to the ceremony, and Gwangsuk was indignant that he was following him like a stalker. The man remembered how he held the drunk emperor, and asked if he remembered how the ceremony went last year. He was so drunk then that he was dragged by the arms by 3 elders, including himself. Exceltrian grinned, saying that it was last year. He did not remember anything. Gwangsuk was indignant, but Duran could be understood. It was clearly his fault. The man exhaled and said that he hoped that this year everything would go smoothly and without incident. The brunette assured that this time he could trust him. Exceltrian looked ahead, thinking about the ceremony. This was the last memory when they brought him together with the previous emperor. He remembered standing with his father next to the dragon statue. The boy turned, hearing the words that he must remember. Magnus looked ahead, saying that holding the ceremony was the duty of the emperor. It must be held every year. The hero thought that he only remembered his voice at the end. The boy stopped at the door, hearing how he was addressed. Turning to the man, he asked him to take charge of organizing the ceremony tomorrow. Duran replied that there were changes. Opening the door, he said that he was going to rest. Tomorrow he would be at the ceremony. He should also go rest. The door was closed. And then it opened. Exceltrian ran around the room, thinking that the work was already over. He could not just miss this day. Scripps turned around when he burst into the room. The guy was standing there with the maid and told her to go and give Laina and Elim. At the same time, Duran was walking down the hallway, thinking that he hoped everything would go smoothly this time. The chandelier was shining brightly. The hero was sitting at the table with the girls. Drunk Gwangsuk was holding a glass, saying that on such a day one should drink. Duran, who entered the room, was amazed. He looked ahead in dismay, thinking that he was a fool for believing him. The full moon was shining above the castle. Later, the sun was shining on it. Suffering from a hangover, Exceltrian was holding his chest. Gwangsuk was covering his mouth, thinking that he drank too much. He looked around, asking how someone gets over a hangover, if there was any honey water. In the vessel was a golden liquid. The guy closed his eyes from its shine and asked what it was. Magic. The bowl of liquid was held by a disgruntled Duran, telling his majesty to drink this honey water with herbs quickly. Exceltrian held the bowl and heard the question of how much he drank yesterday. He drank from the plate, hearing the question. Didn't he say that he wanted to rest because he was tired? Duran caught the bowl flying at him, hearing that this situation is still no better than what happened last year. If you start preparing now, you can make it, so let him go. The hero stood in the room with his arms crossed. The man knocked on the door and heard a request to come in. The maids were helping the emperor get dressed. He touched the silver sword. And then he went down the stairs with the senator. There was a shining seal ahead. The hero imagined a warrior next to a dragon, as well as a white dragon in a map, thinking that the founder of the Rune Empire, Emperor Zigaran, a half-dragon, human blood was mixed with dragon blood in his veins. This is the hero of the war with the dragons, because of which the entire continent was destroyed. A fireball was forming in the dragon's mouth. This war began because of the sudden appearance of the maddened dragon Yagnite. 2 dragons were destroying the city. Even those dragons who lived in peace with people went mad and began to destroy everything around. There were bodies on the ground, the one who saved the continent from this nightmare. A man stood on the head of a dragon, raising his sword. It was Zigaran. Raising his hands, people rejoiced. Immediately after the end of the war, the people called him a hero. Residents built a railroad. Zigaran united the destroyed lands into one state. He himself took the place of the emperor. Under the clear sky stood a castle. This is how the Rune Empire was formed. This is the truth known to the whole world, but the corpse of the deceased Yagnite. Gwangsuk touched his chin, thinking that there was probably still life in it. A bright beam flew through the city. His body is kept secret from everyone in the dungeon in the capital of the Rune Empire. The knights followed Exceltrian and Duran. The guy stopped, saying that he had not been here for a long time. He stood before the tall tower of the Red Dragon Palace, the Zigaran Tower. A ray of sunlight illuminated it. The towers were built so high to show everyone the grandeur of the Rune Empire, but in reality it was a clever trick to distract attention from the dungeon where the body was hidden. The warrior bowed, greeting his majesty. Rubens touched his chest and heard the boy say that they had not seen each other for a long time and asked how he had been. Exceltrian touched his temple, saying that he had seen him last year, but he did not remember anything at all. Duran said that it was all because he had gotten very drunk last year. Coughing into his fist, the emperor said that Rubens was a good man. The warrior bowed, thanking him, and said that as the senior guard of the Red Dragon Palace, He would guard this place so that nothing bad would happen during the celebration. Gwangsuk looked at him with his arms crossed, thinking that it was obvious that he was the type of government worker who did not allow his personal emotions to show. He personally did not like them very much. He imagined the open book and the warrior at the tower, thinking that regardless of his preferences, Rubens was not someone who could be easily ignored. The position of the chief of the guards in the Red Dragon Palace was entrusted to the one who had the strongest fighting power among the knights of the White Dragon Order. The castle was engulfed in flames. The hero thought that even if the entire palace was on fire, Rubens would not leave his post and would stand there until the end, fighting against countless dragons. The spear was stained with blood. The man attacked the man from behind. The hero thought that, however, even a warrior as strong as Rubens would eventually become exhausted by the onslaught of demons. Blood was streaming down the man's face. He died from the sword of the traitor Barza. Exceltrion remained silent, looking down. Looking sideways at him, Duran said that he thought he should go back inside, to which he heard a request to wait. He had something to say to the head of the guards of the Red Dragon Palace. The man, bowing, said that he was listening. Exceltrion told him to get up and suggested that they go downstairs and talk on the way. Rubens raised his head, saying that he had to guard the entrance to the palace. Exceltrion pointed a finger behind him, saying that this was no longer necessary. Today they would guard the entrance. The three soldiers heard that they would be guarding this place today. They considered it an impossible duty, and replied that no way, they would sacrifice their lives. We are protecting this place, let them entrust this matter to them. Crossing his arms, the emperor hurried the man, unless he doubted their abilities. Together with his subordinates, the hero headed up the stairs. Walking down, he told Rubens that keeping him in such a place was a great loss to the empire. He objected that guarding the Red Dragon Palace had been considered an honorable duty for several hundred years. The man was surprised to hear the question. Did he really think so? Was it really an honor to just stand here? Didn't he want to fight demons? The man with the beard remained silent after hearing the question. Didn't he want the White Dragon Order and the name of the Knight Rubens to be known to the whole world? Behind him stood a dissatisfied Duran, who thought that he was constantly stopping. After all, the ceremony would begin soon. With a confident look, Rubens said that he dared to answer him. As he said, he would like to leave this place and fight demons. Waving his hand, Exceltrion said that he knew it. The Red Dragon Palace was guarded by elves and people from the Temple of Light. Let him not worry about it anymore. Duran, who was walking behind him, was burning with anger and mentally told him to just try to stop one more time. He would not leave it like this. The hero went down the stairs. He said that every time he came here, he had some strange feeling. In front of him was a dragon skeleton. The hero stood by the stairs. Words were heard that this was the White Dragon Yogg-Knight. Rubens opened his mouth in surprise, saying that it was him. Exceltrion waved his hand, saying that he had guarded the White Dragon's castle for so many years, but he was seeing him for the first time. The man touched his chest and saying that yes, for the first time, he could not even imagine that his bones were so well preserved. Exceltrion put his hand on his muzzle, saying that naturally, Yogg-Knight. Small sparks flew around. He continued that his magical power. A glow appeared around the skeleton. The guy continued that it was still present here. The wing bones were preserved. The guard was surprised to hear that this was why the skeleton had been preserved in such perfect condition. The bones were surrounded by a pink glow, and words were heard that demons were hunting for the remnants of his power. Duran said that this was why the Rune Empire had been carefully watching them since ancient times. He looked at the emperor, saying that it was time to begin the ceremony. Looking at him, the emperor agreed, saying that they needed to finish quickly. A silver blade lay on the cloth. The boy took it, thinking that the ceremony itself was very simple. He slashed his palm, thinking that with the Ziggurin dagger, it was necessary to cut the skin and then spill blood on the young knight's skull. A drop from his fist fell on the skeleton. A purple glow spread around. To some extent, the whole ceremony was a formality. Pink rays circled around the dragon's skeleton, but spilling strong dragon blood while performing this rite again prevented the awakening of the dragon's spirit. Duran covered his mouth with his hand, saying that everything worked. The reaction of the magical power was complete, and the signs of Yogg-Knight's soul activity disappeared. He held out a cloth, saying that after all, even a few drops of his blood had such a stunning effect. Wiping his palm, Exceltrion asked Rubens how he felt about this great dragon ceremony. The man bowed, saying that it was a great honor for him to be allowed to attend such an important ceremony. He would remember this all his life. Rubens' worried look asked why he had shown him such mercy. Opening his mouth, the hero replied that it was because he was a strong warrior. The embarrassed man opened his mouth in surprise. Returning the dagger, Exceltrion said that there was nothing surprising. Strong warriors deserved to be treated accordingly. Walking away, he said that he would now have to fight on the battlefield. Fist touched his chest. Rubens said that no matter what enemy dared to become an obstacle in his way. He knelt down, continuing that as long as he was alive, he would do everything possible to free this path from the enemy. Grinning, the emperor replied that he was waiting impatiently. He walked away from the dragon skeleton. Clouds floated in the clear sky. Renard ran to the emperor, shouting that they were waiting for him. She stopped, bowed down. The guy recognized her. Exhaling, the blonde asked what happened. The girl held out a scroll, saying that the Chancellor sent urgent news. Exceltrion took it. The scroll said that today at dawn urgent news came from the Wailing Wall. Demons began to unrest outside the fortress. For starters, he sent part of the Black Dragon Order there. Today is a very important day for him to hold the ceremony, so he reports on the actions taken so as not to interfere with the celebration. After lunch, he will personally come to the palace and report on the situation in more detail. The hero thoughtfully touched his chin, thinking that there was nothing urgent here about the frenzy, where he knew about the demons before. His eyes widened in realization. Imagining the silhouette of a person, the hero read that urgent news also came from the kingdom of Safaguld. A few days ago, Scripps visited the kingdom of Safaguld as an official representative of the empire. The ambassador's main duty is to convey the fact that the Rune Empire is guarding Prince Portro and Prince Servasoni to reduce their dragon blood counts. However, King Safaguld Magus was indignant upon hearing this report, and imprisoned Scripps along with the entire delegation. Currently, Scripps is being held in the Safaguld kingdom, and it is unknown whether the 2 knights of the Black Dragon Order who went with her are still alive. But once he finishes the ceremony, he asks to visit the Chancellor. Gwangsuk was shocked. The veins on Exceltrion's face bulged, and he angrily asked how they dared to detain Scripps. Gwangsuk also repeated himself. Duran threw up his hands in fear and asked him to calm down. Renard bowed, saying that the Chancellor had gathered his ministers and were waiting for his visit. She raised an anxious look, saying that she thought they should go there first. Exceltrion gritted his teeth in rage, not letting her finish. He was burning with anger, saying that he would go to the Chancellor a little later, let her tell him so. The girl ran forward. Exceltrion clutched a piece of a scroll and called Rubens. He turned to the man, saying that he was giving him the first task, to immediately gather all the members of the White Dragon Order. The guard presented silhouettes and asked in confusion, "All the members of the Order?" Gritting his teeth, the hero answered that he allowed all members of the White Dragon Order to use the teleportation gates inside the palace without limit. The discouraged guard bowed. Exceltrion clutched the paper, thinking that he was not going to tolerate this anymore. He threw the scraps, saying that Safaguld and Magus, they need to be taught. The guy in the red cloak continued, "Good manners." The moon was shining in the dark sky. A huge wolf was standing next to Carl's. The boy dodged the blow of the paw. A leathery wing opened. The hero flew up. He attacked the wolf in the stomach. It fell back. The boy jumped. There was a pink magic seal on the outstretched palm. He landed. The beast bared its teeth and trembled. Carl's put out his palms and said that he was a good dog, nothing, it would not hurt. Purple rays circled around his eye. The hero said that he used a spell. He sat next to him, resting his cheek on his palms, and told him not to be afraid. He did not die, and he was not going to kill him. The boy stroked the beast, saying that he did not need much, he was just tearing off a piece of flesh. And with a wild look, he chopped from top to bottom. He held a piece of meat in his hands, saying that he would drink some blood. Carl's wiped his mouth, briefly saying how good it was. He looked at the wolf and said that he thought that was enough. After all, he also tried to kill him. The guy sat next to him, saying how full he was. Looking away, Carl's asked to listen to him. Lately Dukla had been sending his men either to the Wailing Wall or to the fortress. The beast lying on the ground listened to what seemed to be something grand being prepared in the kingdom of Safaguld as well. The beast sadly pressed its ears, wondering why he was telling him all this. The guy remembered the demon sitting on the throne and said that yesterday he asked which of the 2 places he wanted to go this time. The hero said that he wanted to shout out that to Safaguld. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head, saying that he did not know where he ordered, that's where he would go. The hero explained that he simply pretended to be a fool and followed his instructions. Pointing his finger, Dukla ordered to go to Safaguld. Carl's clenched his fists in triumph, saying that he suddenly told him to go to Safaguld. This is real luck. He spread his arms and said that he finally had a chance to get out of this terrible demonic lair. The wolf thought that he also wanted to escape from it. The guy poked his finger at him, asking why he was not answering. He could answer. Sitting next to the beast, the hero said that he was wondering why this was such a good chance for him. Safaguld is a kingdom. There are many strong people here who can protect him from this Duklu. Why is he silent? The discouraged wolf thought that as soon as he can move normally, he will not be well. The guy sat under the dark sky, saying that although this is not the famous order of the White Dragon from the Rune Empire. The joyful hero imagined a silhouette, saying that there are probably many strong knights and magicians here. You just have to ask them, and they will definitely. The guy imagined himself standing next to the surprise guards, saying that to be honest, he is a man, he was captured by demons, he asked them for help, he knows everything about the army of demons. He was kneeling, saying plaintively that his knowledge would certainly come in handy. Carl sadly buried his face in his knees, saying that however these people, would they believe his words? To be honest, he doesn't look his best right now. The wolf frowned at him, thinking that he, in his opinion, looked normal with a torn piece of flesh. He heard that it was immediately obvious that he did not look like a man, and thought what kind of man he was just a monster. The hero looked down, thinking that, firstly, on one side the skin became dark. He opened his mouth, saying that fangs came out and changed. Examining his hands, he said that this was some kind of strange one, and Dukla gave it to him. Raising his hands, Karl shouted that he was still a man, not a demon. The wolf thought that it did not matter, a demon or a man, he was still not with him. A glow appeared in the arch. Exceltrion turned to Duran and Rubens and ordered to begin preparations. With an ominous look in the other direction, he ordered Beos to report the situation. The man bowed and said that King Saphigold Magus believed that the princes were kidnapped by the Rune Empire. The hero spread his arms when he heard that this was why he detained the Empire's envoys and replied that they had actually cured their dragon blood. The man's face was dripping with sweat, and he said that if he wanted them back, he should go there in person. The hero thought that since he had called, he should go. Clenching his fist angrily, the Emperor said that he would show him who he dared to touch. Beos stood behind him, looking scared, saying that they should not start a war. He looked ahead in alarm, hearing that Saphigold had already declared war on them. Standing on the stairs, the hero said that he would ask again, would avoiding military action be the right choice? The tense Prime Minister stood below and replied that he had not thought of that. The man bowed and promised to follow his decision. Exceltrion turned around, hearing the request to return in good health. Looking at the Prime Minister, he said that if the demons continue to attack, let him deal with them with the Black Dragon Order, but it is not necessary. He feels that something is wrong. Beos raised his head, asking again. The hero looked at him carefully. Beos' eyes widened. He opened his mouth in surprise, asking if between the Saphigold Kingdom and the demons, and heard that it is true, he is smart. Gwangsuk touched his chin, thinking that this is just the perfect timing. Just when the demons are attacking, the king of Saphigold arrested his people. Renard appeared on the stairs. She bowed, asking that His Majesty has already returned. The guy asked, "Is this the White Dragon armor?" The girl in the armor touched her chest and said that yes, she was transferred to the White Dragon Order. As he passed by, Exceltrion told him to concentrate and gather himself. The real battle was about to begin. The guy in the red cloak walked away, saying he was talking about the war with Saphigold. The guy presented a waving flag and said that the Order of the White Dragon was going to fight right now. The night sky above the castle. Words were heard from the White Castle that he had made the wrong choice. King Magus touched his head and said that he didn't think it would go this far. He was going to use scripts to weaken the Rune Empire a little. The girl was tied up, saying that this was not right. She was asking him to come to his senses at least now. The king grinned ominously, saying that the operator had prepared the execution. Barza, everything had already been decided. A quick movement of the leg. The man grabbed the girl's face, asking if she wanted him to endure his subjects being killed. The trembling scripts opened her mouth and said that he was different, he couldn't defeat him. The king slapped him, ordering him to be quiet. The girl's head fell to the side. The door opened slightly, and a request to calm down was heard. Magus turned around discontentedly, hearing that this was his chance. Barza stood in front of him, touching his chest with his palm. Words were heard that he had finally returned. He bowed, saying that he had prepared everything and returned. The king greeted him. Stretching out his hands, he said that he could only trust him. The king placed his palms on the man's shoulders and, imagining the execution, said that his brother was mercilessly killed by the Emperor Rune, and he had endured all this time. With an ominous smile, Magus said that this time war was inevitable, to which he heard gratitude for his trust. Barza knelt down on one knee in a bow, saying that he had finished preparing the armed golems. They were waiting for his order. The king pointed his finger contentedly, telling him to call them here. The subordinate clapped his hands. The leg in the metal armor took a step. Several golems marched forward in formation. They stopped. Words were heard, "These are armed golems." The king raised his hands in jubilation, shouting that this was amazing. He made soldiers who moved themselves. After all, his family is truly outstanding, Barza thanked. Bowing, he said that he had discovered the research that his brother had secretly conducted before he died. There was a red glow near the trees. A man was lying on the table. Barza froze in surprise, asking his brother what he was doing here. The boy holding the scalpel turned around, telling him not to worry, he was almost done. The man shook his shoulder, saying that he couldn't do this, he had to stop. His brother threw him back, demanding that he let go, and said that if he didn't, their clan would not survive. He continued to examine the body. The scalpel in his hand flashed. Barza looked scared. Clutching the cloth on his chest, he said that for the sake of his family, he did this. He remembered the images of the execution, thinking that he was then killed as the last non-entity. Standing in front of the king, he said that he was here to avenge his brother's death. Golem stood behind him. The man heard that he spent his whole life in seclusion, studying magic and the techniques of their family. The golem's eye was shining, and words were heard that if these warriors that his brother had invented were added here. Many robots stood in rows. He finished that they would be able to defeat the Rune Empire. Magus looked away, hearing that he had to make the final decision. Smiling slightly, he said that he was afraid of the Rune Empire. With a smile in his fist, the king said that he was wrong. Waving his hand, he told the general to get ready for great things. This war shows that their kingdom is the strongest military power on the continent. Spreading his arms, Magus asked how many golems he could make in a year, to which he heard that if he tried, then 20 golems every year. The king happily spread his arms, saying that didn't he say that the most knights are those who have A-rank blood, and heard confirmation. The man took a step. Scripps was tied to a pole. A question was heard, how did the queen come to this? Barza smiled contentedly, saying what a pitiful sight. A red glow was swirling around the ropes. He said that it seemed that his invention, the blood suppression seal, was doing its job well. With a sinister smile, he said that he did not think that she would return here on her own. Thanks to her, things went well. The girl's eyes were closed. He asked how she managed to process the ruler of the Rune Empire. A letter arrived that he personally intended to visit the kingdom. The man touched Scripps' cheek, saying that now he was most likely crossing the border. They would deal with him soon. Holding the girl's face, he offered to look at this ugly face. With a wild smile, the king exclaimed, "Is a golem capable of such a thing?" To which he heard that after the death of his brother, research ceased. These golems move thanks to his magic. The girl's eyes were closed. Barza said that for the death of his brother, he will avenge not only the Rune Empire, but also her father. Scripps turned her head and the man said that she had come to her senses. After all, she was amazing. The dragon blood was probably sealed too. A purple glow appeared around the girl. She called out to his majesty. Barza covered her mouth with his hand, saying that she should wait a little and see everything for herself. Scripps closed her eyes, mentally telling his majesty that this man could not be trusted. The man smiled. His eyes glowed ominously red. Magus froze, spreading his arms, hearing a cry that he had come with a report. The man squeezed through the standing golems and heard the question, what happened? Bowing low, he said that the ruler of the Rune Empire with his retinue had just crossed their border. The king was surprised that it was so fast. He grabbed his head, shocked, saying, "Is this really the order of the White Dragon, if they come?" The man let go of the girl's face, telling him to be calm. Coming closer, Barza suggested listening to the boy first. The worried servant said that fortunately, there were no knights of the White Dragon Order among the retinue. He was told that there were only 10 knights from the Black Dragon Order in the escort. The king stood in front of the lined-up golems, asking how the emperor could come here without the White Dragon Order. Barza said that if he only reached the royal palace, everything would go according to their plan. The girl thought, is the emperor coming here? Scripps looked down worriedly, wondering if this was because of her. She looked gloomily at the golems, thinking that it was still too dangerous even for him to come alone, only with the knights of the Black Dragon. Gritting her teeth until they bled, she thought that she did not want to become a burden to him. The boy opened his mouth in surprise, calling out to the princess. Magus turned around and ordered to do something to her. Barza extended his palm, ordering to tie her up. The ropes entangled the girl's body. She moved with her mouth tied. The man took a step, saying that it was only because she was his daughter that he endured. The king slapped Scripps in the face, shouting that it turned out that the Rune Empire had already won her over. The girl lowered her head. Turning away, Magus resolutely shouted that it was not the time to relax. Who knows, perhaps there were several White Dragon Knights among the escort. Barza touched his chest and told him not to worry. They had stationed Orange Blood Knights at the border. This is a very sensitive blood. Among those who crossed the border, only one person with special power was identified. Turning to the servant, he asked if that was not so. The servant confirmed, saying that he believed it was the emperor. Magus clenched his fist until he trembled, asking what kind of insolent man this Exceltrian was. Had he completely lost his fear, they would see where his self-confidence would lead him. Turning around, he said that they needed to hurry. Barza bowed and heard that he was being given power over the entire army. Let him capture the emperor, he wanted to see him alive. Scripps was tied to a pole. Words were heard that if he began to resist, let him use the hostage. If this did not help, the king ran his finger across his neck and said that he could kill him. With a sly smile, the man said that he obeyed, and thought that now Safegold was finished. Magus walked among the golems, while the man thought that this stupid king was finally finished. The man in the cloak walked away. Turning around, Barza thought that this world that had brought his brother to death had come to an end. His eye glowed red. He thought that he would be freed and live a new life in the world. Looking at the tied-up girl, he continued that neither bloodlines nor family would have the power to dictate anything. He would create this world. A ray of sunlight illuminated the roof of a light tower. A white castle. A fountain with sculptures. Looking to the side, Exceltrian said that Magus was living well. An order was heard to stand. The guards put out their hands and demanded to introduce themselves. They crossed spears, saying that this road leads to the royal palace. Exceltrian was surprised when he heard that commoners did not dare to walk along it, and even more so did not have the right to block the way. An ominous smile appeared on his lips. He asked if they thought he was a commoner. This was really the kingdom of Safegold. The guards opened their mouths in surprise, hearing that even some guards dared to be impudent here. Clutching a spear, the guard said that judging by his clothes, he seemed to be an aristocrat. The second asked what kind of family he was from. Exceltrian pointed his hand, saying what kind of clan. He came here to exterminate. Suddenly a cry was heard that called him. Ingris quickly ran, calling the name of the emperor. He bowed, saying that he was very scared when he suddenly disappeared. What was he doing here? The time of the meeting had not yet come. Exceltrian angrily glanced at him, saying that next time he did not dare to interrupt him, because next time he would not be merciful to him. Guangsuk said that she hated when he was interrupted in mid-sentence for the umpteenth time. He heard the words that this would not happen again. Leaning towards each other, the guards discussed that he looked like a knight in appearance. But this was definitely not a knight of Saphigold, maybe a free one. Guangsuk giggled into his palm, saying that even they got lines. Behind, angry Rita's thought, stop chatting, did he not come here to fight? Turning to the knight, the boy asked where the others were and heard that they were waiting to gather in front of the gate. The emperor flushed with indignation and repeated that he had asked not to reveal his name until they entered the palace. Indris asked, should this still be kept a secret? He closed his eyes, saying that to be honest, from the moment he appeared here in this armor, it was impossible to hide this information. Exceltrian touched his chin and replied that his words made some sense. Turning around, he decided that they would wait. These guys were funnier than he thought. They would see when they figured it out. The guards crossed spears again and demanded to know who he was. This was the kingdom of Saphigold. Outsiders cannot just walk in here. Opening his mouth, the guard demanded to go back. Then the guys stared forward in shock. On the knight's chest was an image of a dragon. They said that this drawing in armor. Opening his mouth, Exceltrian asked, finally understand? The guards looked frightened. The emperor, surrounded by a glow, said that they came from the Rune Empire and demanded to be let through. The trembling warriors grabbed each other. The guards looked forward in fear as one of them told the other to quickly go back and call for help, and the other told him to call the knights from the royal guard. The guy turned around and asked if there was anyone else here besides them. He would go for help, to which the other replied, why him? Let him go himself. The protagonist watched the fight and heard the hero screaming, he always makes him do what he himself does not want, and the other answered when he made him. The blonde silently looked at them as they continued screaming, he always does this, last time with the other knights. The man frowned and said if they do not let him through right now. He clenched his teeth and added, he will personally kill him. The violet-eyed man was furious, and said who will be left of the two of them. The guards grabbed each other and screamed, oh. Suddenly they began to run away and call your majesty. The knight looked after them and said, well, it seems they ran for help, leave it as it is. The protagonist looked at him and answered that he should leave them, and better yet, say where everyone else is, to which he replied, most likely now. The girl ran quickly and called your majesty. Then she stopped, closed her eyes and started screaming, asking for forgiveness and saying, they were late because the tied-up maiden was very slow. The pink-haired girl put her finger to her lips and said, Elim, it's a secret, you can't tell it. The brunette covered her mouth with her hands and said, well, she gave away that she was a tied-up maiden. When the girl started waving her arms and saying, no, no, it's not about her, she called the emperor his majesty. There was an angry man behind the lady when she asked, what's wrong with the emperor? Is there something wrong with his majesty? Suddenly the blonde kicked the heroine and shouted for her to shut up already. Did she really want to announce to everyone in the area that the ruler of the Rune Empire had shown up here? The lady grabbed her hips and replied, right, it was a secret, she had forgotten, and asked for forgiveness. The protagonist turned away, grabbed his head and told her to shut up, that was enough, let her just stand next to him and wait, and she agreed. The violet-eyed man listened with interest to the girl's conversation, when one of them asked how her soft spot was, and the other answered, nothing, everything was fine, and she was fine. Laina turned around when the hero asked if something hurt, and she replied that. Raising her hand, she smiled and added, oh, it's nothing special, she just felt dizzy on the way, and the man said, don't strain yourself too much. The pink-haired girl looked away and thought, she was already tense, they had just been in the dungeon, she should rest, it was very hard for her. People were standing in front of Guangsuk. Suddenly he shouted out Wigner's name, when the man took a step forward and said, yes, his majesty. The blonde grabbed his chin and said, it seems the order is short of knights, what happened? The gray-haired man lowered his head and answered, he left a minimum number of people in other areas and mobilized the Order of the White Dragon as much as possible. He said that they could not do anything, they needed to continue to protect the fortress of the Wailing Wall and the northern lands. The protagonist looked at him seriously and asked where Blumhartz was. The girl grabbed the hero by the hand and shouted out that her father took over the commander of the Wailing Wall, instead of Wigner. The brown-eyed man frowned and added, yes, and the rest of the warriors are holding back the orcs. Looking at the army, the blonde said, okay, he understands there is no problem with the demons of the Wailing Wall, to which one of the people replied, yes, there was no problem before he came here, and he said, okay, then he will explain his plan. The guy looked to the side, put up two fingers and said this time they will split into two squads, one squad will stall for time, and the other will infiltrate the palace. The brunette smiled, put his hand on his chest and replied that they obey his order. Then he paused and thought, everything is according to rumors, compared to the previous emperor. He looked at the young man and continued to think, this is a completely different person. The protagonist looked at the knights and said that they will have to destroy everyone who blocks the way. The girls opened their mouths wide when he added, no matter whether it is a warrior, a knight, An aristocrat or a member of the royal family. Those who resist will be killed, and those who surrender will be disarmed. Understood. The ladies closed their eyes when the guy said that Laena would help the other knights from behind, and Eileen would guard Laena, to which one of them replied that she obeyed his majesty. The gray-haired man looked ahead and thought, the former emperor is impatiently waiting to see what will happen to the Rune Empire. The blonde quickly looked into the distance when it was said that from this moment the war begins. A dim light was burning in the castle. The man was holding a pen in his hand when someone shouted, His Majesty, trouble has happened. The brunette raised his head, looked at the knights and said the king had important business, so he went to the queen's chambers. What happened? To which they replied that the general, the ruler of the Rune Empire, appeared in front of the royal palace, after which the man shouted that, What are they saying? The emperor appeared in front of the palace. The two opened their mouths wide and replied, It is true, he appeared too suddenly. The hero frowned and shouted, What nonsense, the emperor and his retinue had only just reached the outskirts of the kingdom. The journey to the palace would take at least 2 days. The young men opened their eyes wide and said they also did not know how this was possible, but it was true. They definitely saw a knight in the armor of the White Dragon Order on the road. The mug fell to the floor. Barza looked to the side in surprise and thought, the armor of the White Dragon Order, so the White Dragon Order is really here. But apart from the emperor, he did not feel any other energy. While the liquid was spreading on the floor, he wondered if they were deliberately hiding the power of their blood. After all, it was faster than he expected. Beads of sweat were running down the hero's face when he asked if they really used the teleportation gate. Then he grabbed his head and thought, what if they secretly connected the gate to the chambers of the royal palace? But nothing suspicious was noticed on the border. The general turned around when the guards asked what to do now, and he replied, they knew how many people he would bring with him, to which they replied, yes, he said that there were 10 people in his retinue. The man sighed in relief and said, only 10 people, so the number that was noticed at the border, that's all. The knights opened their mouths wide and answered, only saying that they were all in armor with the pattern of the Order of the White Dragon. They themselves saw one of them when he asked what, this can't be. The hero narrated that the Order of the White Dragon does not have even 20 people, and several of them are commanders on the battlefield. They could not leave their order empty. The guy put out his hand and shouted, but it's true, you can't get to the box now, so he must give the order. The emperor is already advancing on the palace and trying to get inside. The gates began to break down when he added, they have already approached the palace, and the guards are suffering losses. The bearded man smiled slyly. After which he looked ahead and said, so he wants to break through at all costs, despite the war. The sun was shining brightly outside when he added, some 10 people are trying to start a war in the Saphigold kingdom. The heroes quickly moved forward when the man said, okay, fine. They were scared. The blonde walked forward purposefully when the general added that they accept the challenge, crazy emperor. The army moved forward when the commander ordered to detain the knights of the Rune Empire. The man turned around and said that they entered here through a teleport. It is necessary to protect the king. The chandeliers were burning in the castle. The guys opened their mouths wide and said, now the royal knights are placed in all the alleys. The king was taken to safety just in case, when suddenly someone shouted that they were talking nonsense. The general pointed his finger and asked why they divided the guards. Let all the royal knights stand in front of the entrance to the palace, and they obeyed. The guards froze when he added, send a letter right now to send reinforcements to the palace, to which they replied, yes, but only. The man was hitting a barrel when one of the heroes asked who he was. He hadn't seen him before. The young men covered their noses and asked what that strange smell was. It looked like rotten blood. The brunette got angry and shouted, stop chatting. Let them go and carry out the order, to which they replied, oh yeah then. The guys were spinning around in confusion. The brown-eyed man looked forward seriously. Then he smiled and said, these idiots can control blood too. It seems they have sensed the mania of blood. The man opened his mouth and asked, is it true? Bloody balls were flying around him. The general opened his eyes wide, smiled and said, wow, this amulet, everyone from the blood race wears it. This is the first time he's seen one. Everything sparkled when he added, he hid the power of such a large amulet, which is why such an effect came out. The man put his hand on his chest and said that he, too, had once received a part of the amulet from a representative of the blood race, but it had taken him a long time to revive this power. The hero stood by the barrel when he asked what was inside, to which he replied that he had hidden Princess Scripts there, she would never get out. The girl was sitting inside the barrel when he added that he had sealed her powers with a magic chain with an amulet. The red-eyed man turned and said this. After which Barza looked at his hands, smiled maliciously and said that with the help of the princess, he would be able to avenge all his grievances. He peered into his palms and said for all those 40 years that he had to live in the body of this dirty little man, and the boy said, no, but he is. The brunette smiled and said, he can rest somewhere for now. He held the flask in his hands and added, this will be quite enough. Suddenly he started drinking the potion when the boy put his hand out and shouted, no, let him wait. The hero stood with his head up. The boy opened his mouth and thought, this is dangerous. The man finished the liquid, wiped his mouth and told him not to worry. As soon as he was ready to meet the guests, he could handle it alone. He threw the flask aside, concentrated the magic and added, "Neither the Emperor nor the White Dragon Order could handle the demon race." A magic circle appeared in front of him when he said so he wouldn't need his help. The boy looked at him silently. The general smiled evilly and dispelled the magic. The sky was clear. There was a battle on the stairs. The girl was fighting with opponents when Lyanna asked him to wait and take her with him. The three stood together when the brunette asked Renard if she was handling it. This was her first battle after joining the White Dragon Order, to which she replied, "Yes, no problems so far," and the boy said, "Not a bad mood." The brunette ran up to the knight and asked if he was okay. The men looked seriously into the distance. Their gazes were stern. The commander-in-chief of the army walked ahead, gritting his teeth. He opened his eyes wide and thought, they couldn't even touch the order of the White Dragon. Then he looked at the girl and continued his thought. Moreover, there were many more knights than the report said. The mustachioed man grabbed his head and thought, he needed to pull himself together. They probably had a weak spot too. Suddenly he froze and fell silent. The knights were sitting on the ground and writhing in pain, when he thought, 2 wounded knights. The commander put his finger forward, frowned and shouted for everyone to listen to him. Their target was 2 wounded knights. The guy grinned and asked if he was underestimating them. The brunette looked away and thought that he couldn't move forward with them, in that case. He turned to Regesta and said that he would stand at the forefront with the Emperor and Sir Wigner, to which he replied that, but what to do with them? The yellow-eyed man frowned and replied that he would take care of them himself. Let him trust him and go ahead. The youth made a dash and shouted, "Obey," asking him to take care of them. After which he quickly ran away, and the man told them to ignore him. He pointed his finger forward and shouted, "Over there." The army moved forward when the leader added that they should attack them. His eyes glowed brightly. The hero put out his sword and began to attack. Magic power rushed towards the boy. Suddenly, there was an explosion. The brunette looked back and wondered if they were really hunting him. The brown-eyed man frowned when someone shouted, "Damn." There was a battle in the palace and screams were heard, "Stop them now." Smoke was coming out of the chimney. People were running when someone shouted that there was a request for reinforcements. They had to hurry. Running up to the opponents, he added, "Isolate them, block the passage." The yellow-eyed girl looked back and said, "There are too many of them," and the brunette replied that they needed to hold out a little longer. Ingress frowned and thought, the local defense corps had joined in too. Looking at the opponents, he noticed that they were armed with maces, so they couldn't get close at all. The man was spinning a ball with spikes on a chain when the man added that from one blow they would immediately fly off to another world. The girl defended herself from blows with shields when the hero thought, there is still someone normal. He raised his head and saw knights flying in the air, and he thought, he even felt a little sorry for them. The mace was flying at a crazy speed. The brunette parried it with her shield. Then she parried another one with her sword with her other hand. The lady glanced sideways, saw another weapon, and thought that they would not last any longer. After all, it was too early for her to join the Order of the White Dragon. Magic rays appeared around, when someone shouted not to give up. The pink-haired girl concentrated her power, and shouted for them to hold on. Renard smiled when notifications came that divine magic was used near her. Suddenly, the heroine made a dash, jumped, and thanked the sacred maiden. The knight crashed into the magic gate. Blood splashed out of his mouth. The brunette turned around when Lyanna said that she was just great, the enemies are retreating, and she replied, well, what about her? It's all thanks to her. A question was heard in the distance, but why doesn't she help Elim? To which she replied, she understands. The lady pointed her hands to the side and added, she was doing just fine without her, to which the lady replied, that was just like her. The fat man gritted his teeth and opened his eyes wide. He was watching the battle and thought that the rumors about the Order of the White Dragon were true. The man grinned even more and continued his thought, it would be difficult to defeat them all. Then he made a dash. Jumping up, he added, but he would kill at least one. The hero swung and shouted loudly for him to die. Looking at this, the knight froze. Then he narrowed his eyes hard. There was a big explosion and the fat man flew off. He looked down in surprise and wondered where he suddenly appeared from. The bearded man looked at the guy and told him to give up this idea. He put up a shield and added that as long as he was here, they would not be able to touch them. Suddenly, someone called Rubens and he began to turn his head. A guard stood behind him as the man told him not to yawn during the battle and not to give up, let him not make him regret saving his life. The young man held his shoulder and asked for forgiveness for becoming an extra burden. The brown-eyed man frowned and replied that he never considered him a burden, he was a worthy comrade of the Rune Empire. A tear ran down the hero's cheek as he said thank you. Then he clenched his fist and shouted that he would help him until the end of his days, and the man replied, okay, he believed him. The second knight picked the guy up on his shoulder. The fat man walked along the bridge, holding sledgehammers in his hands, and asked if they were having fun here. They say that in war the life of a comrade is the most important thing. They are wrong. Then he frowned and added, there is nothing more important than victory. The young man put his hammer forward, pointing at Rubens, and said if he, with his outstanding abilities, dies on the battlefield. The brunette listened silently when he added, it will be because of stupid compassion. The hero opened his mouth and said, "It's a pity to kill him alone." Suddenly he made a dash, heading towards the man, and shouted, but only for the sake of victory. The bearded man defended himself from the blow, and the opponent flew to the side. Then he tried to strike with the sword himself. There was a battle between them. The fat man smiled and said that he was moving too slowly. He drew attention to the sledgehammer and said that he had a heavy weapon, which he improved with the help of his blood energy. After which he continued to narrate that it increases the speed of all his actions, which compensates for the shortcomings of the weapon. The brown-eyed man smiled widely and said, "He has a weak spot." The brunette turned his head sharply when he asked if there was any point in fighting him. The two stood in a stupor. They looked at the flying magical flashes. The guys looked around. They did not understand anything and asked where he went. The fat man was already behind them. He started to strike with his hammers. Then he landed on the ground and said, "What idiots." The man's back was covered in blood when the hero said that thanks to the white dragon armor he managed to survive. The brunette stood silently when he added, "But he would not be able to move anymore." The young man smiled sarcastically and said, "Even if it was short, it was fun." Suddenly he disappeared and said goodbye. Fire was burning around the bearded man. The hero looked at his hand and made a strange sound. He opened his eyes in fear and asked what kind of power it was. Rubens frowned and remained silent. The blonde turned his head and thought Rubens. Two people stood to the side of him. When he continued his thought, he finally showed his power. The brunette bowed and told His Majesty that he would not use the power of his blood in this battle. The protagonist looked at him and replied that he was forced to refuse his request. Unless there was a special reason, let him fight with all his might. The bearded man raised his head and said that although they were from another kingdom, they were the same people as them. He said that he left the palace of the Red Dragon and followed him to stop the demons that were killing everyone. Standing on the carpet in front of the main character, the man added that in this war he would not use the power of his blood, but even without it, he would still suppress the enemy. Exceltrion closed his eyes and replied that if he thought he could handle it, then let him do as he wanted, but let him remember. He opened his eyes and added that his decision could lead to losses on their side. Yellow-Eyed frowned and thought, as the Emperor had said, his comrades almost died because of his carelessness. He angrily looked into the distance and thought that he would not hesitate anymore. The fat man opened his mouth wide and shouted, he was lucky once, so he imagined himself to be someone unknown. He opened his eyes wide and shouted that he would smash his impudent mug. The heroes hung in the air. They approached each other. A battle began between the men. People looked at the sky, where explosions were visible. The girl looked up in fear and thought the speed was too great, that she could not keep up. Looking at them, she continued the thought that probably the one fighting Rubens also has extraordinary skills. The opponents circled in the sky, when the brunette thought that Mr. Rubens should win. The weapons of the opponents touched and created sparks. The brown-eyed man narrowed his eyes and thought that he was inferior to him in strength. It was necessary to increase the speed and wait for the right moment. Then he looked down at the knights and continued the thought that he would use them to distract him. His strength was drawn down, when the hero thought that with a speed attack he could deal with these guards. The yellow-eyed man looked away. Then he landed on the ground and shouted, he thinks he will fall for the same trick again. The fat man stopped and thought, but he was just inferior to him, how did he manage it? He looked at his hand and continued the thought, there must be some mistake. The guy made a dash and thought that he would try to use maximum strength again. Suddenly someone asked him where he was when the opposing forces collided. The man looked to the side and thought, how is this possible? The brunette was flying straight at him when he defended himself, holding his weapon in front of him. The young man fell to the ground and asked why he couldn't throw him away, since he was faster than him, thanks to the power of blood. The bearded man stood still and asked, his blood power was stronger than his, where did he get that from? He opened his mouth wide and added, except for that moment, he had never used the power of golden blood. The fat man looked up in fear and thought, what? Remembering the battle, he continued to think, did he really fight off his blows without using the power of blood, and golden blood at that? The very power of blood that increases strength and reaction. He clenched his teeth and thought, this simply can't be. The brown-eyed man opened his mouth wide and said, all the owners of the power of golden blood died in the war with the mad dragon. This means that there is no one left on the continent with golden blood. The brunette stepped forward and replied that he was the last descendant to have this power. Then he said that Sir Blumheart helped him survive. The man moved forward and said that he tried to kill his comrades who could no longer fight. In this battle he would lose. The young man frowned angrily, swung his arm and shouted, because of his meanness. The redhead opened his mouth wide and replied, in a battle there is nothing more important than victory. Then he used his power and added that he could not lose to someone who did not take war seriously. The opponents flew at each other. The fat man's arm was torn off and it flew to the side. His weapon fell to the ground. The guards looked forward in fear and said, Deputy Commander. They moved forward, shouting that they must protect him. The guy ran forward and ordered the others to cover so that no one could get to him, and to go to the sides. The brunette came closer to the wounded opponent, and said that he would kill him painlessly. The man silently closed his eyes. Suddenly, a guard appeared in front of him, who told him to run away from here, he would detain him. The deputy looked at him and said, "But of course." The boy narrowed his eyes and replied that without him they would not stand, so he should quickly run. The hero swung his sword. Then he lowered it, and said that he had amazing subordinates who were ready to sacrifice themselves to protect him. The two were surprised when he added that if they no longer interfered in the war, he would leave them alive. Then the brunette turned away and told them to leave here. Then he silently closed his eyes. The guards led the commander and asked for help. The man was bleeding and thought that because of him the course of the war had changed. He frowned and continued his thought, all because of him. The young lady ran up to the brunette and screamed, "It was incredible, he defeated the enemy commander," she admired him. Her eyes were shining as she added, "It was an honor to see that same golden blood she had heard so much about." Rubens closed his eyes and replied, "Enough, there was nothing special about what had happened, besides, something else was more important now." The two were fighting their rivals. The brown-eyed girl, frowning, looked away and asked Renard what she was standing there for. She thought she was counting crows in war. The girls started running, asking for forgiveness and saying that she was already on her way. The battle continued when someone shouted, "Retreat." The heroes swung their swords. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and shouted, "The enemy is retreating, let them clear the way to the royal palace." The army men were standing in front of the gate. The blonde looked at them and thought, if he only got through there, he would see Magus with the princess. The young man was fighting his opponents when the protagonist continued his thought, this is his chance while the enemy is busy with Rubens. The man made a dash. He began jumping on the heroes' heads. The brunette frowned, put his finger out and ordered to stop the emperor. He can't be allowed to reach the royal palace. The protagonist kicked the knight in the head. His foot stopped on it. The guard swung his sword. With his weapon, he cut Exceltrian's leg. The guy landed and screamed in pain. He gritted his teeth and thought, he suffered from some warrior. How is that possible? He's a small fish. Suddenly, he looked away. A magic portal appeared above the hero. When he thought, what kind of feeling is this? A demon? No, a little different from demons. There was no one in the arch. Then people began to come out of it. The old man put his hand out and shouted, "Attack, at all costs, let them protect the royal palace." The mustachioed man frowned, looking into the distance. After which he ordered to crush him, and the subordinate flew up above the protagonist's head. A beam flashed across the heroes' heads. The man swung at his opponent and shouted, "How dare he raise his hand against the emperor?" The opponent clenched his hands. Suddenly, there was a bright flash. The brunette landed and looked ahead. There were two people standing in front of him. When he was told to look, they were knights of the royal palace of Saphigold, the power of armed golems. The stone began to crack when the old man looked ahead in surprise and said, "It can't be, how is that possible, why?" He spread his arms and added, "But His Majesty said that his abilities can be compared with an S-rank knight." The blonde raised his head, laughed and said, "Even stupidity has a limit. If it were so simple with S-rank blood energy, then warriors would not need training." The man blushed with anger when the guy added that the kingdom had a stupid king and equally stupid subjects. After which the gray-haired man ordered that these two be seized immediately, and the knights made a dash. The heroes were standing back to back when the protagonist told Wigner not to relax, and he replied, "Yes, your majesty." The blonde held his sword in front of him. The brunette did the same and looked sideways. The heroes were surrounded by rivals. Suddenly there was a flash, and they disappeared. They were crushing their opponents with their weapons. The old man was stunned, opened his mouth wide and said, He got very angry and asked, "How do they do that?" The protagonist looked at Wigner and said that their target was King Magus. If he finds him, he should not kill him, to which he replied, "As he says, your majesty." The two ran up the stairs. The stone with the passage fell to the ground. Then it split into pieces. The man stood in a cloud of smoke. He squinted, covered his mouth with his hands and said, after that they also remained intact. The protagonist looked ahead and asked, "Is that all?" The gray-haired man put his finger up and said, "He used blood energy for this attack. How did he manage to remain unharmed? Maybe the other one sacrificed himself." After which the main character smiled sarcastically and raised his finger up. Violet-eyed looked at him with fear. Then he looked up and thought from above. Suddenly, a guy appeared above his head. The old man clenched his teeth. Stones appeared around. The man grabbed the ground with his hand. He bent down, avoiding blows. He used a magic cocoon. The guy struck the stone. The opponent's glances crossed. The old man stretched out his hand and shouted that his blood power was great for defense. He would never be able to penetrate. The blond man stood with his back turned and replied that he was very wrong. He smiled and asked if he thought his blood would protect him from everything. The hero said that blood energy also comes in different forms, with his being golden in color. Magic shone around when he added that he could never defeat the red energy. Stone fragments flew apart when the young man added, because the latter enhances the effect of the weapon. The old man spread his arms, opened his eyes wide and shouted, "This can't be, This is impossible. The enemy's sword pierced his stomach. Blood splashed out of his mouth. The two were floating in the air when the man said, "It can't be, he has the highest level of blood energy in the kingdom." Wigner looked forward sternly and said, "The strength of the energy may be the same, however." Suddenly he swung. The old man flew to the side when he added, "In everything else." The brown-eyed man stopped and said, "He is much superior to him." The two were standing at the gates of the palace when one of them told His Majesty that they are here, you can go in. The hero opened his mouth when the man said, "Okay, but first, he is fine, he is not injured." The man tapped his chest and replied, "They were at war, such scratches are mere trifles," to which he said, "Okay, if he says so." There was magic around, when someone said, "By the way, he feels the aura of the demon race here," and the second asked what, but where could there be demons here? The blonde looked into the distance and thought, maybe it was Magus, what was going on inside? Looking forward, he told the guide to break the door first, "We need to take a look," and he answered, "As your majesty commands." A bright beam flashed. It dissipated in the air. The heroes covered their faces and squinted. The brunette covered his nose with his hand and wondered what kind of stench. The blonde opened his eyes wide when he screamed for His Majesty to see what it was. An animal horn appeared. Then an open mouth. In front of the people stood a monster who spoke. Finally the emperor decided to appear. He blew steam out of his nose and added why it took him so long. It turns out the Mad Emperor and the White Dragon Order are nothing serious. The hero put his hand out when the man standing behind him said that he would deal with this monster, and he told him to step back. Standing in front of the huge creature, the protagonist asked if he knew it, as if he had already seen it. The monster bared its teeth and replied that it was the messenger of Saphigold, whom he had mercilessly killed. The brunette was surprised when the opponent introduced himself as Oscar Barza. He is the younger brother of Eric Barza, and he thought that he also had a brother. But according to the plot, Barza, who hated people, took a part of one of the 7 dukes of the devil's world into his body. 40% of people died because of such contracts with demons, and 50% of people lost their minds and turned into monsters. But Barza did not die, and did not lose his mind. A strong hatred for people made a real demon out of him. Thus the 5th demon Barza appeared. He was very cruel and took many people's lives. The heroes stood back to back, when one of them thought maybe this time his brother became a demon. He clenched his fist and continued thinking, was it because of him that the plot of the book changed again? The monster narrowed his eyes and said, "I didn't think he would recognize him." It seemed like he was still a little guilty about killing his brother. The protagonist looked at him and answered, "He just remembered the face of the bastard who became a demon." The opponent got angry and said, "What nonsense, his brother had never met demons." The blonde looked at him seriously and answered, "It was a matter of time, he would eventually switch to their side anyway, just like him." The monster swung and shouted that he shouldn't insult his late brother. He raised his head, the rocks began to fly apart, and he shouted that today he would definitely kill him. The brunette held out his sword and said, "It is dangerous, it is very different from all the others." The protagonist swung his sword and replied that he himself knew. His weapon caught fire when he thought that even the sword of light reacts to the demon's power. He frowned and continued his thought. Moreover, the forces surrounded him when he noticed that he could feel the aura of other demons as well. Looking at the monster, he added that their power was much greater than his energy. The protagonist directed his gaze forward and thought what else could be there. Eric dropped to one knee and asked where they were looking. Then he jumped up. The two looked at him in fear. Wigner raised his sword. But the protagonist looked at him and shouted into cover. A shell flew past the two men. There was an explosion. A hole appeared in the wall. Acrid smoke rose up. The man turned around and thought, if it were not for the emperor, he would already be dead. Gwangsuk gritted his teeth and thought that he couldn't be defeated with physical strength alone. He would simply crush him and not choke. In the war between humans and demons, even Karls couldn't defeat Barza, who had become a monster. The monster grabbed the wall with its claws and said that he was a good runner, but this time he wouldn't escape. And then he jumped over the rubble. The protagonist frowned and thought that without the silver energy of his blood, it was difficult to even predict his movements. Looking to the side, he wondered what else this aura was bothering him about, what it was. Everything around him began to shake, and the protagonist staggered. But, having stood his ground, he shouted that he would take him on himself, and Wigner should find the owner of the other aura. The mutant turned his head and asked how he dared to think that he would take and let him go. Then he prepared to attack. The man gritted his teeth. Eric turned his head when he heard someone else's voice next to him. The blonde looked at him and said that his brother had also shown off too much and had died as a result, and that he would soon follow suit. The monster opened his mouth and screamed at him to shut up and not to insult his brother. Then he rushed towards the boy. Blood splashed everywhere. The horn pierced his hand. Eric laughed and said that a man was a complete nonentity in the eyes of the demon, but he should be praised for deciding to stop the horn, which contained the power of the 7 great dukes, with one hand. And he pushed the horn deeper into his hand. The young man only laughed in response. Green smoke rose up, a status window appeared. The remaining charge of the elixir was 31%. Red smoke was gradually added to the green. In the end, the red smoke absorbed all the space. The status window said that the side effect of the dragon's blood had spread to the entire neural network. Part of the body was undergoing changes. The young man laughed. The remaining charge of the elixir was 25%. The body was in danger. He said that he had been waiting for such a bloody battle for a long time. The mutant frowned and said that he liked the emperor. He had a hole in his palm, and he still continued to bluff. He tried to move. He began to tremble when he realized that the horn would not come out. The guy gave him up and asked where he was going. He was here, right in front of him, and he was going to run away. Eric tried to break free, but then shouted for him to stutter, and he would kill him anyway. After which the young man used distortion, as a result of which everything around him swam. And his horn began to spin. Grabbing his head, he screamed, "What kind of power is this? Stop it now." The main character looked at him with crazy eyes and asked where his boasted power went. Eric threw his head back and screamed, "Enough." At that moment, he realized that he was missing one horn and said that this could not be. His beginning sharpens, and he said that it simply cannot be that he was the only one to suffer from such an attack. He probably did not remain whole either. The protagonist put his sword in front of him and asked if he really thought that he was such an idiot. So he had 10% of the elixir charge left, and the barrier's throughput became 10. With the help of the remaining elixir and the barrier's power, it is possible to restore the neural network. He put his hand in front of him and said that he does not mindlessly get into a fight. Smiling and raising his whole hand, he added that even more so he would not bite on an obvious provocation. The mutant grabbed his head and said, "What a bastard." The blonde said that it was possible to leave it like that, but he would go to his brother. Eric frowned and shouted that he would kill the emperor. Then he raised his hand to strike. The sword cut the air and cut off the monster's second horn and hand. He grabbed the bloody areas and shouted, "What is this?" The man landed next to His Majesty and asked how his hand was. He replied that it was fine and asked if he recognized what that aura was. The mutant hit the floor with his fist and asked how that was possible. He had received the power of the dukes. He drank a pill and chanted the power that could destroy the king and princess of Safegold, as well as the emperor of Rune. Both men stared at him in fear. The protagonist came closer and asked what he had just said, what he had done to the princess. Eric smiled and said that he had devoured the king and princess of Safegold. The sword cut through the air. The creature stood next to the protagonist. He ordered him to say clearly and directly what he had done to the princess. Eric grinned and replied that he had devoured her. She had become food for him, and he had absorbed her. The enemy raised his head. A barrier of darkness appeared in his body, and a cloud of darkness formed around his body. The protagonist swung his sword. A strange reaction was detected. The danger level began to rise rapidly and reached 50%. The blonde's hand began to shake, and he thought that something was wrong with the sword. A man ran towards him and called His Majesty. At that moment, the princess appeared. Both turned to her. She towered over the monster. The king's pupils were not visible. The girl had her eyes closed. Excelsior frowned. Gwangsuk extended his hand and did not understand why Scripps was there. The guy fell to his knees. The voice told him that he must kill, and he screamed enough. Opening his eyes, he thought that maybe he was too tired today. A bright light reflected in his eyes, and he thought that this was another side effect of the dragon blood. His pupils became vertical. The protagonist, kneeling and holding his head, began to scream loudly. The servant asked in fear what happened to him. The monster threw his head back and said that he had finally run out of strength. It seemed that the rumors about his madness were true. The monster prepared to run and screamed that it would put an end to the suffering of the emperor. The man grabbed the sword with both hands and told His Majesty to step aside. Something flew and crashed against the wall near him, and he thought that he could not predict which side it would hit from. Something flew past him, and it went straight to the emperor. The man began to call His Majesty. At that moment, an explosion occurred. Clouds of smoke flew around the room, and a sword lay on the floor. A status window appeared, which reported that the elixir was completely used up. Recharging was needed. The side effects of dragon blood caused an overload of the neural network of the entire body. Part of the body was undergoing changes. Eric laughed and said that in the end, Excelsior himself suffered from demonic power. He was sorry that this ridiculous sight was seen only by him. The man froze, his mouth open. The demon looked in the same direction and fell into a stupor. Wigner did not move. The left half of the protagonist turned into a dragon, and the right remained human. The blonde was breathing heavily. The demon's legs gave way and he said that he was almost dead. What kind of form had he taken? He started screaming that he was not human. At that moment, blood splashed everywhere. The young man clenched his teeth and struck one after another. Wigner watched all this silently and thought that His Majesty had changed, and these movements too. He squeezed his sword harder and thought that this did not look like human moves. The monster writhed on the floor and screamed in pain. Two bodies lay motionless on the floor. The girl had her eyes closed. The man rushed to her, screaming and asking if she was okay. Taking her in his arms, he thought that she was still breathing. He began to shake her and scream that the princess should wake up. The brunette gradually began to open her eyes. She looked at Wigner and asked where he was coming from. Then he sat up abruptly and screamed, "That is, General Barza." But she was told not to worry, because he was already dead. The body was cut into 2 parts. A tear was running down the young man's face and he began to ask his brother for forgiveness, because he wanted to avenge him. A tear rolled down. Scripps turned her head and asked what was wrong with the Emperor. In response she heard that His Majesty had become very strange now. The main character stood with his back to them. The girl opened her mouth and asked why he had changed so much. The man answered that he himself did not know. Perhaps it was a side effect of dragon blood. The brunette ran to the Emperor. She opened her mouth and said that she needed to check his condition. The blonde turned his head sharply. The heroine suddenly froze. Wigner screamed that it was dangerous and she should not come closer. She was shaking all over, and she said that His Majesty would be able to return to his previous state and shed so that he would believe her. The guy threw his head back and screamed. There was a crack in the wall, and there were splashes of blood on the carpet. There was a chopped up body lying there. The blonde was holding his head. They were shouting at him to come to his senses. But he put his hand out and told the princess not to come near. There was energy around his hand. He clenched his teeth and told her not to come any closer to him, because it was dangerous here. The forces burst out of the guy's body, and he screamed. Holding his head, he thought that he had to suppress the forces of dragon blood. Many status windows appeared around him, which gave an error, and the young man thought that he needed the power of the Sword of Light. He threw his head back and thought that his body could not cope anymore. In his thoughts he screamed, "Come quickly." The sword lying on the floor began to twitch. It was shaking all over. And then it rose into the air. The flight mode was activated on it. And it flew towards the main character. The two watched this in surprise. The protagonist caught the sword, his neural network was restored to 40%, and the elixir level became abnormally high. A status window appeared with a question about using temporary cyber barrier protection. The young man opened his mouth and shouted, "Use." The blonde moved his hand with the sword to the side. A protective dome began to form above him. The guy froze. The elixir level reached 70%. The young man became a sword. The level dropped to 60%. At 30%, the wing began to disappear. The protagonist knelt down when he reached a stable level. He was breathing heavily and said that he had barely come to his senses. Clutching the sword in his hand, he thought that if it were not for him. But then Wigner and Scripps ran up to him. The girl fell to her knees and said that he had started a war because of her and put himself in danger. Tears were streaming down her face. The protagonist's hand reached out to her. Pulling the brunette to him, the Emperor said that he was fine. Looking into her eyes, he said that it was not her fault, so she could not worry. The heroine slightly lowered her head and said that she was very ashamed, because if she were a little stronger, he would not have to go to such measures. The Emperor answered her that in the future she would become stronger. The man felt awkward and turned his head away. Someone's footsteps were heard. All three turned their heads in the direction of the sound. There they saw a boy awkwardly shifting from foot to foot. He greeted them and said that he did not know where to start the story. The blonde squeezed the harder and thought, "This aura, is he really a demon?" A man stood in front of him and asked to give it to him. Remembering the past, the young man said that it seemed he felt this aura before. He did not look like an ordinary demon. The boy spread his wings. The young man frowned and thought that he was attacking. But he only flew closer and fell to his knees and began to beg for mercy. The Emperor stared at him and asked why. The brown-eyed man was shaking. He began to say that he was not a demon, but a man, and asked not to kill him. Gwangsuk opened his mouth and thought what kind of situation this was. Was there such a character in the great war between people and demons? Excelsior touched the sword to the stranger's shoulder, saying that looking at his appearance, he wanted to be believed. The boy opened his mouth and screamed that he was dragged away by a demon, and his body changed slightly. He begged to believe him. The guy frowned and asked again if he was definitely not a demon. Then he pressed the sword to the stranger's wing. It began to smoke. The boy recoiled and screamed that it hurt and began to ask what he was doing. He began to blow on his wing, saying that at least it was not pierced. The Emperor, looking at him, said that this burn is irrefutable proof that he is a demon, because the sword of light reacts to their skin. In confirmation of his words, the sword burned with a golden fire. The brown-eyed man put his hand on his chest and said that he really was a man. Of course, it sounds strange from the outside. The main character turned around and said that he would pretend that he had not seen him, but that he had to disappear from his sight. The girl, looking after him, asked if he had left him just like that. In response, she heard that now was not the time for him. First he needed to join the other members of the team. He thought to himself, isn't it obvious that they had already wasted all the foxes? How could they resist him? The brunette folded her arms across her chest and said that she would try to talk to him. She knelt down next to Malvin and asked how he ended up here, what his name was. He just looked away and answered Carl's. Hearing this, the Emperor stopped. Turning around, he clarified whether his name was Carl's, whether he was sure of it. The boy jumped up from his knees and said, "Of course." Putting his hand on his chest, he said that his covenant had been like that since birth. The main character turned around and quickly walked towards him. Grabbing the boy by the shoulders, he began to shout, "He is Carl's from the mining village of Presio." The boy, looking him in the eyes, answered, "That's right, but where does he know him from?" Wigner opened his mouth and shouted that he was a fool, because in front of him was the emperor of the Great Rune Empire. One must know when to stop. The brown-eyed man trembled and said that he understood, and asked if the emperor could loosen his grip a little. It was painful for him. Energy flowed into the protagonist's hands. Gwangsuk grabbed his head and said, "More silver blood energy." He staggered a little, thinking that he should endure this stupid blood. He had only just found Carl's. An explosion was heard. The guards burst into the building. Perio put a shield in front of him. He gritted his teeth when they began to break down the door and told His Majesty that he could not stand it for long. The man turned his head and told Laina to immediately check the emperor's condition. It seemed that something was happening to him. The blonde grabbed his head and fell to his knees. The girl put her hand in front of her and clenched her teeth. The protagonist's eyes rolled back and the girl screamed for him to come to his senses. At that moment, the protagonist's eyes returned to normal. Strength hovered around him. Out of helplessness, he knelt down and thanked the girl. She only replied that it was her duty. The guard approached the princess and said that thank God she was okay. Fortunately, they had made it in time. She only apologized for disturbing them. The brunette helped the young man up and said that the soldiers were still gathering in front of the palace. It seemed that it would be difficult to get through to the teleport at the moment. Then he pointed to the boy and asked what kind of child this was. Strong demon energy was emanating from him. The boy's eyes widened when he heard that he needed to be taken to the Empire first. The blonde turned and called him, and then ordered him to bring Barza's corpse. Carls looked at the body and replied, "Yes, obey." He grabbed the body under the armpits and tried to lift it. And then he began to flap his wings, trying to fly. He opened one eye and asked His Majesty if he should also fight with him. He only noticed the eyes and said that he should first fold his wings and follow him, and give him the corpse. The boy held the body out in his outstretched hands. The guards holding the doors shouted that they could not do it anymore. The door was about to open. Splinters flew off the door. On the other side, people were trying to break it with a battering ram. The man held out his hand and ordered them to break the door faster. The battering ram brought down carpets one after another. And then the door opened. The military ran inside. At that moment, an order was given for everyone to stand and everyone stopped. They saw that someone was coming out from inside. Then an order was given to stand still. A Secek came out of the door, holding the body of a second one. They asked him who he was. But he only raised half the body and answered that they did not need to know this, and they just had to accept it. Then he threw the corpse at the guard's feet. The guy opened his mouth and closed it, saying that this was the end of Barza, who had deceived the king. Everyone looked at the body at their feet. The men opened their mouths and began to ask if it was Barza. One of them frowned and asked why there was a demonic aura coming from him. He raised his sword and asked what they had done to him. The protagonist turned her head in his direction. The king appeared from behind him, and they asked him what was going on. He opened his mouth and said that Barza had betrayed them by conspiring with the demons. He frowned and added that he had tried to make the Saphigold kingdom a base for the demon army, as well as get rid of him and Princess Scripps, and most importantly, the emperor of the Great Rune Empire had prevented all of this. He stood with his hand on his belt. All the guards stood in bewilderment. The protagonist raised his index finger and shouted that the soldiers had two paths. He handed over the sword and said that the first was that they and their king completely obeyed him. Then he raised the sword in the air and continued that the second was to die by his hand right now. The soldiers looked at the glow of the sword with their mouths open, realizing that it was the same sword, and if they thought about it, there had been rumors from the Temple of Light lately. Magus turned his head and asked if he understood correctly that Excelsior wanted him to submit to the rule of the Rune Empire. The blonde turned his head and said that it was true, the Saphigold kingdom would become part of the empire. Walking towards the king, he added that of course, he could grant autonomy, but in the face of the war with the demons, all national forces must unite. He came close to the king. He began to shake when he was told that he had to choose. The protagonist frowned and said that either everyone would survive, or everyone would die. He approached the stranger's face. Magus was trembling. Then he lowered his head and said, "Let everyone survive." Putting his hand on his shoulder, the young man said that he was a reasonable king, and then added that they had been in Saphigold for a long time, and if communication was not established, it would be better to stop the war until the troops of the Rune Empire got drunk. The man threw the stranger's hand off his shoulder and said that he understood. Waving his hand, he ordered an immediate end to all battles with the Rune Empire. The brunette raised his hand and said that he would report to everyone else, and also yell stupidly at everyone who was somehow connected with the Barza demons. The girl folded her arms across her chest and said that Sir Rubens had a wound in the back. He answered, "Nothing serious." One of the guards said that his body was still drained. The boy said that he had too, and then offered to warm up with him. A crowd of guards headed for the exit. The blonde smiled and said that it was a good job, and now they should quickly return to the empire. The guards smiled. The girls were also very happy. The men were less emotional, but they were also happy. The boy smiled the brightest of all. The light was on in the room. People were eating sitting at the table. Beos frowned and said that he was washing his hands of it. He had already prepared several backup plans for this war, but it seemed that it was all in vain, and then asked if they were listening to him at all. The protagonist, biting off another piece, replied that he was listening to everything. Two if with pleasure, and the third watched them. The man looked at the boy and asked if he looked like Carl's. The emperor answered that it was true and that man was a vampire. The boy coughed and screamed, "No." He opened his mouth and screamed that he was just a man, he was not a demon. The prime minister covered his ears from the loud scream. The protagonist pointed his finger at the kid and told him to stand up and spread his wings, then they would see if there was anyone who would believe him, and so he should not raise his voice in his palace. The brown-eyed man lowered his head and said that he would behave quietly. Excelsior, bringing a fork to his mouth, said that vampires can kill people just by raising their voice, so he should be careful. The man took his hands off his ears and said, "That's it." His head hurt for a moment, then the emperor asked if nothing happened while they were gone. Beos frowned and replied that the movement of the Demon Ground Forces commander Daiklu was extremely unusual. The boy got up from the table and asked again, "Daiklu, are they really talking about the captain now? It was because of him that he couldn't escape." The prime minister raised his hand and asked if he had learned any information about him. The boy scratched the back of his head and replied that it was not something important. He was told that he was wrong and any information about the demon army or their captain was of great value. Carls looked up and said that in that case he would tell everything he knew. Then he said that first of all, Daiklu is a vampire. He is the most powerful of all the blood relatives of demons. He remembered how he was bitten and said that he also turned him. He was asked, and him too. The boy frowned and asked if they knew Rayaham, the autonomous city of the Temple of Light. The emperor answered that he knew. Carls continued that there he was captured by a man. He was a werewolf monster. But he was somehow able to absorb him. Of course it sounds a little strange, absorb. He was asked, a fight with himself. The boy imagined how he pushes the monster out of himself, and answered something like that. But he was able to withstand it. The blonde's eyes widened in surprise and asked if he wanted to say that, having become a werewolf, he was able to turn into a vampire again. But how is this possible? It is completely unbelievable. The brown-eyed man scratched his chin and said that at first it seemed impossible. Probably a miracle just happened to him. Gwangsuk lowered his head and thought that this was not just a miracle. He thought that Carls had a pure soul, not containing dragon blood, thanks to which he played an important role with the Sword of Light in the war between demons and humans. Biting his finger, he thought that no matter how much he was absorbed, his soul was pure, it completely controlled the body. Then he smiled, because it was a great fortune that he got into the body of the emperor, otherwise the following would have happened. He immediately imagined the boy piercing him with the Sword of Light. The protagonist began to tremble. They asked him if he was okay, to which he replied that everything was fine. The protagonist turned his head and asked Carls why he asked him to protect him from Daiklu if he could just escape. The brown-eyed man opened his mouth and said that related vampires sense each other's location. He touched the pendant on his neck and added that for now he could not defeat him on his own, so he needed help to escape. The young man tilted his head and said, "I see, so he can sense where the captain is." The man added that this is extremely useful information. It can predict the approximate movement of the demon's ground troops, but there is a risk that their plans will be revealed. Excelsior turned his head and said that his strength can be compared to that of Barza, who became a demon. The boy was embarrassed and thanked him for the compliment, but he was told that it was not a compliment. He bowed sharply and then apologized. The guy frowned and said that in any case, does he really mean to say that Daiklu is not his opponent? Carls opened his mouth and shouted, "Of course, he is very strong, 5 times more powerful than him." The blonde frowned and asked again, "How much, 5 times? The boy clenched his fists and said that it was not certain, but one way or another, the emperor was stronger than him. He easily defeated that Barza, although he was incredibly strong. The young man closed his eyes and replied that at this rate, he too would not be able to defeat Daiklu. Carls opened his mouth and screamed, "How was that possible?" The prime minister looked at him and asked how he could be sure of this. He had received the best fencing lessons in the empire. To which the blonde replied that in any case, Carls would have to fight, because by looking for him, Daiklu would find him too. The two stared at the emperor. A shrill scream was heard in the room. Impossible. The captain stamped his foot and screamed, "How could this be?" Another demon came up to him and asked him to calm down. But the lord covered his face with his hand and said that he was related to him by blood, he could not escape. The object was burning, and he screamed, "How dare he betray the demons?" After which he threw it at the wall, and from time to time it broke into small pieces. The monster spread his hands and said that they had not found out anything yet. Maybe there was some confusion in the report. Daiklu turned his head towards him and shouted at him to shut up. A glowing ball appeared in the air, and he continued to shout that Carls was now in the Rune Empire. How could he explain this? The captain opened his mouth and shouted that blood vampires had no right to disobey him, since he dared. Gremini grinned, walked up to him and asked if this was how they were trying to justify their failure. Could Daiklu, the ruler of the world, just turn a blind eye to betrayal? She opened her mouth and added that this was the first time she saw him like this. It was even slightly attractive. Both turned towards the voice. The servant bowed, greeting the queen of the succubi. She waved her hand and asked why no one was greeting her. The subordinate opened his mouth and started to say that they had not been informed, but a stranger's nail appeared on his future den and he fell silent. The red-haired girl looked at him intently and told him to shut up. Did he really think that she had come here to listen to his pathetic excuses? The lord frowned and told her not to waste her energy. No one had warned her that she would appear, and then asked for what purpose she had come. The girl waved her hand and said that she had simply decided to get some fresh air, but she was asked not to talk nonsense, and to tell the real reason. The heroine continued to walk forward and asked why else. After all, in the demon realm, strength comes first. However, results decide everything. She was asked what she meant, to which the heroine replied that a lord who fails in dealing with a human is not trustworthy. The hierarchy of demons has long since failed. A coward hid in the Temple of Light alone to recreate the broken core. Daikhla frowned listening to this. Gremini extended her hand with a glowing ball and said that in other words, he is no longer relevant. She tensed her hand and said that the glow of the core does not mean that he does not accept him as the leader. The queen opened her mouth and added that from now on, the absorption forces are under her control, in the name of the devil. Then she put her hand on the lord's shoulder and said that he can't do it anyway. He is too narrow-minded, so why kill the strongest enemy if you can destroy all of humanity at once? She turned around and said that the Rune Empire can't be ignored, they will have to fight them anyway and defeat them. So why don't they put it off until later? The captain tried to argue that if they don't stop them now. But the heroine interrupted him, saying that the most important thing is the taste of victory. The victorious army will increase its power. Isn't he only suffering defeats now, so he should obey her? Daikhla looked away and remained silent. And then he raised his head and replied, "Okay, the queen said that this is the right answer, and he is going to obey." The rays of the sun illuminated the walls. The three walked on the paving stones. The emperor asked Portro how about this. They can practice here as much as they want. He replied that the idea that there is such a place in the palace is truly amazing. The young man turned his head and said that he also practiced here, and asked to show his magical power. The boy scratched his head and said that, to be honest, he was nervous to show a mediocre trick in front of the greatest magician Duran. The old man cleared his throat and asked the prince not to worry about such things. He replied that he would start with the two main forms of fire magic. He opened his mouth and said that first, a fireball, and it appeared on his hand. Then he threw it into the air. He stretched out his hand and shouted, "Flame!" and it flew straight to the target. The man clapped and said that this was a great idea. His skills are amazing. The prince thanked him and said that these are his skills. After all, his element is fire. He looked down and added that due to hemolysis, he can only do this. The emperor folded his arms on his chest and said that this problem can be solved with the help of the elves. Scripps has almost returned to normal, so he can do it too. But what is more important, he needs to learn from Duran how to combine magic elements. The man closed his eyes and said, "Right." He will first demonstrate a brief instruction. After that, he put his hand on His Majesty's chest and apologized, saying that he would use it. And then a circle of power formed around his hand. He opened his eyes slightly. Pointing at the emperor, he said that now they can observe his elements. His Majesty has the ability to earth and fire, about 70% earth and 30% fire. Gwangsuk pressed his hand to himself and thought that there are only 4 elements that the magicians of the Iroth continent deal with: fire, ice, wind, earth. The blonde frowned and said that the ratio is not the best. Isn't earth magic the weakest? He was told that it depends on the skills of use. The gray-haired man began to move his hands in the air and said that, undoubtedly, the earth element is difficult to control. Then he put his hand on the paving stones. And from his hand, a huge crack in the floor went. Everything around shook, and he said that he just summoned an earthquake. Portro watched this with his mouth open. The man raised the stones in the air and said that he had now combined 2 elements of stone control. If the prince and His Majesty could combine the skills, then I would be able to generate even more power. Both blondes looked into his eyes. A talisman appeared behind the protagonist, and he was told that by taking the talisman from the ruins, he would be able to feel an increase in magical power and blood. The prince clenched his fists, and said that it was amazing, magic and blood could grow at the same time. The protagonist raised his hand and said that this was the effect of the talisman anyway. If he had known that this would happen, he would have given it to him. Because he himself rarely uses magic in battle, he was thanked for these words. The young man extended his hand and said that one way or another, if Duran trained him, he would be able to use more mana than now. He needed to train properly. Portro bowed and thanked His Majesty from the bottom of his heart. He couldn't believe he cared so much about him, knowing what he had with Safagold. The guy straightened up and said not to overdo it, because it wasn't his fault. He would soon have to enter the Or ruins, so he had to train as hard as he could. He frowned and added that his powers would definitely play into their hands. The protagonist presented a map and thought that at the moment when the Rune Empire and Safagold ended the war and entered into an alliance, it became more difficult for the demons to invade the Empire's lands, because they had to bypass the Wailing Wall, so they tried to invade the west. The coastal village was burning, because such a plan was easier to carry out than to break into the empire, and they managed to capture people. Monsters were flying over the sea. Near Jeskara there is an island where the demon's enemies lived monsters. A wyvern was hovering in the sky, its speed giving it incredible power. Several individuals flew in one direction, because when entering into battle, they attack in a flock. The monsters grabbed the demons with their teeth and claws, so that even they had a hard time surviving in such a fight. Wyverns landed on houses and pursued the fleeing villagers, who were also in danger, but they had hope. Shining roots moved in the forest, belonging to the White Dragon Knight of the Rune Empire, the owner of the green blood ability. The entrance to the cave was blocked by vines, acting as protection for Jeskara. A green branch repelled the attacks of the winged monster, because this ability allowed him to resist both demons and wyverns, which stabilized the situation. The monsters turned around and flew away. A man sat on a tree, who had become indispensable to the villagers. The shore was illuminated by the bright sun. Waves ran onto the sand, and the emperor warned everyone from that moment on to be quiet. Carls covered his mouth when he was emphasized. The young man glanced at Scripps and asked why his majesty was so cruel to him, and the interlocutor whispered that it was understandable, since there were many wyverns with a keen sense of smell in this place. The protagonist put his hand to his forehead and frowned. Everyone moved forward, and the man asked to immediately inform him if they found a monster. Portro and Scripps looked at him and replied that they had accepted the order. The emperor turned around and asked what Carl's answer was. Everyone turned, but the boy was gone. The boy appeared at the top of the cliff, shouting that there was a wyvern. He pointed at the winged monster holding a demon in its paws. Gwangsuk waved his hand and ordered him to come down immediately. The interlocutor narrowed his eyes and replied that he could not hear well from here. The yellow eyes of the monster were directed at him. The wyvern threw the prey aside. Then it bared its sharp teeth, and the protagonist again shouted at the boy to fly down. Carls grinned and asked why, if there was only one. He swung his fist and hit the enemy, declaring that he would deal with her right away. The monster threw its head back, having received a blow. It was thrown back a little. The vampire stretched his shoulder and told the emperor that he would take care of her and would come down immediately. The blonde extended his hand to him and ordered him to stop any actions. A flock of monsters was flying towards them from the sea. The boy turned pale and sweated, realizing that the wyvern was not alone. The monster opened its mouth. Gwangsuk looked at the boy with displeasure as they all ran into the forest, and reminded him that he had asked them to be quiet, and he had only apologized. Portro and Scripps turned around to fight back with magic and a chain. The wyvern hid behind its wings from the attack. Its yellow eyes flashed. The emperor frowned and noted that they could not be defeated with such attacks, so they should hide in the forest first. The blonde narrowed his eyes. A cave was visible ahead, and he ordered them to run there. The trio went inside. The prince and princess hurried after the leader. The blonde turned around and clarified if everyone was there. He immediately turned pale. The emperor spread his arms and loudly asked where he was taking Carls again. The boy tried to tear the wing from the monster's clutches, answering that he was already flying. He pounded his fists on the enemy, demanding that he let go. Finally, the enemy released him. The vampire landed in the cave, but behind him, several wyverns were already preparing to attack. The girl's eyes widened and shouted at him to be careful. The monsters released several magical attacks. The vines at the entrance began to move. Portro created a flame to cover the boy. The protagonist extended his hand and said that it was not necessary. A silhouette appeared among the trees, and the emperor noted that the divine guardian of the forest had appeared. Red rays rushed towards the vampire. He turned around in fear, but vines were already appearing around. Something reflected the enemy's attack. The boy opened his mouth and looked up in surprise. The tree roots closed behind him, saving him. The man looked at him and asked him to quickly leave here before others arrived. One of the wyverns crashed into a rock. Carls waved his arms and shouted that there was another group of people with him. The man looked back and asked again. The protagonist came out to them, and he immediately recognized the emperor, asking how he ended up there. Gwangsuk looked at the man and noted that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and he was looking for him. The interlocutor put his hand on his chest and said that he had not received any information about his arrival, and the characteristics of the owner of green blood appeared before the hero's eyes, displaying rank S everywhere. One of the wyverns opened its mouth and exhaled red energy. Portro and Scripps closed their eyes and covered themselves. The emperor put out his hand, and the knight realized that it was time to quickly take cover. Just turned around and asked everyone to follow him, which they did. There was a small house in the forest, and mushrooms and herbs grew around it. The protagonist demanded that his subordinate take them to the ruins of Stone Moor. The brown-haired man's eyes widened and replied that it was too dangerous to go there without any preparation. The interlocutor crossed his arms and reminded him that he had excellent knowledge of this area. Besides, talented people of the Empire had arrived with him. The brunette excitedly touched the wings of the little vampire, and at this time the guide said that the remains of stone ores contain a lot of light-absorbing element, so it is more difficult to be there than in other ruins. But Gwangsuk objected that they have Portro for this. The wizard created a flame on his palm at the order of the master. The guy straightened his hand with fire, and the emperor said that with its help it is possible to illuminate the ores. Just crossed his arms and added that it takes a lot of mana to maintain magic. Besides, to fight monsters in the dark, you need more than just this. Carl shuddered when the protagonist called out to him and asked him to come over. The boy approached them and muttered that it was his fault, and he will not behave like that anymore. The blonde turned him around and asked him to stop talking nonsense and come to just, and he exclaimed that he just got new clothes, so he should not pull them. The knight looked at the boy closely and asked if he was a demon, and the emperor replied that he was more likely a half-demon. The boy's eyes were red, and Gwangsuk said that he could see things perfectly even in the dark. The vampire smiled and boasted that he had excellent night vision, after which the emperor added that it was not a compliment. The interlocutor puffed out his cheeks and asked if it was so difficult to say something good, and to this the blonde offered to send him back to Daiklu, after which the boy immediately apologized. Just rubbed his chin and noted that many things had changed in his absence, so their training was probably enough. The vampire closed his eyes when the master let him go, and the blonde added that Princess Safigold was also with them. The girl sheepishly looked away when the protagonist said that she skillfully handled dragon blood, and her fighting skills were comparable to the Knights of the White Dragon. The brown-haired man bowed to her and said that he had heard from Ingress that she handled chains easily. The interlocutor squeezed his hand and replied that she was still far from knights. Gwangsuk crossed his arms and said that today they would rest anyway, and tomorrow at dawn they would move out to the ruins, and everyone accepted his order. The sun was breaking through the foliage. Palm trees grew along the shore. The group walked forward, and the guide said that there was still a little way to go. Scripps shuddered when the emperor asked her not to get carried away by the scenery, because these were the second most dangerous ruins. The girl turned to him and replied that this time she would not be a burden to him. Everyone continued moving on. At one point, the vampire almost fell into the mouth of a carnivorous plant. Finally, the knight stopped and announced that they had arrived. In front of them stood a large tree with a passage and a skull above it. The protagonist turned to his subordinates and ordered everyone to immediately enter and be on guard. The team went inside. Inside were stone vaults and darkness, but Portro said that it was too early to use magic, and it was better to save mana for later. The boy shivered and noted that it was damn cold here, after which the girl advised him to fold his wings. The emperor frowned and ordered the boy to go on foot. Carls went down and agreed, muttering that they were only grumbling at him. He looked ahead in surprise. There was a spacious shaft. Scripps and the vampire were the last to go down the stairs. The protagonist grabbed the girl's hand and asked them to be careful. The boy glanced at them with displeasure and thought that he would have been given at least half this kindness. A slight tremor appeared in the shaft. Just looked around. He turned to the emperor and said that something strange was here, and the emperor agreed that he felt an aura. A dark silhouette came out of the tunnel, and the hero thought that he remembered that there were wolves at the entrance to the ruins. The monsters moved towards the invaders, and Gwangsuk ordered the mage to use fire. The boy put out his hand and created flames. The eyes of the wolf next to him flashed. The monster bared its teeth and growled. The blonde walked up to the wizard. Scripps and Carl stood together, and the girl exclaimed that they seemed to have fallen into a trap, and the boy threatened the wolves to show who they were messing with. The emperor waved his hand and ordered the girl and the vampire to deal with the enemies, and Portro to cover the area near the princess with fireballs, after which the wizard moved forward. The wolves roared and rushed to attack. The prince put out his hands and called fire to the sides. Scripps swung her chain and hit the enemy in the face, and the boy punched another. One of the monsters snuck up on the brunette from behind, and she was warned about it. She swung her chain to throw the enemy back, and accidentally hit the vampire on the back of the head. He grabbed his head and the girl muttered that she hadn't noticed him because of the darkness. Portro looked at the brunette and exclaimed that the monsters were coming again, and she nodded. The boys continued to fight off attacks and slay wolves. Finally, they all gathered in one place, and the hero praised them. The girl caught her breath and asked if they could just leave the bodies of the wolves there, and the emperor asked again. The vampire lifted the head of one of the monsters when the brunette said that she had heard that their heart and claws were of great value, but the interlocutor replied that it was not important now, and going inside the ruins was the first goal. The boy hurried to catch up with the others when the blonde hurried him. The vampire looked back one last time, and they all entered the tunnel. Portro sweated and noted that it was getting darker. The emperor looked at the holy sword and asked if it was wise to use it, to which he received a negative answer. The weapon flashed and explained that the effectiveness of using the demon hunter in the ruins was reduced by 2%, and if possible, it was not recommended to draw it from its sheath, since recharging was not possible here. Gwangsuk frowned and thought that if necessary he could use fire magic, then the sword of light could be put aside for emergencies. He narrowed his eyes and remembered that after the wolves they would definitely appear, and he needed to conserve his strength as much as possible. The blonde sent the vampire ahead, arguing that he had night vision, so let him lead them. The boy obediently flapped his wings, and the hero looked at his stats. Suddenly Carl's eyes widened and exclaimed that there was something ahead. A sound came from the darkness. The Emperor pointed in that direction and ordered Portro to send a fireball there. The flames slammed into the monster. The monsters bared their teeth and arched. The vampire turned pale and assumed that it was angry. The enemy narrowed his yellow eyes. The wizard shuddered and sweated. A fanged mouth rushed at him. The boy grabbed the enemy by the tail. He forcefully slammed the snake into the ground. Portro looked at the boy and thanked him for saving him, and he chuckled smugly and said it was nothing. 2 more monsters appeared behind him, and he was informed of this. The boy deftly dodged the monsters in the air, declaring that they were nothing special. He grabbed one of them by the head and, looking into its eyes, ordered it to stand still. The monster immediately fell to the ground. Carls pinched his nose and exclaimed that they had ruined his mood with their spitting and foul smell. Portro and Guangsuk covered their faces, and the wizard muttered that he was dizzy, and the blonde explained that basilisks contained deadly poison, so he had to hold his breath until they left. The boy looked back at the girl, who asked if he didn't feel anything, and he replied that he was fine. Guangsuk covered his nose and asked Scripps not to worry in vain, because vampires' immunity is stronger than that of humans. The young man frowned and exclaimed that he was a human. The blonde passed him and asked him to get ready, because they still had a long way to go. Everyone moved forward, and the boy continued to fly next to him, declaring that he was neither a demon nor a vampire. The sky was painted in the colors of the sunset. The waves crashed against the rocks. On the continent of Iroth, wyverns live not only in the northeast of the island of Lorne, but also some of them are located in the southeast. The monster flew over the water. Several wyverns circled near the rocks. In this place they freely crossed seas and continents. This island below them was called Black Peak. Near it, on the peninsula, people were fishing. They calmly got food, throwing nets when the wyverns flew to the island. The man squinted and exclaimed that something strange was flying there, and the second replied that it couldn't be, because now was not the time for monsters to return. Dark shapes were visible in the sky, and the fishermen wondered who it was. A woman's foot landed on the beam behind them, and a voice asked what they were talking about. The men turned around in fear. The stranger spread her wings. Gremry waved her hand and said that she was glad to meet her. The men turned pale at the sight of the demon, not understanding what was wanted from them. The woman jumped down and said that they were passing by and decided to take a look once. She went down to the deck. Red energy began to appear around her. The stone on her chest glowed when she asked if this was all that was on the ship. The men blushed, falling under the spell, and muttered that she was practically naked. Gremry raised her hand and motioned for them to come closer so she could whisper something to them. 2 sailors moved towards her, surprising their colleagues. One of the workers pointed his finger in shock and reminded them that there was a demon in front of them, but they only wiped their drool, muttering that they liked such a demon. Another man blocked their path and asked why she had visited them. The devil looked at the captain, continuing to radiate an aura. She touched his chest and noted that he was very brave. The interlocutor blushed and asked why she was doing that, and the woman smirked at his shyness. The man closed his eyes and took out a knife, asking her to move away from him, when the red-haired woman muttered that she had only come to have fun. She grabbed his hand, forcing him to drop the weapon, and asked if this was really what he wanted. The woman leaned it against her chest and asked again, receiving an unintelligible answer. The 2 sailors looked at them with admiration, envying the captain, and declared that they would be next. Gremry leaned towards the victim's face and noted that the man could not reject her. She pressed her lips to his. The man's energy began to quickly flow to her. When she finished, he fell to his knees, engulfed in a red aura. His body shook, and the devil only thanked her for the treat. The man collapsed to the floor, frightening his subordinates. The red-haired woman grinned, surprised that he even fainted, and noted that humans, although tasty, were insanely weak. The captain's face was dried out, and the others tried in vain to wake him up. The 2 people came to their senses, realizing that the demon did something to their boss, and decided to arm themselves. The woman quickly appeared behind them. She smiled and offered to have fun with her, since she had so much energy. The bald man turned around and swung his sword, asking her to disappear. The tail knocked the sword out of his hand. Gremry grinned and said that for succubi, their entire body is a weapon. Her tail wrapped around the neck of the interlocutor. The man closed his eyes and turned pale, asking to let him go. The others rushed to help their comrade, taking up their weapons. They swung, but the devil suddenly took off. The people froze in bewilderment when she was surprised that they were going to kill her with such speed. The red-haired one hovered above, saying that people are much stupider than they taste. She bit into the victim, deciding to start with him. The man stretched out his arms, asking for mercy. His body was quickly drying up. One of the people looked back and exclaimed that, even if she was a demon, the 3 of them should be able to handle it, so let everyone get ready. The sword rang in the interlocutor's hand. The man touched him on the shoulder and asked why he was silent. The sailor turned pale, looking ahead. He pointed in that direction with a trembling hand and muttered that there were demons there. Other succubi were hovering near Gremry. They all surrounded the ship. Water was dripping from the ceiling. The knight stepped on the wet soil. Just looked back and said that this mud was preventing him from moving forward. Carls rubbed his shoulders and muttered that his wings were too heavy because of this abomination. The protagonist turned to him and called out. The young man nervously fluttered his hands, saying that he had done nothing this time. The blonde approached him and whispered something in his ear. The vampire shook his head, answering that he would not do this alone, especially since he hated the darkness. Just approached the emperor at his request. Gwangsuk pointed at the boy and ordered that vines be wrapped around him. The boy turned pale and asked why he was doing this to him. The emperor frowned and urged the knight on, and he obediently stretched out his arms. The vines wrapped around the vampire. Carls tried to break free, shouting that he understood everything and was going, so let him go. The emperor tugged on a branch and replied that he had said that he was afraid to go alone, so they wouldn't send him anywhere alone. The boy closed his eyes when he was tugged towards himself. The blonde looked at him and asked him to pull everyone along with him instead. The boy sweated and asked how he could do that. He widened his eyes in shock. Carls flew ahead, trying to pull the squad along in the quicksand, and just muttered that they would go on like this forever, since the boy wasn't strong enough to pull everyone alone. Gwangsuk looked at him and agreed, and the vampire was indignant that he understood everything, but still gave the order. Justin Portro looked at the master in surprise when he said that enemies would soon start jumping out at such a depth, so the guide should prepare to use green blood, and the magician would erect a fire barrier as soon as he used his power. The vampire narrowed his eyes and said that something was approaching. The walls of the cave shook. Just activated his ability, and the emperor ordered to immediately hook the monster as soon as it jumped out. A fish jumped out of the water. The guys looked at it in bewilderment. The knight extended his hand with vines when the master ordered to act now, and after him the magician erected a barrier. The fish was wrapped above the water, and a shield glowed around the heroes. The vampire closed his eyes when dirt splashed in his face. The fish hung on the vines, and the knight asked what it was, to which he received the answer that it was called fatty food for the monster, after which the emperor asked the magician to set fire to that area. Portro waved his hand, creating a fireball. The ground in front of them caught fire. Just touched the surface and guessed that the mud was set on fire by the oilfish oil, which is why a mage's ability was needed, as expected of his majesty. The knight helped Scripps climb onto the hardened soil. The protagonist turned around and said that there was nothing in this world that he did not know. The vampire shook his head, and the girl asked if she could ask him a question. She looked at him and asked why vampires eat and sweat, although they are supposedly dead, and the young man said that they also eat, for example, blood. Carl scratched his head and added that he eats meat because he got it from werewolves. The brunette looked at the interlocutor and asked what race he considered himself to be, because how could you mix undead demons with living ones, to which he shouted that he was a human. The girl took his hands and apologized, explaining that she did not intend to offend him, but simply tried to understand better. The young man looked away and said that Daikla also said that he saw someone like him for the first time. He imagined a heart inside himself and said that werewolves can turn into anyone they eat, and as a result, a werewolf boy who became a vampire, a transaction that allows you to imitate a living creature. Scripps squeezed his fingers and apologized for such an uncomfortable question, but the interlocutor replied that there was nothing to worry about, because there was no place for secrets between partners anyway. Portro smiled, looking at them. The emperor looked at the men and ordered the two of them to follow him to the lowest floor, and they accepted the order. The girl and the boy turned to them, and the blonde said that when the mission was over, they would return here and all leave the ruins together, and he would go alone through the teleport gate below. The man pushed off the ground. The hero thrust the blade into the golem with all his might. An explosion immediately sounded. Just waved his hand, tearing the monster's body apart with vines. The part with the stone flew into the air, and the emperor ordered to hit the heads as hard as possible. Portro caught the part of the golem. He pulled the crystal out of it. Empty heads were lying nearby, and the magician counted that there were already about 40 of them. Just leaned his back against the master and asked why he needed the golem's eyes, but he only answered that they would know when they were at the very bottom. One of the stones fell to the ground. The defeated opponents lay nearby, and the hero noted that they were all collected. The doors opened, letting in the next room. The men found themselves in a spacious room. A golem appeared in front of them, engulfed in red energy. Gwangsuk stood in front of him and asked if he was the guardian of this place. The interlocutor flashed a stripe on his head and greeted the descendant. The blonde turned to his companions and asked them to stay outside the door so he could meet him himself, and they nodded obediently. The interlocutor made a hand gesture and introduced himself as the guide and guardian of Zeta 09-17, or simply Mineral Knight, and he was here to help the descendants, and he was moving freely and actively, so he was very lucky. The protagonist bowed his head and made sure that this meant that he was glad that he had arrived before his expiration date. A purple substance was flowing towards the center of the hall, and the golem said that there was a deposit of stone ore in the lower layer, and in order to get to the last room, he would have to break through huge puddles of slime, but there was only one way to do it. The guide raised his hand and said that this was a magic charging stone connected to the entire lower floor. The emperor jumped at him with his sword, telling him to stop ranting. He plunged the blade into the golem, and said that he had to fight it anyway. The monster's eye flashed. Gwangsuk jumped back, dodging the counterattack. The blonde looked at him and noted that he was a master of his craft. The red sphere sparkled. There was a powerful explosion. The hero jumped and looked forward. He landed on the floor, his brows furrowed. Something flashed in the air. The man covered himself with his hand as something flew past him. Blades flashed around the golem, and the emperor asked what kind of spinning attack it was. The black sword, one of the standard equipment of the senior guardian, emitted energy, and its blade absorbed the surrounding light, increasing its power. The power of the weapon itself increases in light, and its shape is hidden in darkness. The golem moved towards the enemy, and the hero thought it was cheating. Gwangsuk grabbed his head and realized that the waves of compressed blood had not worked anyway, so what should he do now? The enemy was advancing, sparking. The emperor's eyes widened in realization. The golem was spinning, turning towards him. The man jumped off the floor. He threw a sword at the guardian and decided that there was no way he could recover from such a blow. The guide froze. His body suddenly fell apart. He fell to the floor. The golem sprawled in the center of the room, throwing away his blades. The protagonist came closer, and the guardian praised him for his work, adding that this was the end of his duty. However, his attack, although successful, was also reckless. Gwangsuk took his weapon, and the golem said that if he had not fulfilled his duty as a guardian and was destroyed, he would never have passed further. The blonde looked at him and replied that he was confident in himself, since he already knew the method, which is why he took a mage with him and collected a bunch of mana stones, and just then Portro and just entered. The red stone rolled to the emperor's feet. The man leaned over to the key and asked if the keyhole would be on the ceiling again this time, and the guide guessed that he had already been to the ruins of the White Bloodstone, so he would be brief. He presented a red bottle and said that a special elixir left by the ancients, the Blood Booster, was dormant here, and its authenticity needed to be verified, and also that there was a hidden entrance somewhere that would lead to it, but that was where the clues ended. The golem's energy began to run out, but he added that the man would learn the rest from personal experience. The blonde looked at him silently. The defeated enemy lost consciousness, and the emperor thought that he remained alive even after his wave of compressed blood, so such robots must have been used in wars in those days. Columns stretched to the ceiling, and the man wondered why ancient people were killed by demons. Slime was moving on the floor. Gwangsuk turned to the magician and said that it was his turn to act. There was a pillar nearby, and the emperor asked to put all the mana of the magic stones into it. Portro frowned and asked if everything would be okay, because at some point the energy of the flow would stop, to which the interlocutor demanded to do everything possible. The magician approached the pillar and asked just to help. He extended his hand and said that he should immediately hand him the stone as soon as he threw the previous one, and the knight replied that he could easily handle this task. The magician's hand began to emit light, indicating the beginning. The stone began to shine. The purple slime evaporated next to the pillar. Just handed over the crystal and said that there were no more magic stones. The emperor placed his hand on the pillar in front of the surprised wizard and declared that it was enough. The three looked at the purple energy ahead. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that he would go on alone, and Portro tried to object to him. The subordinates sweated when he added that he would ban them here for the rest of their lives if they did not stay, and they immediately wished him a good journey. In the last room, there was a flask on a stand. The room was richly furnished, and the blonde noted that the room was even wider. He boldly walked forward. The emperor stepped onto the step, and the main system responsible for this laboratory greeted him as the owner of the elixir and talisman. Gwangsuk pointed and asked what was on the table, after which he was told that it was a blood enhancer containing the essence of ancient technology. The bottle was quite large, and the man asked if there should be such a quantity, and the system replied that it was determined primarily by the difficulty of completing the ruins, because the more difficult, the rarer the relic, so it could be called level performance. The guy presented 2 bottles, and the interlocutor said that the rarity of the blood booster was higher than that of the talisman, since it belonged to a higher class, and in order to achieve the ideal effect, it was necessary to increase the dosage. The blonde frowned and asked what the effect was, having learned later that it increased the power of the blood, and the system added that it could certainly increase the powers inside and outside his blood. The hero took the trophy and noted that then hemolysis would increase. The bottle glowed, and the man asked if this was not a side effect, to which the system replied that this was an optional function, and you can only increase the powers of those skills you want. Gwangsuk began to drink the elixir, deciding that there was no reason to retreat, but the other man added that you can only develop one power at a time, either hemolysis or blood. The blonde wiped his lips and said that he would never use the enhancement for dragon blood. Messages appeared on the system windows that the effect lasts for about 3 hours, and after finishing the instructions, the system will begin the process of disappearing. The emperor put down the empty bottle and asked if she knew anything about the ancients. He raised an eyebrow in confusion when he heard that the essence of the demon's power is passionate desire, and no human can resist their desires. There was a chandelier hanging from the ceiling, and the system said that if you forcibly get rid of your desires, then you can no longer be called a human. The man narrowed his eyes and asked what kind of nonsense this was. He was alone in the hall, but there was no answer, so he decided that the system had already disappeared. Gwangsuk frowned, muttering that you can't get what you want, and you can't get rid of your desires, so what's the connection? The hero reached for the red stone. The space in front of him expanded. He ran his hand along the wall and noted that it looked like smooth glass or plastic. Suddenly, the surface shuddered under his fingers. Round holes opened in the ceiling. The man stood in place, and bright beams hit him from above. The emperor looked away and asked what kind of tricks this was. Blue tablets appeared in front of him, and the system greeted him again, noting his unusual reaction and that his civilized mental abilities were similar to those of the ancients. So now it was time to start from the basics. The blonde looked ahead and muttered that it was nice of her. A bright flash appeared in front of him, and he was told that it was God's wrath, a weapons system that carried out orbital bombardment by sending signals to satellites orbiting the planet. Gwangsuk waved his hand when the other man began to explain what it was, and exclaimed that he understood everything anyway. He imagined space and said that the satellite weapon was created thousands of years ago, so the system added that it was not just a couple of satellites, and some of them could still be active, and the man noted that the Guardians were also alive after so many years. The protagonist frowned and answered the system's question of whether he wanted to master this power in the affirmative. A hole appeared above him, and the other man noted that his answer was accepted, and the engraving would begin in 30 seconds, and would soon be transmitted to the ground. The emperor crossed his arms and noted that this time it would take much longer, and he was explained that it was necessary to scan his brain, and one tiny mistake or deviation of 0.01%, and he would be burned. The blonde man sweated and muttered that it sounded threatening, and suddenly it would hurt even more than last time, and the system immediately agreed that it would hurt several times more, and it was recommended to put something in the mouth to avoid biting the tongue, such as a handkerchief or gloves. Gwangsuk spread his arms and asked how the emperor could do such unsightly things. He froze when something pierced his body. The protagonist crouched on the floor, not understanding what it was. The man saw a spiral in front of him and felt as if everything was being sucked into one point. Something bright flashed, but the emperor did not know that the sensation of pain would be increased hundreds of times, and it would come at once. His brain was engulfed in a bright light. Gwangsuk clenched his teeth with all his might, tensing his entire body. The king covered his face with his hand when the subordinate reported that the south of the Talos Peninsula had already been destroyed. The brunette bowed and said that the power of a squid alone could not drive out the demon army, and he should send a request for help to the neighboring countries, be it the Lushan kingdom. The ruler sat in front of him and asked if he was really asking him to bow his head to those who had already done so before him. The king clenched his fist and exclaimed that he was willing to put aside his pride if the problem was solved, even if they asked for a large sum of money or the right to manage the income. The servant looked at him in confusion when he clarified if he really thought they could help them. The man opened his mouth and said that whether it was the Lushan kingdom or another, they were as weak as they were, so it should at least be the Xanta kingdom or the Hunters Guild. The interlocutor sweated, recalling the map and thinking that the northwestern kingdom of Xanta boasted a strong military force blocking the northern barbarians, and the mercenary guild had many years of practical experience clearing the ruins, and both of these groups were undoubtedly excellent. The brunette arched his eyebrows and noted that Xanta was located far away, and even if they agreed to help, it would be a long walk, and the same applies to the Hunters Guild, especially since the number of their mercenaries most likely does not exceed several hundred. The king looked at the interlocutor in surprise, and he explained that the rest of the mercenaries were working under contract in other places, and trust was everything to them, so no matter how much money they gave, the likelihood of their help was low. His Majesty slammed his fist and shouted that the problem here was the demons, adding that if the squid was broken, it would be the end for them, so let him ask everyone in a row to send troops immediately. The interlocutor closed his eyes and sighed, thinking that it would take at least 3 days even if they immediately requested help, but by sending mobile knights, this time would be reduced, although what kind of crazy kingdom would send the core of its power? The king narrowed his eyes and remembered that there was the Rune Empire. The servant widened his eyes and noted that this was the farthest country from them, and besides, they interacted with them little. The ruler touched his chin and remembered that this state had recently done something unreal. The interlocutors looked at each other, and the servant told them that they had invaded the royal palace of Safegold, who almost fell for the devil's trick, but the Rune Empire saved them, and the king exclaimed that this is what they needed. He introduced the famous White Dragon Knights and said that Emperor Exceltrion had done such an outrageous thing to protect humanity from demons, and in such a situation he could send them his warriors. The subordinate widened his eyes and replied that they could not know for sure, but it might work out. The brunette bowed when the master ordered to quickly send an envoy to the Rune Empire and use all available teleportation gates to move, and he clarified whether it was possible to ask them for help, because they would have to pay for it. The king visualized gold and offered to promise them a monetary reward. They should like the treasure of the royal family, which they had been collecting for years, and also the condition of expanding trade would be a good prospect for them, and the servant suggested that Rune had the best selenium mining on the continent. His Majesty frowned and asked to say that they would be ready to buy in bulk. The interlocutor bowed and said that the exact data would be determined after consulting with the Minister of Internal Affairs. But the man objected that there was no time for that, because right now the demons were strengthening their power. The sun was shining over the fortress, and the man added that gathering an inept army was the same as giving away the victory for nothing, because the demons had an incredibly crazy army. The king pointed to his head and said that only a mad emperor could save them. The hero opened his eyes and saw the ceiling. Scripps was standing next to him, saying that everyone was worried, because he had not woken up for 3 days. The blonde stood up, and the girl said that they brought him here thanks to the help of the Hunters Guild, after which she clarified his health, and the hero responded that he would live. Gwangsuk glanced at the weapon and asked who took out the Sword of Light, because only he could take it, to which the brunette explained that the saint who came to him left it here. Scripps looked at the emperor and replied that Laina and the royal chancellor were both here. The man frowned and asked again, guessing that something was wrong. The interlocutor turned around and said that she would call Beos first, who wanted to report something 2 days ago. The blonde dangled his legs on the floor. He took the blade, and it reported that the hero had been unconscious for 70 hours, 12 minutes, and 40 seconds standard time, and that a large amount of elixir for treating the effects of brain imprinting had been drunk. Gwangsuk looked at the weapon, which said that in the process of adding the new God's Wrath imprinting, some of his neural networks had expanded further, and if desired, it was possible to expand the Demon Hunter neural network. The protagonist frowned and asked to do so, asking if it would allow him to use up to 60% of his power, to which he heard that the expected neural network synchronization was 78.4%, as the value had increased due to God's wrath. The emperor narrowed his eyes and asked what kind of ability it was. When the sword said that when the synchronization reached 75%, the alpha mode would be available, but then the chancellor knocked. The man hung the weapon on his belt and asked to start synchronization without delay. Gwangsuk turned to the door and allowed him to enter. Beos folded his hands behind his back and said that he had urgent news. The blonde rubbed his chin and asked what had happened that he had come in person, although he could have sent a letter. The interlocutor frowned and said that he had received a letter from the kingdom of Kalmara with an urgent request for reinforcements, and it said that an army of demons consisting of succubi and incubi occupied most of the Talos Peninsula. He introduced a devil who absorbed a man's energy, and said that according to the book Demon World Study, such beings were a type of sucking demon that quickly replenished energy by absorbing it from civilians. The hero frowned and noted that succubi were quite a powerful opponent. Gwangsuk narrowed his eyes and thought that demons that were not in the original were starting to appear, and areas that had never been in combat before were being attacked, so the development here was going in a completely different direction. The man sweated and realized that this made it difficult to predict what would happen next, so was it really to destroy his personality? A system window suddenly appeared, notifying that the synchronization was complete and 77.9% had been reached, and the errors were minimal. The hero slapped the screen in displeasure and exclaimed that it had scared him while he was thinking about important things. The emperor stood in front of the chancellor, who added that the letter also praised his contribution to the Saphigold kingdom, and the blonde suggested that they wanted them to send the White Dragon elite knights, after which the old man asked if he would send help. The protagonist narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. He looked at the other man and said that, judging by the appearance of a new enemy, it was a diversionary maneuver by Diklu, so it would be better to keep the White Dragon knights nearby, and Beos agreed with this. The chancellor frowned and asked if the king really wanted to go there alone, when His Majesty said that giving victory to the demon army was also impossible, and it was best to send the minimum number of people. Beos breathed a sigh of relief when the other man asked him not to say stupid things. The chancellor's eyes widened when the hero added that Carls would also be there. Gwangsuk pointed to himself and said that he would go there with the young vampire. Demons were circling above the castle, and someone reported to the queen that the preparations were complete, and about 400 women had been gathered. The Devulus knelt down while the mistress asked to talk to the incubi and not to treat the captives too harshly, because they must remain alive to use them if necessary, and the girl clarified if they really needed to take the emperor hostage, because it seemed that it would not be easy. Gremry crossed her arms and replied that it was too late to say such things, and she could not let down her guard for a moment. She presented a heart, and added that the emperor had silver blood. The woman smirked when the subordinate clarified if she instinctively wanted to kill the main character. The Devulus noticed a shining silhouette ahead and was surprised that he came here alone. Gremry waved her hand and ordered everyone to get ready, because the target was already approaching. The red-haired girl extended her hand, her eyes sparkling, and thought that she already had everything ready for His Majesty, and let the children have fun and taste the victory. Before arriving at the fortress, just pointed his finger and exclaimed that there were only 4 of them, so they had to be careful. He turned to the soldier and was indignant. Why only 4, and were these not going to fight? And Carls looked over his shoulder and muttered that they were no help, they looked too primitive, which caused the indignation of the Kalmar Golden Knights. Gwangsuk and Renard stood and watched this squabble, listening to the brown-haired man offer to fight him and test it in practice. The blonde came closer and said that this is where their favor ended, so let them wait here. The knights lined up and accepted the order to guard this area, and also wished the heroes good luck. Just folded his hands behind his head and snorted that they still called themselves knights, and to be afraid of all sorts of entities, and also said that they were suddenly attacked at night, and themselves in shining armor, to which the girl advised to be careful with words on their territory. The protagonist sighed tiredly, remembering that Beos grumbled a lot, and had to take 2 more with him, but he was too worried about him. A golden light appeared around Renard when the emperor asked how the situation was in the area, and she answered that there was nothing special between them and the fortress. But at the front they felt a huge force, although they were still far away, and it was difficult to say the exact numbers. The man looked at her and clarified if there were any civilians, to which he heard that they were either fugitives or hostages. The girl shuddered, noting that they were really terrible enemies, because it was unclear who could have such power, and just asked if they were very hardy, or if it was a matter of blood. The blonde turned to him and explained that demons deal with dark blood energy, and the knight was surprised to see that civilians had almost none, since they managed to suck out energy. Renard frowned and exclaimed that it was terrible, and she didn't even want to talk about it, and the guy looked away, muttering that he would like to see how the succubus charmed people with her beauty. The protagonist stepped closer and said that they had completely forgotten something. He loomed over them threateningly, reminding them that this was enemy territory, and they immediately apologized and promised to be more vigilant. A castle was visible ahead, and the emperor ordered them to listen to the plan, noting that, it seemed, their main power was currently concentrated in the fortress, and this was a great opportunity to charge God's wrath. Just looked at him and asked again, and the hero replied that he had already told them earlier. The knight narrowed his eyes and muttered that he couldn't even imagine how to use this miracle, and the emperor waved it off, saying that he would soon see for himself. The hero stood in front of his subordinates and ordered that after the god's wrath subsided, they were to destroy all enemies in their direction, just in the west, and Renard in the east. But if the girl didn't meet anyone, then let her return and help with her ability. The knights immediately rushed to carry out the order when the blonde asked to take positions. Carl smiled with anticipation and asked what he would be ordered to do, and the hero replied that he should attack from the south. The vampire crossed his arms and asked if he just needed to kill everyone in that direction, and the emperor added that there was another special task for him. The sky began to paint in the colors of the sunset, and Gwangsuk said that the peculiarity of succubi and incubi is that they can fly, so if they run away, the young man is the only one who can get them in the sky. The ruler frowned and said that he would have to kill everyone who escaped from above, no matter in which direction. The boy slumped and concluded that he would have to do all the work in the end, but the man told him that he had originally wanted to take only him because he thought he was strong enough to handle this mission. Carl's eyes lit up and he exclaimed that this was certainly true, and His Majesty knew him very well. The vampire happily raised his hands, and the hero asked to kill at least one enemy. The young man flew away, asking for trust and blessing. Gwangsuk clenched his fist and decided that it was up to him now, and then a system window appeared, informing him that before using God's wrath, one must know the characteristics of the satellite and safety measures. The man narrowed his eyes and asked if they really had different data. The system window said that God's wrath was the collective name of the comprehensive combat system that was controlled by a total of 60 satellites orbiting, and the combat satellites were divided into 3 types: A, B, C. The hero recalled the pillar of light in the dungeon when the interlocutor said that the laser system provided to him was type A. And such a powerful optical weapon was very different from the ones he saw in the secret area of the ruins. Gwangsuk shrugged and asked if the difference between the types was so big if it was just an explosion in the sky. He introduced the satellite, and was told that the optical weapon was invisible to the naked eye, and its own power was weak compared to other types. The man opened his mouth and asked again. He turned pale and was indignant that he only found out about this when they had already come here. Just, Renard, and Carls resolutely headed to carry out the order. The protagonist sweated and thought that from the beginning, this operation had hope only because of this ability. Gwangsuk frowned and exclaimed that he didn't care about low firepower, he wanted a power that could blow up the fortress with one shot, and the system listened as he explained the plan. Virtual windows appeared in front of him, telling him that the C-type would be better than, which could blow up magic stones anywhere, and this type was also convenient for research, and the man thought that it felt like they were trying to sell him something. He poked at the picture, noting that it looked powerful, but the request was rejected because only 28 of the 60 satellites were currently available, and the hero asked why it was displayed then. The model of satellite number 12, the C-type, which was currently the only one suitable for his purpose, appeared in front of the emperor, and the range was set to 400 meters in relation to the Lee front fortress. The light began to flare up when the hero gave the order to shoot already. The castle beyond the forest stood motionless. The protagonist crossed his arms and asked if it really worked, since it was so quiet, and was told that it was because it was launched from a satellite orbit, and it would take about 15 minutes. Gwangsuk turned pale, thinking that he hadn't expected this bombardment to be so weak, and now he felt cheated. The blonde touched his chin and remembered the prisoners the Kalmar king had spoken of. He couldn't let them get blown up either. The ground shook beneath his feet. The man's eyes widened in surprise. Female prisoners were running towards him from behind the trees. They rushed past, screaming that they would be killed if they didn't run away. The emperor frowned, wondering why they were being driven there on purpose. Suddenly, a fireball flew at him, and the hero blocked it with his sword. Gwangsuk raised his head, deciding that they had freed so many prisoners for the sake of surprise, and muttered that it was ridiculous. Flames were flaring up in front of him. The succubi held out their hands, using fire magic. The man remembered Beos, who had told him that, according to his investigations, the only magic the succubi used was charm, but for this they had to descend to the ground to be closer to the target. The emperor then crossed his arms, listening that he would be able to defeat them at this moment, and it would be easy as pie, because close combat is his strong point. The blonde frowned and muttered, "Is this really his easy as pie?" A powerful charge rushed at him. The trees burned in the fire. The protagonist activated the barrier, covering one of the captives, and the sword noted that by his order the scale of the shield application was increased, and the current damage level was 51%. The girl blushed and thanked him with a smile. Gwangsuk turned around displeased and demanded to get out of the way already and not interfere, so she quickly ran away, apologizing. She rushed on, and the hero thought that now all the civilians should have fled. Gremory appeared above him, in front of whom the characteristics appeared, and said that she had prepared a surprise so carefully, and he had no reaction. She waved her hand and added that there was no need to bring so many guys with her. The woman landed on a tree and noted that his majesty was too hot in a fit of anger, and she was about to gently caress him. The hero quickly appeared at her side, swinging his sword, and did not let her finish. He flinched when the opponent quickly dodged. She flew up and said that he had no manners, because they should play, savoring the taste, and impatient men are not at all attractive, but the blonde demanded that he stop talking nonsense, because he had no intention of becoming friends with her. The red-haired smirked and introduced herself as a representative of Lust and a corps commander leading the army. The emperor stood in the middle of the split earth, noting that, apparently, Daikla was in a hurry, since he called for reinforcements, but the interlocutor replied that this simply could not be, because his pride was too high. The man frowned, hearing that the hierarchy of forces in the demon realm had changed. The succubus pointed her finger and said that it was because of him. She turned around to look at the light behind her. Gwangsuk smirked and muttered that it had finally arrived. A powerful beam of God's wrath fell on the fortress. The devil's eyes widened in shock. At that moment, the man jumped up and dealt several slashes. The woman appeared behind him and asked if he really wanted to be alone with her since he blew up the fortress where her entire army was. The emperor turned around and extended his sword. An explosion sounded in front of him. There was no one in the air because the woman dodged again. A system window appeared in front of him, informing him that it was a transcendental skill of space distortion, and as the skill level increased, it could be used in various variations, and the succubus used at least the middle level of distortion. Gremory appeared behind the hero. She extended her hand, and the hero thought that if there was a middle level, then there was a lower level. A purple vortex appeared in front of him. The blonde suddenly grabbed the devil's hand. The red-haired girl smirked and asked if he suddenly decided to hold hands. Gwangsuk furrowed his brows, activating a white aura around himself. The succubus gritted her teeth and recoiled, recognizing silver blood. The man swung his sword and said that he would not leave this time. She flinched and demanded that he let go. A powerful blow cut off her hand. The woman looked to the side. Blood gushed out. Gremory grabbed her shoulder and laughed excitedly, saying that, as expected, silver blood is very tenacious. Gremory, with crazy eyes, shouts that they are boring creatures and all men with silver blood are like that, because she did not like them from the beginning. The fighter flies at the villainess, asking if there is now an incentive to fight. Exceltrion delivers a strong blow with his sword, declaring that this must be ended. Gremory holds his bloody hand and apologizes, noting that all the fun is gone when she fights such slippery types and it seems they should use newer methods. He hears with an unperturbed look that he needs to be patient. The demon flies in the air and says that she will gather a new team especially for him, and if he wants to see his end, he needs to follow her. Exceltrion stands on the ground with a sword and hears with a displeased look that if he can handle all this. The villainess evaporates into the red dark sky and says that they will see each other again. The blonde holds swords in his hands. A notification says that the risk of battle has decreased and he begins a full healing with the help of an elixir, and during the recovery process, severe pain may occur. The protagonist takes his face and realizes that he has really gone crazy. He thinks with his eyes closed that since his opponent is a demon, silver blood is useless and how he can use it on an opponent who can fly. The guy looks ahead, puzzled, and says that in any case, they need to develop a plan to fight in the air. There are burnt bodies on the ground. Everything around is ablaze. The guy and his partners look ahead and say that when talking about God's wrath, he could not even imagine such a huge power. The blonde asks if they missed the remaining demons. The guy bows to him and apologizes, clarifying that nevertheless they caught several. Exceltrion advises not to take it so close to heart. The subject closed his eyes and exclaims that given his attitude towards him as before, even 100 apologies will not be enough. He asks what he means. The picture shows a dragon on a blue background. He explains that he was not particularly interested in the Rune Empire and the Knights of the White Dragon, and therefore he just lived on his own and counting on the fact that he can always master any skills. The fighter is standing on a pyramid. He looks ahead in surprise and says, however, it is said that this was a level that he would not be able to reach even for the rest of his days, and did not think that there were people with such power. The guy puts his hand to his chest and exclaims that it is truly an honor to be able to serve a godlike person. Exceltrion asks with a grin, noting that he is only an emperor, and he in turn is a knight, and that is enough. The subject exclaims with a smile that this is certainly enough. A fighter with a shield on his back stands in front of them and reports to His Majesty that an extremely fast demon was found in the eastern fortress, clarifying whether he has encountered anything like this. Exceltrion turns around and says that it is most likely Gremry, and he has already fought their leader. The long-haired guy at the same time asks in surprise if he really fought a demon. The protagonist waves his hand and states that everything is fine and that she needs to worry about injuries. Renard with a serious look clarifies what happened. The heroes turn around in surprise, hearing someone loudly calling the Emperor. The guy in the sky is holding a demon in his hands. The hero below asks Carls what it is. He replies that it is a prisoner. He puts the demon on the ground and says that His Majesty ordered to catch at least one alive, and besides her, he grabbed the rest with his bare hands. Exceltrion stands opposite and asks if he saw a succubus without a hand in that direction. He replies that he is not sure, but he saw someone rush like lightning through black clouds. Carl scratches his head and explains that he did not try to catch up, because even though he turns into smoke, he will not have time, and still perhaps he should have tried. He is asked what his ability means. The picture shows a red spirit. The guy clarifies whether it is true that he did not tell, stating that it is cool and one of the abilities of vampires, with the help of which you can fly faster. Renard is surprised and asks about the ability of vampires. Carls looks away in embarrassment, and says that he said it to be useful in battle, but he is still a human. She replies that she was just too surprised. Exceltrion asks with a serious face if he was able to enjoy God's wrath. Against the background of the starry sky, he replies that in fact he did not fully understand his explanation. The vampire happily spreads his arms, and says that seeing him in life was magical because he flew and flew, and then he falls, and it's just amazing. The blonde looks at his happy partner, thinking that this is the reaction of a typical 13-year-old boy, which was expected. Carls tells with a smile. The main character realizes that he became a vampire at such an age, and it's a pity that he will not be able to grow up. He looks at Exceltrion and asks His Majesty if he can't just shoot it into the lair and the Rune Empire would defeat them with one shot. He replies that it's not something that can be used easily, and moreover, they don't know what traps can be hidden on the demon continent. Exceltrion closes his eyes and tells his shocked partner that they should attack in a completely different way, and getting over the Wailing Wall is tantamount to murder. He asks what direction they will take then. The protagonist watches him and says the sky. The dragon flies in the air while the Emperor explains that wyverns are needed to use it. The guy with long hair looks at the protagonist and asks how they are going to deal with these creatures. He replies that the Rune Empire doesn't just need knights, but dragon knights, and if they treat wyverns like horses, aerial combat will not be a problem. Renard asks in shock if they really want to fight on wyverns. She is told that demons also use them, and it will not be difficult for them. She is frightened to hear that they have not started yet and they can wait 3 years. She states that she does not quite understand what they want, clarifying whether they do not trust him. A demon lies on the ground. The Emperor says well and excellent words about the fact that in no case. The pink-haired villainess slowly opens her eyes. She looks away in fear and hears the question whether she woke up. Carls waves his hands and with a grin wishes her to go back to sleep. The protagonist puts out his hand and orders her to stop. The pink-haired one in shock hears Exceltrion asking her name. She does not understand why she is here. The protagonist takes her by the neck and demands to answer when asked, and only he asks questions here. She screams with difficulty for him not to touch her face, after he promised that if she lies, silver blood will end up on her face. Exceltrion lets her go with a serious expression and states that he will ask the first question. Is he the reason why they gathered in the fortress? She says that it was done to lure him. He clarifies what would have happened if he had not come. She claims that she does not know. Exceltrion looks at her with a frightening gaze. She exclaims in fear that she really does not know, and that she belongs to a lower rank and cannot know such details. The blonde clarifies that Gremry has good information about him, and must have done a lot of research, but there is something strange. He remembers the villainess and explains that she said that silver blood is boring for her. The protagonist sits in front of the hostage and states that this is strange, because less than a year has passed since the subjugation of demons. The picture shows Gremry. Exceltrion says that it feels like some creatures have been using such blood for a long time, and they have already gone through a tiring war with them. The heroes stand in front of her and ask Yuli to answer what they fought in the demon world. The pink-haired villainess is silent. She smirks. The surprised characters hear from her that people also live in the demon world. Exceltrion asks with a smart look that as he thought, there was a skirmish with people and how many of them there are. Yuli looks at him and says that she does not know the exact number, but even comparing the strength, demons are much stronger, at least 10 times. He clarifies what is the reason for the disobedience then. The picture shows a surge of energy. He explains that it is all because of the barrier installed in the zone of human presence, and no matter how strong the demon is, inside the barrier the strength is significantly reduced. Renard puzzledly clarifies whether His Majesty believes her. Can people survive in their world? Yuli answers why not, asking if she really thinks that everything there is filled with poison and lava. Exceltrion looks at the hostage and asks if she has ever personally fought in that place with any person. She replies that she is too young to be exiled to the conflict zone and all she knows is that the fierce 10-year battle has died down recently. Carls, with his arms crossed, asks how old she is. She says 7. He exclaims that she is younger than him and no one will believe it. She claims that they naturally grow faster. Yuli, with her hands tied, asks if that is the end of the questions. He says yes. The pink-haired villainess smiles and asks him to kill her with his sword in that case. Her hands are tied. She explains that even if she returns, the leader will kill her, and for a succubus this is the most terrible end that can be experienced. She bows her head and states that she hopes for his favor, and it would be better for her to die here. He pulls out his sword and states that she has surrendered and will leave her face unstained. Exceltrion swings his weapon and tells her to do as she wishes. He cuts the shackles and says that he can't. Exceltrion looks at her and says that she is still useful to him, and she needs to betray the demons and give up all the information about their world, and if she does this, he will spare her life. Yuli fearfully asks if this is true because if he leaves her alive she will do whatever he asks because demons have no concept of loyalty to their race. Yuli bows at his feet and exclaims about submission to a stronger creature. Exceltrion replies that in that case she needs to prove her loyalty because he cut off the hand of her queen. She screams that she will be faithful to him forever. The protagonist raises his hand and says that this suits him, asking Carls to take off everything else. The guy unties her and asks what if she runs away. He replies that he will simply kill her. Yuli stands in front of them and clarifies that if other people see her, he replies that she should say that she is just a prisoner of the emperor. The girl runs behind, exclaiming that she should return to the imperial palace. It is said that the greatest achievement of this battle was the liberation of the squids, and although they destroyed many demons, the protagonist stands in front of the sunset. It is written that they received valuable information about their world and he has a lot of work to do after returning. Beos looks away and wonders why there are more non-humans in this team. Carl sits with the other guys and does not understand what the Prime Minister is talking about, and no matter how you look at it, there are more people here. He agrees. The old man gives the papers to the protagonist and says that there are the results of the study of the amulet that Carl's ordered. He in turn apologizes for entrusting him with such a trifle. He leafs through the papers. Exceltrion holds a folder and asks if there is any definite conclusion. He is told that this is the limit of the level of the Academy's magic professors and by sending the amulet to the Magic Guild they may get more details. They answer that they cannot do this, and this amulet is important for Carl's strength, and without it he will not be able to sleep normally. Beos stands next to Yuli and states that then at the moment there are no other options, and it is impossible to create this attribute with the help of technology. The pink-haired girl raises her hand and states that if she gets the necessary materials, she can make it. The frame shows a decoration. It is said that the official name is a seal, and initially this item was used by people in their world, but it was significantly repurposed, and now it is intended to hide the demon's energy. The old man looks at the interlocutors and clarifies why demons hide energy. Yuli says that it is possible for a surprise attack. Exceltrion at the same time states that this is the point. If in the demon world there is a person with silver blood, it is easy for him to detect a demon. The pink-haired girl is confused when asked if she can really do this. She replies that it is really strange that a succubus is interested in such things. She is told that it is rather surprising. The picture shows women's boots. It is said that in fact, she was not paid attention to because of her such interest, and the reason why she is now here is because she was forbidden to participate in a real fight. Beos stands next to a happy Yuli. He is told that they are fools because they could ruin such talent, and the Prime Minister needs to create a workshop for the pink-haired girl in the garden behind the palace. He clarifies if this is possible. The picture shows the main character in a fierce form. It is written that the rumors that are going around now are not true, and they say that the mad emperor filled his harem with demons and jumps on them for his own pleasure, and there is also a rumor about his creation of an army of demons in order to use them in the war. The blonde silently looks forward, thinking that if a battle with succubi occurs because of such things, what will public opinion be? Exceltrion, with red eyes, states that being insane means that it is better not to mess with him, and do they even care? Beos covers his face with his hand and states that he has realized that public opinion will be corrected in the general election. He replies that he still relies on it. Yuli is surprised to hear that her workshop will be ready in no time, asking if she can make other things. The heroine explains with a joyful look that she only needs to be given materials and she will do anything. While other succubi practice charm and seduction magic, she was in the workshop all day long, because firstly, self-made armor. The area covering the body is extremely small but in fact has a greater protective effect, which makes it ideal for a succubus. And you can also create magical weapons. She is familiar with most of the ways to create items, so if he wants she can do it. The blonde is furious and demands to stop, saying that everything she can do, let her send in writing. Yuli lowers her gaze and apologizes. saying that she got too excited, because no one asked her about such a thing. Carls whispers that she is strange. The vampire with a displeased face hears that it is important for demons and people to do work that matches their skills and he will keep an eye on the pink-haired girl. He replies that he does not think such work will suit him. Exceltrion turns to the man and states that he has something to discuss with him. He states that he is listening to His Majesty. Beos is surprised to hear that the protagonist wants to destroy the northern part before the demons can move in large numbers. The man clarifies whether he means the territory controlled by Lord Blumhartz. He agrees. The blonde sits next to his assistant and claims that the battle with the demons is becoming more fierce and before that they need to destroy all possible threats. He is told that this is correct. But it is difficult to imagine the scale of those barbarians, and by going to this war hastily, you can lose your troops. Exceltrion with a smart look claims that the beginning will be difficult. But as long as there is a brave division, there will be no problems. The protagonist leans back in his chair and hears the question whether it exists. He explains that it will be soon, because they plan to catch a large number of wyverns from the island and turn them into special forces, and by organizing such a division, the problems with the north will be solved, and this was an order, not a request to discuss. Beos fearfully holds his sweaty forehead and declares that he understood His Majesty. Because he is always confident in his plans, specifying when he plans to go to the island, he answers that tomorrow. The protagonist thoughtfully hears that before that they need to meet with someone, since the person they talked about earlier was found. The guy asks again. The picture shows a memory with a guy. It is said about a boy, demanding to find him by name, the son of a blacksmith. The blonde opened his mouth in shock. Gwangsuk is surprised to realize that Carl's best friend and one of the best warriors during the war with demons, he almost missed an important branch. Against the background of the room, he asks to arrange a meeting with him right now. In the picture, a boy runs near a shadow. It is said about Gort, who was a son in a forge, and from a young age he had an extraordinary physique and strength, and having met him, who often visited the city, they became friends. The guy holds the hand of the shadow. It is explained that the man who without hesitation agreed to go on a real adventure with Carls. Gwangsuk thinks about how he was called Goth the Great Shield and was older than Carls, which means he is about 15 years old. He realizes with embarrassment that Gort's childhood was filled with true friendship and strength, and since he was tall from a young age, he is probably still a decent person. The character behind the Emperor greets His Majesty loudly. The blonde turns around with a smirk and declares that this is Gort. The protagonist looks ahead in shock. The fat guy shouts loudly that he is the son of a humble blacksmith family and greets him. The blonde looks at him and wonders if he is Gort. The protagonist calmly realizes that in the Great War, it was not mentioned that he was gigantic. He looks at the guy and sees his name, the race of the descendant of the decay of dragon blood, and other characteristics. Gwangsuk looks at the windows in surprise and wonders why he has such a boost coefficient, and did not he catch a strong demon, and to be more precise, this happens when subduing a creature with the power of exceeding. He asks so this guy will kill him. The windows say that it is unlikely because the chance of being born with such an ability is 1 in a million. He points his finger and says that it is given from birth. Gwangsuk is standing in front of the window with Gort's superior abilities. The windows say that recovery means returning the body to normal, and this is a specialized ability, and the basic skill super recovery allows you to quickly recover from injuries, and the speed is lower than that of the elixir, but when restoring injuries, the characteristics become stronger. He is puzzled, realizing that this is not surprising, and in the novel, as he received injuries, Gort became stronger and a person with such a wonderful ability. The main character takes out his sword and wonders if he will gain power by killing him. Frightened Gort tries to find out what he did wrong. The blonde holds his fist and asks him not to worry because his hand just twitched, while thinking that he himself, without knowing it, almost behaved like a mad emperor. The guy looks at Exceltrion. He understands that although they naturally became one, their essences have not disappeared, and this makes him worry. The protagonist looks at him with a serious expression and asks if he is interested in why he was called, saying that he wants to invite him to the ranks of the White Dragon Knights. Gort waves his hand shyly and says that he is only 15 and does not have much strength. He says that he is not saying that he should join right now. Exceltrion, with an important look, says that he will give him the best teacher for a year, so he trains until he loses his pulse, and after leveling up, he himself will understand that it is enough, asking if he can handle it. The big guy bows and exclaims that everything will be ready. He claims that from now on he is a knight in training and training will begin tomorrow. Gort with a smile asks the name of the person who will train him. The blonde says Carls, the master of fists. Exceltrion calmly extends his finger and claims that he will be razed to smithereens and therefore needs to be careful. A trembling Gort shouts that he understands, wondering if he was deceived. Dykla asks with a smirk what the first victory tastes like. The girl sits next to him and asks if he has to hurt her feminine pride. Gremory wipes her face and says that she did not think that the emperor would be like this and therefore asks for forgiveness. The leader stands opposite and says that she has learned a lot from personal experience. She replies that it is not that she did not realize it, it just feels like she got a knife in the back. She asks if he knew that the emperor can also use magic. Daikla asks again in surprise, saying that people cannot simultaneously combine magic and blood aura. Gremory assures that this giant fortress was destroyed by one blow. Against the background of a night building, the character asks if he brought a mage with him. He is told that they did not see anyone nearby. The leader looks at her and says that you never know, and maybe he really was there, and it was a trap for the enemy. She replies that she would like it to be true. Gremory sadly says that in any case, he will now focus on recovery, and in about a month, additional troops will arrive from the demon world. He looks at her and clarifies from which army she requested reinforcements. She replies that most likely from the army of nastiness, since they are friends with lust. The girl hears if she can contact the army of lust again, since the leader wanted a blood relative to be added to the reinforcements. Gremory asks if they are vulnerable to sunlight, and if they know how to fight. Daikla furiously states that his blood relatives can move during the day, and even if it were not so, they can fight at night. He says that now is not the time for recklessness, and as soon as the reinforcements arrive, they need to unite the armies and attack. The vampire looks at the blonde with his assistant, and claims that the core of this operation is Karl's, because thanks to his betrayal, they know the location of Exceltrion, and they will be able to use it in the decisive battle. She says with a grin that the vampire has no personal life, specifying where he is now. Daikla begins to tell. Against the background of barrels, he explains that the guy is in the heart of Kromera, in the capital of the empire and the palace of the Rune Empire. Gort looks at the laughing Karls and asks if they can wander in such places of their own free will. He replies that everything is fine, and before the emperor went hunting for wyverns he received permission, and he asks not to call him lord, because he is older than him. The big guy looks at the vampire and clarifies if he is really one of those whom his highness trusts. He says that he also simply lives nearby. Embarrassed Gort hears that they are practically from the same city. Laina asks him with a smile to relax and not to complicate things. Gort waves her hand and says that everything is fine thanks to her. In the picture there is a fight between characters. He explains that His Majesty said to heal him when he is dying, and you hit and heal and so on constantly. 3 heroes stand nearby. The big guy exclaims that this is the method of preparation that the emperor introduced. Laina advises Karls to be a little more gentle. He objects and shouts that in fact he also controls the force. Yuli walks past the barrels and with a tired look asks why she has to hang around with him everywhere. The pink-haired girl sees something in fear. She sees Karls, who says that the creature younger than him was talking nonsense. The girl hears that nothing can be done and His Majesty ordered to keep an eye on her, so she should go with him. Yuli tells him to think about it himself, because the workshop has just started manufacturing and she personally must supervise the process. They stand in the middle of the warehouse. The vampire clarifies that when she is around, men start to screw up. She asks if it is true because of her. Because exciting people is the succubus's job. The girl loudly asks what she is talking about now. Yuli laughs and asks if she was imagining things. She claims that Karls is only 13 years old and should not joke like that in front of him. The pink-haired girl asks if she is so sensitive because she is a saint. Karls proudly proves that he is actually a human. When Yuli said that demons do not care about age because the main thing is strength. She rolls her eyes and says that he is at it again, wondering why the emperor is messing with him. He replies that when everything is over they will not have to see each other, so there is no need to worry. She asks why they came here. The character entered the warehouse. In the picture there is a whitish object. Karls lifts it high and exclaims that he found it. The surprised heroes hear from him that this is the hand of the succubus queen. Yuli asks why he needs it. Karls with a ferocious look declares that he wants to eat her. Gort stands next to Laina in shock. The vampire asks if there could be a curse on him. She replies that most likely not. The big guy asks if he will really eat her. The guy says with a smile that by eating it he will learn about the succubi, and the emperor himself instructed him to do this, wondering if she is telling the truth that there is no curse. Laina looks at him with displeasure and says that there is some weak flow of magic on her, but it will not cause harm. Karls shouts loudly that in this case he wishes everyone a pleasant appetite. Sounds are heard against the background of the chandelier. The demon is kneeling and shouting about her right hand. They ask her what she is talking about because she does not have one. Daikla is shocked to hear that even if her body is torn apart, her nerves are connected to magic. He clarifies whether an experiment is being conducted on her now. Gremory furiously shouts no. Karls holds a spoon in his mouth against the background of delicious food. At this time they realize that someone is eating her. The man turned around, saying that catching a fish is too difficult, because most eat all the bait. Later, another guy sat down next to Karls, saying that he was not in a good condition and that they seemed to have hit a weak spot. Just held his comrade back, saying that too many wounds had been received in the battle with the faithful and that it would be better to retreat. Later, they set up camp and lit a fire. Exceltrion sat on the ground, lamenting another failure. The assistant asked him to enjoy today's festival, but he did not understand what they should celebrate. They looked at the people by the fire. Just noted that the emperor had promised to deal with the faithful who were interfering with the fishing industry, so there was that, and offered the meat of one of them. The hero survived one bite. After swallowing it, he said that it was not tasty, and then the assistant offered to bring fatty fish instead, but he said that was not necessary, because it needed to be finished. Exceltrion looked away, adding that from tomorrow they would be moving on to another clan, focusing on catching the leader. His interlocutor noted that he had heard that a 15-meter-tall monster had been living for 300 years. The moon was shining brightly in the sky, and they decided that by collecting the heads of the captured wyverns and hanging them up, they could attract the leader's attention. The blonde pointed at him, noting that it was a good plan. Later, he stood there completely confused, realizing that this plan had failed. Scripps, who was standing nearby, had heard that it had become even more difficult to catch them than yesterday, and replied that it was quite logical, because if a person's head had ended up on a boat, he would also have gotten scared and run away. Just showed the records, saying that all the materials related to the faithful were already old and useless, asking what to do now. The hero replied that he wanted to and was not going to call him, but apparently he would have to, ordering that a messenger be sent to the Imperial Palace and Carls be brought here immediately. The guy looked around with admiration, noting the very salty air. Exceltrion walked along the shore, asking him what had happened while he was gone, and he replied that Gort had become stronger despite constantly falling over when hit, to which the hero noted that this was his peculiarity, and Laena had a hard time with his constant healing. Carls raised his hand to his face, saying that magic was no longer needed and good nutrition was enough, but the interlocutor interrupted him, saying that he wanted to take him here, because there were too many wyverns here. The child put his hands behind his head, noting that they got along well, most likely because of the place. Exceltrion thought that he was glad that the bad attitude was like in the original. Then he looked at the boy, asking if he ate what was in the basement, and he replied that he did. But he averted his eyes, saying that as expected, he could instinctively tell when a succubus was nearby, so he wouldn't have to stick close to Yuli anymore, and when asked about transforming, he replied that it was fine too. Carls averted his eyes when the other party asked about transforming into a succubus, replying that he would only do so in a place where no one could see him, but he didn't want to experience that again if possible. Putting his hand behind his head, the boy added that it wasn't particularly convenient for him to transform using an edible item. Gwangsuk looked at him with a slightly confused expression, thinking that it was probably because he was an impure demon, since his essence was a werewolf who had become a vampire. Carls landed on the ground, hearing that he was summoned specifically for that ability, replying that he had guessed, and guessing that the other party wanted him to transform and eat all the wyvern meat. The sun's rays illuminated the surface of the water. Exceltrion replied that it was, and that they needed to defeat their leader, and once he was the new leader, he should return to the Empire with the other loyalists. The boy looked away, saying that it was vague, but the man pointed out that it was nothing serious. If that didn't work, they would have to go back to capturing the loyalists again, and he guessed that he was called because all other plans had failed. A smile appeared on Carl's face, saying that he would do his best to succeed. Exceltrion looked at him intently, saying that he trusted him. Surrounded by a dark aura, Daichla was surprised that the boy was on Wyvern Island. The demon raised his hand to his chest, hearing that this was one of the ground force's future plans, and replied that he did not understand what they were talking about. The man looked at him and explained that the Carls he had created had arrived on the Wyvern Island, so it was possible that the Emperor had understood their plan to tame and use them. Daichla folded his arms, reasoning that only a few people knew this move, wondering who could have betrayed him. The man said that they could not trust anyone in this situation. He bowed, adding that demons of different races were ultimately just a setup. The only ones that could be trusted were demons of the same blood. The others also bowed when the man said that he was right, and only blood relatives would be the winners, and that even with many casualties, they could not give up, and when asked who their enemy was, he replied that it was Exceltrion. He frowned when he heard that demons would lay down their heads just to kill him, thinking that this was what blood relation meant. Daichla looked at the demons in front of him, thinking that these were creatures born only to serve him, and they were bound by unbreakable shackles, but somehow Carls was able to escape his slavery. The boy stood surrounded by fog. He then pointed ahead when Exceltrion noted that nothing was visible. Just said that this was probably the island of stone fog, and as the name suggests, there were many reefs in fog, making navigation difficult. Noticing the rocks ahead, the boy said that their leader was on this island, because he could smell him. The ship sailed among these rocks, and it was noted that they would not be able to go further, because if the boat got caught on the reef, it would be impossible to repair it. The hero ordered to stop moving. Carls spread his wings when the Emperor told him that the other sailors would not see him here, just offered his help. But the boy threw the amulet on the floor, saying that everything was fine. Large claws appeared on his feet. He flew into the sky, saying that all the knights were the Emperor's men. Several wyverns settled on the rocks. One of them raised its head. They flapped their wings, making loud sounds. Among the clouds, the silhouette of another wyvern was visible. It was Carls, who let out a loud roar. The monster on the rock was amazed by this. The other wyverns spread their wings, outraged that he was challenging the king, saying that they were his personal guard. Carls gaped in surprise that they had their own system here, when all he had to do was challenge their king. A bright aura surrounded him, and he warned the others that if they didn't want to die, they should leave. The other wyverns darted around, noting the dangerous energy and that it needed to be reported. The boy rushed forward, thinking that he only needed a leader. Suddenly, he noticed something in front of him. A huge wyvern appeared in front of him, asking if he was the one making the noise. The monster's eyes were shining brightly, and he also noted that the boy was not from their clan. Carls looked up, hearing that the enemy had bitten and killed many mutants to protect their pure blood, and therefore could not recognize him. Gritting his teeth, the boy was indignant that someone wanted to acknowledge him, and also that he was called a mutant. Then he rushed towards him, shouting his name. The monster appeared behind him. He opened his mouth wide. Then he struck with his foot. A wound appeared on Carl's wings. The boy decided to rise above the cloud. He managed to strike. There were traces of blood on his teeth. The monster looked behind him, hearing that a delicious smell was emanating from him. The boy's eyes turned red. He bit into the enemy's neck. Blood splashed everywhere. Carl said that although wyvern meat is not particularly tasty, his is what you need. The monster was shocked that he ate his own. Both of them fell down, and the boy replied that it did not matter anymore, because he would disappear anyway. Exceltrion raised his hand to his head, seeing that he was finished. The ship sailed through the reefs, and he noted that they needed to prepare for a meeting with wyverns. Several wyverns flew over Carl's head, who said that he was now their king. Exceltrion put his hand on his belt, praising him for his good work, and asked if they could now ride and fight with them, to which he replied that they could, but in return he wanted the hero to promise something. He introduced the wyverns, saying that they needed good nutrition and an end to hunting them. Then he imagined a wyvern in a bright glow, noting that they themselves decide who to let near them. Watching the guy pet one of them, Exceltrion said that he agreed with the first ones, and clarified whether there were criteria for their selection, but the interlocutor himself did not know, because he was not told. The soldier brought his hand to his chest, hearing that the first thing he needed to do was find out about them, and ordered that all the Black Dragon Knights that were possible be called. Carls looked away as the Emperor addressed him. The hero clenched his fist, saying that they would go pick flowers together. Later, a path of flowers appeared on the beach. Exceltrion was petting a wyvern when the boy asked if it was really necessary, and replied that with the right atmosphere, they could find a mate. The beast took a flower in its mouth when the man noted that if they were comfortable, they could share their standards for a human. The system showed the card of wyvern number 1, noting its tall stature. It opened its mouth wide, making a loud noise. Then the card of wyvern number 2 appeared, known for its ability to fight. Then the card of wyvern number 3 appeared, thinking that exploration is too boring. One of them was flapping its wings. Carls and the Emperor looked at them, and the man asked what they were saying. The boy replied that their main idea was that strong people are the best, and others think the same. Each of them had a flower in their mouth. One of the Black Dragon Knights put his hand behind his head, greeting them. The beasts turned away, their reactions leaving much to be desired. Then another knight appeared, known for his outstanding skill with animals and gentle nature. But the beasts just looked away, and it seemed that this was not enough to win their hearts. Exceltrion smiled confidently when the guy asked him if all these comments were really necessary. He replied that they were necessary for their viewers. All the animals paid attention, hearing someone ask if the auditions were over. Just peeked out of the tent, saying that they should eat first. They immediately rushed towards him. The guy ran away, not understanding what was happening. Exceltrion silently looked in their direction, hearing a request for help. Lost in thought, he brought his hand to his face. Scripps looked out into the street when he asked her to go out. The wyverns turned towards her. The girl felt awkward. The animals immediately rushed to her. Later, she sat among the flowers. Closing his eyes, the hero said that he raised their criteria. He imagined a bright sphere, talking about dragon blood, and that the higher its level, the more sympathy they have. Scripps looked a little embarrassed, saying that having dragon blood has its advantages, and she had never received so many flowers in her life, then asked Exceltrion that he should have more of this blood. The hero helps her up, answered that his blood is so strong that animals are afraid of it. Then he turned to Carls, asking him to take them to the Empire. He imagined them flying over the land, saying that having chosen those with more dragon blood, he decided that a new brave division should be formed on a course that would be the pacification of the North. He then imagined the land of the barbarians on a map, deciding that their goal would be the destruction of all barbarians. And then imagined the riders on the wyverns, noting that the number of enemies does not matter. The man watched their flight, when the hero noted that as long as such a division exists, the Rune Empire will never be defeated. Exceltrion sat on one of them. Blumhardt, surprised, opened his mouth, thinking that the furious emperor is no longer visible. A cry was heard from the high tower for the army to risk their lives to protect the spire. The northern headed towards it. One of the soldiers noted that this place is a refuge for barbarians. Sitting all for the emperor, he ordered to attack them. Fire appeared from the mouths of the beasts. It engulfed everything around, so faith in yourself will not achieve victory. Smoke rose above the forest. No one so noted that it seems that this is the place Diclus spoke of. Gremory raised her hand to her face, saying that they will not be able to resist such a fiery battle. There were several more winged creatures behind her, and she asked if they were ready to fight the emperor. The monsters with spears ran after the rider. These spears flew past them. The forest behind them was burning. Another one pulled his hand back to throw, but only hit another monster. He opened his mouth in surprise. So they were left in the middle of the forest engulfed in flames. And suddenly the monster noticed something. A bright flash struck him. Exceltrion watched from above. He smiled, saying that this is the perfect weapon for a large number of enemies. Gwangsuk thought that if he had just a little more, he himself would have died. He looked around, not understanding where Carls had gone, because he said that he would conduct reconnaissance, and hoped that he was not shirking again. But something caught his attention. Not far away, the hero noticed a command tower. His beast spread its wings when he wondered what happened there. The demon rushed at the warrior inside the command tower. The knight ran towards the enemy, screaming for him to die. But he knocked him down. The demon was immediately chained and someone shouted to leave right now. Scripps held the chains in her hands, asking the knight if he was okay. This one answered that the princess saved him. The man got to his feet, hearing the question of where the demons came from, and answered that it was a sudden attack. They appeared out of nowhere and began to attack. Apparently this race descended from vampires. Someone stomping was heard, when the princess wondered how they knew about their location, and perhaps this was another prank of Daiklu. Someone said that they completely cleared this corridor. Eileen peeked around the corner, asking if there were any other orders. She raised one of the shields when the princess asked if she saw Carls, since he probably knew the most about vampires, and answered that she did not. Eileen narrowed her eyes, heard that first they needed to gather the remaining knights, and also the question of whether she knew where the other knights with wyverns were in the tower. One of them was fighting demons, and she answered that there seemed to be one there. Scripps looked out the window, shouting that he needed to be saved, because he was her partner. Ayura looked too serious, so she would try to go down the stairs. Eileen jumped out the window, noting that the stairs were not needed for this. The wyvern screamed to fight from the enemies. The girl grabbed her shield tighter. With quick blows, she struck each of them. The demons fell to the ground unconscious. Spreading her arms, Eileen told the princess that the enemy was eliminated, and she could jump, because she would catch her. Scripps began to carefully climb over. She looked down with fear. Then she jumped, thinking that there were many strange people near the emperor. Approaching her guard, the princess asked about him. The girl lowered her eyes, noting that, fortunately, the internal wounds were not serious, assuming that the demons tracked by the aura, but still did not understand how this happened. A dark aura appeared around them. Eileen, raising her shield, noted that she was starting to get a little gloomy. All the energy was concentrated in one place, and it was incredible magic. Later, she ran after the princess, asking where she was going. Note opened her eyes in surprise. Several demons gathered near the magic circle. The girls hid behind a stone. Seeing one of the blood vampires, they were surprised that they were all dying. Eileen looked at the princess, hearing that it was unknown what the intent was here, but they alone could not cope, so they needed to call people before the magic circle, and agreed. But Daiklu appeared from the magic circle, and they realized that it was too late. Opening his mouth, he said something about the emperor. Then he spread his wings, asking where the emperor was. Both girls were shocked to hear that he was the lord of vampires and a representative of the sin of gluttony. A powerful aura surrounded him, and he, calling his name, said that he would deal with him. Eileen pounced on him when he demanded Exceltrion to come out. The blow raised a column of dust. Daiklu looked at her, asking who she was. Opening her mouth in a belligerent manner, hearing the question about the emperor's whereabouts, the girl screamed that he was not here. The enemy grabbed her by the throat. Knocking her down, Daiklu decided that he would play with her until the hero appeared. Someone quickly ran through the forest. Gremory was standing in front. The girl looked to the side. Seeing a bright flash, she asked what it was. Carls gritted his teeth. She looked at him with a smile, noting that the guy was the traitor Daiklu, who was supposed to meet him before her. Frowning, the guy called it nonsense, noting that the vampire was on the demon continent. But he sensed something behind him. Turning around, Carls was surprised that Daiklu was really nearby. Gremory struck him, saying that he was distracted while he was next to her. Seeing him fall to the ground, she said that he was not a normal vampire because there was too much blood and its color was too bright. He grabbed the amulet, saying that he was not a real vampire. Throwing it aside, Carls called himself a man whose goal is to destroy demons. Gremory put her hand on her chest, saying that he was denying the truth, who only considered himself a human because others perceived him as such, but even the emperor considered him a demon. He rushed towards her with a bright beam, telling her to shut up. The girl snapped her fingers, responding that she felt sorry for the emperor. Many like her appeared in the air. She added that one of the hero's demons would soon die. Daiklu put his hand forward, and it was said that this is the first demon general who came to Earth as their commander. He is the ruler of the so-called vampires, blood relatives, close to one of the 7 dukes of the demon world. The hand moved a chess piece, so he can easily boast of his powerful strength, but instead of appearing and fighting, he chose to be a behind-the-scenes player. Exceltrion rushed down, concluding that someone like him had risen to the ground after him. Eileen looked up when the hero said her name, answering that he cannot come here, because here is the demon commander. The vampire surrounded himself with bright spheres, saying that the guy was finally here. The Emperor frowned at the message that the enemy was using magnetic wave compression, asking about what this is something that can only be created by a ball. Another message appeared, saying that these are the results of the analysis. A bright beam was directed towards him. The guy surrounded the barrier. Exceltrion covered his face with his hand. He could hardly hold back the onslaught. The system reported that the load limit of the neural network of automatic blocking of part of the pain had been exceeded and that the restorative properties of the elixir acted on the skin, muscles. His barrier began to collapse, and he thought about what if they spend the elixir on this. Gritting his teeth, he applied dragon blood. The blade was surrounded by a bright glow. A notification about a large expenditure of additional energy appeared. Swirls appeared around the blade. So they gathered at the very tip. The swing left a bright trace with the words that he understood it. A powerful explosion sounded. A cloud of dust rose in front of the girl. Exceltrion stood among it. Turning to the girl, the guy told Scripps and the others to retreat, but she was indignant, noting that fighting was too dangerous, to which he threatened to kill them himself. They ran away, shouting that he must return alive. The demon took a step, saying that it was useless. Daiklus smiled ominously, and said that they would be next after he killed the hero. Exceltrion smiled back, saying that the enemy must have hit his head hard to say something like that. Sharp claws appeared on the vampire's hands, saying that there was no need for provocation, his fate was sealed. His legs also changed, and he spoke of his honor and balance in the demon world. Thus, the demon became a monster, deciding that he would return everything back. System messages appeared that the enemy's speed, physical abilities, and blood strength had been improved, and his barrier had also been strengthened. The hero held a sword in his hand. The system showed the use of a blood amplifier, and that its maximum effect was 400%. But in this case, the body might not be able to withstand it, but he also turned on the alpha mode. The system notified that this mode could be used when synchronizing with the Sword of Light at 75% or higher, and all sensation functions were controlled arbitrarily. The Emperor brought the blade behind his back, saying to block all pain for 20 seconds, and it will maximize all sensations. Daiklus rushed at him, asking what the hero had come up with this time. A system message appeared about connecting the alpha mode. The guy saw every move of the demon. With the sword, he managed to inflict a deep wound on him. Daiklus sent rays in his direction. The hero reflected them. A bright light appeared in his hand. So he managed to knock the enemy to the ground. The vampire clenched his teeth. He managed to rise into the air. He brought his hands together, screaming for the guy to die, but the guy only asked him where he was hitting. The swing left a bright mark. Blood spilled onto the ground. Turning around, the monster said that he did not know that people on Earth could fight like that. Exceltrion wiped the blood from his face, asking why he did not give up. The demon looked at him with his bright eye and replied that if this happened, then nothing could be changed. A magic circle appeared nearby and offered to try his blood. The hero opened his mouth wide, thinking that this was the same energy when he summoned the ball of gluttony. There was a rustle of wings. The wyvern picked him up from the ground. He saw a red circle on the ground, saying that the enemy wanted to deal with him easily. Flying over it, he thought that he did not know what to call it exactly, but it was clearly not going to be dealt with easily. Something grabbed his leg. Daiklus smiled ominously, saying that he would not let him go so easily, and the guy was already in its trap. He tore him out of the beast's clutches, saying that it was all thanks to him spilling his blood. Finding himself in the magic circle, the hero asked about being sacrificed, but the enemy replied that he did not understand something. Something covered the boy's body as he listened to how it was a reverse summoning circle, and instead of transferring the demon's world to Earth, it sent earthly creatures to their world. The glow of the circle grew brighter as the vampire spoke of how he had always wondered how long humans could last there, and thanks to the Emperor, he would satisfy his curiosity. A sinister smile appeared on his face, and he said that the outcome was still the same, the hero would die in the end. Several demons were flying over the forest. Someone said that this was the end for the remaining troops, and since the enemy was gone, they needed to retreat. Gremory was left without one arm, noting that although he was still small, he was already strong. Raising her hand to her face, she also thought that since he hurried to leave, it meant that he sensed the reverse circle. Looking at the forest in front of her, she even felt sorry because she wanted to steal the Emperor's last breath. Someone approached Daiklus. The demon smiled, realizing who it was. Carls looked at him sternly, asking what he did with the Emperor. Breathing heavily, he answered that he only sent him to his homeland. The guy gritted his teeth, hearing that an ordinary person in the land of ancestors would not be able to hold out for long. Putting his hand on the demon's shoulder, he demanded that he return it immediately, making a reverse summoning. He saw a magic circle, saying that the summoning of the demon world is a secret art of the clan, and only he can use it, and even when making sacrifices is also a secret art. The guy grabbed him by the throat, saying that if she needs sacrifices, then he can be her, but the vampire did not understand why he was so devoted, because his silver blood is capable of angering any demon. Carls remembered their conversation, saying that only the Emperor saw a person in him, while everyone was afraid and avoided him. Daikla repeated the words about how only the hero saw a person in him. He smiled, saying that the guy was now a real demon, because the emperor was already dead. At this, the guy opened his mouth wide. So he bit the demon in the neck. He clenched his fangs, hearing that he could not become a ruler like this, even if he drank all his blood, and replied that it would work. Instead of arms, wings appeared. Many sharp fangs appeared in his mouth. Having become a wyvern, the guy lifted the demon off the ground. Daikla was noticeably surprised. He laughed loudly, seeing the mouth in front of him, and agreed that the guy was not a demon. There were splashes of blood everywhere, and words about him being a monster. The sky was painted red. Exceltrion woke up in some kind of forest. Looking at the clouds, he assumed that this was the demon world. Then, walking forward, he noticed that the air quality was very bad. Maybe it was trying to kill him with this. Noticing the bones in front of him, the guy thought that he was even a little disappointed. The hero looked at his sword, noting that just one bone was the size of a person, and asked if he knew what kind of creature it was. Taking the blade in his hands, he thought about it breaking, and decided that it could not be used here. Raising his hand to it, the emperor thought that first he needed to get food. He turned his attention to the trees, surprised by their appearance. Then he grabbed it, deciding that he could at least eat the root. A yellow liquid was visible on the roots. Covering his nose with his hand, he thought it was a clot of butter. The ground beneath his feet began to tilt. The guy grabbed a tree. But his hand slipped. He fell, saying that he couldn't stand it. Covering his face with his hand, the hero noted that the sand had saved him. The huge monster stood up. Karl slammed his fist on the table, saying that he had created a summoning circle. Yuli folded her hands, noting that only higher beings could do this, and asked how he did it. The guy replied that he was now a vampire lord and therefore could use Daikla's abilities. The guy clenched his fist, saying that he didn't have full control over these powers yet, but she would reduce them in a month. Bayo said that during this time he would keep the emperor's disappearance a secret, so as not to cause confusion in the empire. Yuli looked at him in amazement, hearing that, if she remembered, Daikla had sent the hero to the land of his ancestors, and asked how she could get there. The girl looked away when he remembered her saying that humans could also be in the demon world, and said that she wasn't entirely sure. She pictured that world, saying that the ancestral lands were a barren place where even demons didn't live, and there was nothing to eat or drink, or even a place to rest. Imagining thick smoke, she also said that the polluted air made it hard to breathe, and there was so much dust that visibility was limited, and all that was left was the ruins of the mansion where the Duke once lived. The monster chased the hero when she said that demonic beasts couldn't be controlled. Exceltrion looked behind him, thinking that he had only torn out a few trees. But something caught his attention. A silhouette was visible ahead. It was an archer, drawing his bowstring. The arrow flew past the hero. It pierced the monster's eye. It turned around and began to run away. The emperor waved at him, thanking him for his help. But the archer pulled the bowstring again. Many arrows flew forward. The boy blocked them with his sword, realizing that he wanted to fight. The stranger fired another volley. The hero cut these arrows as well. Approaching, he plunged his blade into his opponent. Having knocked him to the ground, he said that if he did not want to die, he should answer his questions, asking why he attacked and who sent him. But the stranger only looked at him silently. Then Exceltrion grabbed him by the throat, warning that it could be increased further if he started in time. He had to cover his face with his hands. Dust flew in front of him. What he saw greatly surprised him. Some kind of liquid was spreading across the stranger's face. Getting up, the hero thought that all people in the demon world were like this, but also about the aura emanating from him. Another one appeared behind him, when he thought that it looked like his silver blood. The unknown person pierced the man who looked like him with a spear. The emperor gritted his teeth in surprise. The attacker threw the body away. It landed on the ground. The hero was completely shocked by this. Gwangsuk grabbed his head, thinking about what was happening here. He felt lost, remembered that this was not in the novel, thinking that perhaps these were some kind of android robots. Exceltrion tried to get to his feet, saying that he no longer knew or understood anything. He felt a cloud in his head, thinking that this was his limit, and he also wanted to eat and drink. Someone's voice told him to go to the light. Seeing something bright ahead, he heard the words to follow this glow to someone's mansion. The emperor coughed into his fist, saying that although it was suspicious, he did not have another. Following him, he also noted that although he did not know who he was talking to, he would gladly accept this invitation. A girl was standing by the walls of the house, saying that she was waiting for him. The guy followed her, asking if she was the owner of this mansion. The girl introduced herself as Silky, the maid of this hotel. Then he asked her if she was a demon, to which he heard that she was, and that all the creatures living in the demon world were like that without exception. He spread his hands, answering that as a person this surprised him, and wanted to say something about ghosts in the world he lived in. But the maid turned around in confusion, clarifying that he was a person. The girl looked at him with a smile, calling it a joke, because a person is a creature that cannot think, and therefore it is impossible to communicate with them, which means that he is definitely not a person. Then she opened the door, saying when the interlocutor wanted to answer that people can think, but she herself told him that the owner was waiting for him, and asked him to go inside. Someone was sitting at a large table. The man folded his arms when he was asked if he was the demon who invited him. He smiled and said yes, and also noticed that the boy did not offer him something to eat nearby. Exceltrion pulled out a chair when his interlocutor realized that he had many questions, but asked him to eat first, noting that in their world there were only insects. The boy tried the spoon. Although he coughed, he continued to eat. He did not like it, but he continued to eat. The owner asked the maid to bring more. Afterwards, an empty bowl appeared in his hands, and it was said that this was a lazy bowl, which you can ask for anything. Many heroes did not believe it. However, water appeared in it when he asked for it. The man laughed, hearing the boy continue to ask for it over and over again, saying that he now believed his words. Exceltrion finally left it under himself, saying that now he will live. Gint put his hand on his chest, once again welcoming him to his mansion, and said his name. Exceltrion gave his name, and said that he was the Emperor of the Rune Empire. The man raised his hand to his face with interest when the boy asked why he was helping a man, and admired the fact that he was also an emperor, thanking him for the many amazing emotions he had experienced. The hero looked at him with distrust, hearing that the interlocutor could not even dream of this before, and asked with incomprehension if he was someone like Daiklu, demanding an answer, threatening to kill. Gint placed his hand on the table, noticing that the aura of gluttony had faded recently, realizing that it was the reason. The demon took his other hand away, saying that he had no desire to die, and therefore would speak honestly about being the 7th Duke of the demon world. And although he is such, there is still no need for caution, since his clan has fallen. Silky had done a lot of chores around the house when he was talking about how the mansion was too shabby for a duke's title, and he had only one worker left today. The maid was surrounded by flowers. Gint was talking about how her family loved to clean and cook, and their instincts were to care for others, and such a trait suited the lazy people perfectly. Exceltrion folded his arms, clarifying that this was a common shifting of duties. His interlocutor replied that this was the reason for the fall of his army. There was a spider web hanging from the ceiling. He also noted that in any case, he still had a mansion, and all his followers died or disappeared. The territory was empty, which meant that no demon would come here again. Both were sitting at the table. The hero noted that the destruction of an army of laziness because of laziness was ironic. The man explained that from the very beginning they were doomed to failure, and asked him how much he knew about their world. Exceltrion raised his hand to his face and said that this was the dimension where demons lived and they were ruled by dukes, that was all. Lately, since they had been clearing out the land, it had been troublesome, and when asked why they were targeting the land, he replied that it was to drive out humans. Gint glared at him, asking him to consider why demons would do that. Gwangsuk looked away, thinking that he hadn't really thought about it since it had always been natural for villains to attack humans. The emperor pointed to the side when the duke said that it wasn't because their land was barren, or that they had hatred for humans. The reason they were looking for a new home was because of the humans they had encountered. The hero asked who they were since from what the maid had said, they had lost their humanity, and was it really to confront demons? The man shook his head, answering that it was the opposite. Yuli, he imagined demons sitting on the ground, saying that first people changed, and then they, and in a sense you could say that they are all victims. The duke pulled his hand away, hearing the surprise that the demons were victims, and explained that he meant everyone in general, because they were in the same story with their ancestors, the ancient people. Introducing the hands among the stars, he talked about how the ancient people were driven by the idea of control and development of the world, as a result of which the civilization created a technology called the Gate of Dimensions, thanks to which they opened the world of demons. A magic circle appeared among the stars, and it was said that in the end, the ancestors caused something that should not be caused, and they began to have obsessive ideas. Thus, many satellites appeared, and he noted that the ancients called this phenomenon evil, to combat which they desperately conducted research into creating powerful weapons and trying to launch them, and then one day one thought completely consumed them. So in the emptiness, his words sounded that only by surpassing humanity can they destroy evil. He then introduced the man the hero had met earlier, explaining that by abandoning their bodies, they began to turn souls into machines, because they thought that they would not be infected with evil, but the results were disastrous. The red line struck the brain, so it is impossible to stop evil by changing yourself, because the birth of evil begins in the mind, and human instincts created this evil, and they must destroy innate instincts. The two worlds were divided. Jealousy, anger, thirst, lust and the like, an opinion arose that bad instincts should be purposefully eradicated. The union of machines that rejected the idea remained on Earth, and the union of non-machines who agreed with the opinion arrived in the demon world and began research anew. Many wires ran along the walls. It was noted that soon the ancestors of the union of non-machines realized their idea, and when emotions arose, they extracted them, and the extracted emotions were placed in a certain core. Gint folded his arms, saying that the role of the core could not be replaced by a system or a machine. Something else was better suited to store those same emotions. He recalled the silhouette of a man surrounded by light, saying that those born in the demon world or mutated humans were completely living, breathing beings. Such people were connected to machines, and each of the beings received these feelings, and this is how the personalities of the 7 dukes of the demon world appeared. A bright eye opened in the emptiness, and he remembered the time that was 1,000 years ago. Back then, people grabbed their heads, because in an instant, all the unconscious beings that received emotions woke up, as if someone had specially woken them up, and they fell into confusion. Someone grabbed a scalpel. A person stabbed another, so they began to kill each other, and during the chaos, the dukes managed to escape. Among them were fighting creatures created by people in the demon world. Exceltrion, frowning, clarified that he had a turtle outside here, and heard that it was a local creature, and already asked the hero himself that he had met a follower of gluttony. Gwangsuk raised his hand to his head, hearing that vampires were fighting creatures created by the ancients, and thanks to the thirst for gluttony, vitality became their strength. His interlocutor held a cup in his hands, saying that while the ancients and the Duchess were finding a place for themselves, greed felt its instincts and attacked envy, anger. Exceltrion looked confused, hearing that now, remembering, it was quite funny, thinking that there was nothing funny about it. Some liquid covered the man's head, and it was told that the ancients had found a new way to control emotions, using mercury mucus, the function of which was to control the mind so that it could not think independently, and the mucus replaced the basic needs of a person. There was something glittering in the air, and the man noted that they were no longer ancients, but demonic humans. They continued to sit at the table. The operator clarified that there was someone who commanded them. The Duke replied that he had tried to find out who he was, but that was no longer possible, since he no longer had an army, and he had to subdue them before they had silver blood. Raising a finger, he heard a question about whether they had it from the beginning, and he replied that in the beginning it appeared in different forms until they learned their weaknesses. A light appeared around Exceltrion's hand. He looked at his palm, realizing that silver blood was an advantage when fighting demons. The man dispersed the dust around him, saying that his perception skills had weakened, but even so, he could not sense silver blood. The dust flew around the room, and he explained that it was not simple, but a restraining substance, artificial, created by demonic humans. Dust also covered the sword. It was noted that it limited all actions that required feelings. The guy remembered the people he met, thinking that the sword of light did not react, and similarly, the silver blood of the demon did not have any reaction, and that although he did not really want to, it was easier to cooperate with demonic people to destroy demons. Gint folded his arms, saying that if he had a thought about uniting with demonic people, then he could immediately throw it away. The guy looked at the interlocutor in surprise, asking why. And he answered that the reason why demons attack the earth is not only because they are weaker than demonic people. He imagined the formation of these people, talking about the impossibility of reproduction, and explaining that in order to reduce the number of people in the demon world, they must reduce the same number of people on earth. The emperor looked at the interlocutor in fear. He, looking into his eyes, answered that demonic people are created by kidnapping people from the earth. A cross was put on people. The Duke explained that it was not always like this, however, by removing the feelings, the desire to create offspring was gone. Exceltrion opened his mouth in surprise, hearing that now, probably 99% of them were made from people from the earth. The people were led down the street in chains, and because of this, they were divided into an extinction group and a control group. Anger and envy want to send troops to the earth to exterminate the people. Lust and gluttony for control and rule over them, just like himself. Exceltrion lowered his eyes, saying that if all this was really true, then the demonic people were not allies, but enemies that must be defeated. Gint put his hand in his pocket when his interlocutor noted that he did not quite believe it, and perhaps he was hiding something from him, and was surprised that he still did not trust him, because he was even given a cup of sloth. A bright object appeared in his hand, and he said that in this case, nothing can be done. The man handed him the sphere, saying that he trusted him with everything. Holding the sphere in his hand, he talked about a lineage that had collapsed, and that it would be great if he could help, and to trust his words, he provided this as evidence. The hero took the sphere in his hands, asking if this could possibly be the core. The Duke explained that if he did something wrong, the guy would be able to kill him, because he had entrusted his life to him. Putting it in his pocket, the emperor believed in his sincerity, clarifying that if they ultimately killed the demons, he would let him live. The demon was confused, hearing that his trust did not increase from this, and pointed out that he had given his life. Then the hero explained that he only believed 65%. Sparks flew over his estate, and the man suggested that he rest, and he himself would think about how to gain his trust. Exceltrion later woke up in a bed. He sat on it and stretched. Silky was already standing next to him, asking if he had slept well and that she had been ordered to take him to the lab when he woke up. She came closer, saying that she had heard everything yesterday. She smiled, explaining that the Duke had sworn allegiance to him, and he had become his master, and thus the boy had become her master's master, but then he interrupted her, demanding to know where he should go. The girl handed him a towel, saying that he could wash his face with it, and she would wet it. Drying himself, the emperor called the creation of water an amazing ability. The maid explained that she was originally a fairy, and he asked why she spoke in the past tense. Silky took the towel from his hands, explaining that she now belonged to her master and had become a demon. In addition, the low humidity here made it difficult to use the ability, so she could no longer proudly call herself a fairy. Together, they left the room. The boy noted that he already missed the Imperial Palace and asked if it was true that you could only eat maggots there. They approached the stairs and the girl replied that there weren't any right now, she would have to get them, which surprised the hero that the fairy needed to hunt, but she explained that these were her duties as a maid. Silky stood by the door, saying that the master was waiting for him, and she would return to her place. Exceltrion pointed at her and, after asking her name, noted that he would like to hire maids like her. The maid bowed and thanked him, but replied that even if she wanted to, it was impossible, because there were no others like her. Gin stood at the end of a long corridor. The hero went inside and heard an apology for disturbing him this morning. The man turned around when the boy asked him how he knew it was morning and replied that even if he hadn't survived the collapse, it was still his territory, and the slightest rays of sun could be felt through the sand dust. The emperor followed him, hearing that he wanted to show him something, and the lab was like a mansion, but it was an experiment space, and it was all created by demonic people. There were many different jars on the shelves. He also said that they were once filled with life and so many horrible things were done with them that words couldn't describe. Exceltrion looked around, hearing that it was the last living thing left in the lab, and noted that it was too dark to see anything. A huge horse appeared in front of them. The boy looked at its huge face. He raised his head in surprise, noticing that the beast was alive. Gin replied that it was, and that it was an endemic species in the demon world that had the ability to put nearby creatures to sleep and cause nightmares in them. The Duke placed his hand on the glass, noting that it was completely different now. The Emperor looked at his interlocutor, hearing that this was the last remaining nightmare in the demon world. He turned in his direction, adding that this was him. Exceltrion spread his hands, asking what that meant. His interlocutor, looking into his eyes, hoped that this could now be considered 100% trust. Bubbles floated in the flask with the animal. The owner of the estate raised a finger, saying that the goal was to escape from the demon world, and he, as a person whom the Emperor trusted 100%, should help. Frowning slightly, Exceltrion heard that before they would have created a new core and used a spatial jump, but now it was difficult to do so, and besides, he gave away the last core. The man introduced a magic circle, saying that all the demons that had risen to the ground had passed through it, and the same was true for the clone of gluttony that he had defeated long ago. The hero remembered that demon, hearing that their bodies could not leave the demon world, so it was customary to send clones. Gin smiled, saying that if he regained his strength, he could recreate the core. The hero immediately told him to do so, but he replied that it would be difficult, since no one would want to obey someone like him, and it would be much easier to simply steal another Duke's core. The Emperor grabbed his sword, noting that he felt like he was only pretending to solve the problem, but he did not need useless demons to obey either. The man asked him to calm down, since there was another way. He introduced a spatial rift, talking about using dimensional gates and creating gates to cross dimensions for a short period, or forming a summoning circle to forcibly send to another dimension. Bright lines flashed past a certain blade. The interlocutor explained that this method required one dagger called a gate blade. It is small in size and easy to use. It is a great item for long-distance travel. Exceltrion raised his hand to his face, noting that he should have such a useful thing, and asked if it was created by demonic people. His interlocutor put his hand behind his head, answering that he was right and it was their creation, and in fact, the spatial jump was a reproduction of this item, and the guy noted a similar direction of action. Then, clenching his fist, he said that they would not capture the people of the demon world and take the gate blade, but the man hurried to stop him. The hero handed him the core when he asked him about it, surprised that he was taking it away. The Duke, putting the core on the control panel, said that he only wanted to be even more useful. A loud sound came from the device. A bright object appeared in front of them, and he called it the second treasure of the Duke of Sloth, the homecoming stone. He took it in his hands and pressed something. In a moment, he was on the other side, saying that this way you can instantly teleport. Taking the homecoming stone in his hand, the hero heard that it can be used during battle when there is danger, and it will take some time to get to the enemy base, so he should not forget about the Cup of Sloth. The guy himself wondered if he could accept so many gifts, and if they were in the Imperial Palace, he would reward him, but the man said that there was no need. Gin said with a smile that he was just the Duke of Sloth waiting for his death, and he gave him new hope, and that was enough. Only red sand was visible everywhere. The Emperor covered his face with a handkerchief, asking Silky if they were really going there. Turning around, the girl answered that it was true, that in the past 6 days he asked the same question 41 times, not understanding what the meaning was. A dust storm was flying around him. The hero was outraged that they seemed to be walking in the same place for the past 6 days, asking how much longer it was to the city of demonic people. Standing in the sand, the maid replied that at this rate they would have to walk for another 7 days. Trying to breathe through the cloth, Exceltrion replied that he was already tired of it, and they could not walk because of the smog and dust storm, asking if this was the territory of the Duke of Sloth. Only sand was flying around them. Silky replied that they would be accompanied by a storm for most of the way, but upon reaching the eastern mountain range, the air became cleaner, but they were heading west. The maid looked at him questioningly, wondering what smog was. The two of them continued on their way, and the hero, answering that it was not the point, only said that he wanted to get there as soon as possible. Our girl noticed that he moved so quickly, and the usual 30 days were reduced to 13, but if he got tired, she could find a crevice in the rock to rest. She wondered again what smog was. Following the maid, the emperor noticed that she moved the same way as he did, surprised that it was easy for her. She said that her family does not get tired easily, but she has an additional feature. Turning around, Silky explained that she was a queen, but now everyone except her has disappeared, so the title no longer matters, and heard the question of where the rest went. Imagining a stream of water, Silky explained that they are water fairies who cannot survive in places where there is little of it, and due to a long war, the water has become polluted and evaporated, and she, having a great life force, survived. The girl looked at the guy in surprise, continuing to ask what smog was, and even he was outraged by such persistence. He imagined a factory, saying that smog was a fog that formed when there was too much smoke, and the more factories there were, the stronger the smog, although there were no factories in the demon world, so she had nothing to worry about. But his face became confused when he heard that there were quite a few in this world. Tall chimneys rose up to the sky. The maid said that although she did not know what kind of factories there were, she had seen them in the human city, and they were the cause of the dust. The hero thought that this was a very familiar problem for him. Exceltrion took the cup in his hand, thinking that if he thought about what they had created, the existence of factories was self-evident. He took a sip, saying that it would be great if she could pour alcohol. Silky replied that it was possible, since the master's treasure was the embodiment of laziness. Gint imagined bathing in it, and she told him that if he drank just one cup, he would be able to do nothing for the rest of his life, and that if he drank only water, he would die, so he could create more nutritious drinks. The emperor looked at the glass with excitement. The cup was filled with alcohol. Gwangsuk thought that this was his treasure. Then the hero took a sip, but he spat out the entire contents. Silky raised her hand to her face when he asked what it was, and replied that it was called Solagorgon. The demon filled his glass, and she explained that it was a liquor made by extracting the poison of the gorgon that belonged to the Duke of Endi's army, and it was once a very popular drink among high-ranking demons and dukes. The poison was neutralized through fermentation, so there was no need to worry. Exceltrion washed it down with water, saying that it still tasted disgusting. The maid looked at him silently. Suddenly, she felt something. Taking the cup, she said that there would be a battle soon, so she would hold it. Several people were walking through the desert. Silky noted that demonic people were approaching from the front, and behind them was a small detachment 150 m away. The emperor took up his sword, saying that he did not feel anything at all, and hearing that the duke taught her this, he demanded to teach him how they would return. Some sound was heard through the sandstorm, and she asked him to be careful, because the enemy definitely sensed their presence. Taking the blade out of its sheath, Exceltrion decided that waiting for someone was not in his mood. With quick movements, he approached the enemy. His swing left a bright trace. But his gaze was attracted by something. Seeing a glow around the enemies, he realized that they all had silver blood. Then he rushed at one of them, deciding to see who was stronger. One of them was swinging a spear. The hero noted the strange movements. Another tried to stab, and he also thought that the chances of catching him would decrease at a distance. Another soldier put his weapon forward. The emperor standing among them thought that maybe they were stalling for time and wasting his stamina, but they would still die, and then it was unclear why they had such a strategy, which meant that they could act as bait. Gritting his teeth, he decided that they were devoid of reason, so they did not need plans. Someone's hand was controlling the man, and the hero realized that there was definitely someone who was manipulating them as bait.